Hi, Magdalena. Is anyone there? Hi. I just realized we're being recorded. Hi. I just emailed you. I was worried this wasn't the right link. So I'm glad I'm here. That's why I tried early to make sure I could arrive. How are you?
Good morning. Hi. I'm
Good
I'm great.
morning.
Yeah.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too. Um, yes. I'm happy that you were able to join. I was trying to solve it with the link.
Well, I received the Zoom link, but then it was saying that I needed to come in. I figured it out, but that's why I'm nice and early. I thought I'd do a little test run.
Okay. Could you please try to share the presentation to see if everything is okay?
Yes, absolutely.
Great. Okay.
And will people have access to the chat function?
Yes, they will be able to send questions in the Q&A box below.
The Q&A or the chat?
So it's a Q&A box and they will be able to send questions.
Okay, lovely. I'll aim for some interaction.
Okay.
So if I just mute myself and come off camera, and I'll see you a minute or so before.
Yeah. And thank you again for being here. It is such a pleasure to have you.
I'm really excited to be here. Thanks for asking me to be a part.
Yes, we are excited as well about your talk as well.
Oh, I hope I can deliver something that is the expectations are high. It's an interesting topic though. It's
I
it's
read
one
your
that
article, so I
yeah.
am really looking forward to it.
Oh, great. All right. Thank you for that. I'll see you a minute or so before I'll come back
Sure,
on.
sure. See you. Good morning, everyone. It is my pleasure to welcome you to the day 3 of the Neurocon conference. I hope you are all ready to dive into the fascinating theme of trauma in society. Today, we are looking forward to discussing about the neuroscience of trauma in the digital world, the developmental trauma's role in criminal pathway, understanding and preventing school burnout, and lessons from psychotrauma research in regarding to the treatment of PTSD. At the end of the day, we will have a discussion panel about carrying the weight of past trauma. You can send the questions in the Q&A box below, and there will be time at the end of each presentation for the speaker to answer them. My name is Madalina Dan, and along with my colleague Marcela Pereira, we will be your hosts for the third day of the conference. Now it is my greatest pleasure to introduce you to the first speaker of the day, Dr. Zoe Wyatt Potage. She is a social worker, global consultant in trauma and well-being. With over a decade of experience across Southeast Asia, Africa, and Australia, her work bridges neuroscience, trauma-informed care, and organizational practice. Dr. Zoe Wyatt will examine how digital environments have become stressors, functioning as ambient threat simulators through constant exposure to high arousal, algorithmically amplified content. She will introduce the idea of digital trauma and outline how we can realign mental health platforms with our well-being. Her presentation is titled Scroll, Stress, Repeat: The Neuroscience of Trauma in the Digital World. I hope you will all enjoy it.
Thank you so much for the lovely introduction, Magdalena, and welcome everyone. It's an absolute pleasure to be here today. Let me just share my slides and pop that into full screen mode. Okay, I think we're good to go. So once again, welcome. And just to add a little bit more context onto Magdalena's introduction of me, it will make sense when I start sharing examples. I've been working in clinical practice for approximately a decade. I've also been out of the country. I am an Australian, but I've been out of Australia for the last 10 years. Spending 5 years in Southeast Asia, I was working as a trauma therapist in Thailand. I conducted my doctoral research in the area of trauma and resilience in Cambodia. And upon wrapping up my PhD, I moved to Mauritius, or I immigrated, where I spent almost 5 years upon recently returning. So I'm dialing in this evening from Cairns, and I'd love to hear where everyone else is dialing in from. Perhaps you could pop a comment in the chat function, because I'd like this to be an interactive session. During this session, I'm going to be posing questions to the group, and I'd love to hear from all of you, because our digital landscape, as we'll be discussing, is particularly relevant to all of us. So I'd love to hear from you all. I'm assuming everyone has access to the chat. Would you like to say hello and let me know where you're dialing in from today? Because there is a link in the research, and what we'll be discussing today is how digital images affect the brain, the nervous system, and essentially our existence. In a lot of the work that I do with organizations as well as individuals, I hear about some of the stress that occurs. I hear from parents globally about how much social media for my child. I hear a lot of people putting in self-boundaries around TikTok and Instagram because it becomes unmanageable for them. I hear about, and we'll talk about doom scrolling as well, all of these different things from our digital environment that are very normalized. And someone has mentioned that they're from Romania, and it's nice to meet you. It's nice to virtually meet you too. What about the rest of you? So we have Romania and Australia here. How many countries do we have represented in the group? So let's start with what our digital landscape looks like. And when I first read this statistic, 2.5 hours is what the average person spends online a day, I was thinking, wow, that sounds like a lot. And I don't know about all of you. Does that sound like a lot to you? Because it's more time than we spend socializing face to face. And as a resilience researcher, when we dig into the literature on resilience post-trauma, happiness for humans, well-being, what we see is social connection, social connection, social connection. So if you're online having WhatsApp chats to family members who might not be living around you, it's a great way of staying connected. But that's not how many of us are using our social media and our online activities. We do an awful lot of scrolling. There's no unified, agreed upon amount of time that scientists have said this is the maximum. We should never go above and beyond. But you can see here, I've drawn these sources, sorry, I've drawn these numbers from a variety of sources, including Stanford. And it's a guideline. We don't really want to be spending more than 2 hours a day. And you can see here with children, there is a difference between non-educational and educational areas that we might be focusing on. But what about all of you? Can I ask you my second question? Someone else has said that they are from India and it's nice to meet you. Nice to meet you too. Thank you for sharing. Because I'd like you all to tell me, if you feel up to it, how much time are you spending online approximately every day? I would probably spend at least an hour, I imagine. And that's a mix of Facebook and LinkedIn, and also if I was to add emails. So our online activity, we might feel like we're glued to our phone, but how much time specifically is on our media, social media in particular? Because let's now look at the focus of this session. What does, or how does neuroscience inform some of our digital activity? Well, when we look at the human brain, it's been very successful at keeping us alive. We are hardwired for threats in our environment. And back in the day, when we were living in caves, I would have to remember when there was a lion that could eat me or there was a cliff I could fall off and die. So my brain is hardwired for remember the lion, remember the cliff, so I don't die. And even though most of us are not fighting lions, we certainly have metaphorical lions in our environment, which is anything that your brain deems to be a threat. And it doesn't matter if that threat is real or perceived. If you think it's a threat, you're going to experience it on your nervous system as if that threat is imminent and pending. And what happens with social media? Think about some of the threats that might be coming from social media. First, we have the nature of our global environment, war, geopolitical factors. There is a lot of human suffering that we can be watching on the news, that we can be seeing in our feeds. And what happens is instead of seeing one, let's say, reading a newspaper article in an old-fashioned way, walking away, having a conversation with someone, we are having these little sound bites of information in our feed, which means that we don't necessarily have recovery from what we're seeing before we're watching something else. We'll talk in a moment a bit more about algorithms and how this all impacts the human brain. But what we can end up with is this low-grade activation. So the body is ready for the next threat, even though we might have moved away from the source itself. An example of this and how our modern life can enhance this activity. One of my clients is a very successful lawyer, very long hours, a lot of work stress, but he's thrived in his workplace and in his environment. But I would argue his nervous system is often switched on, ready for the next stressor, the next deadline. And he said to me that he was spending time sitting by the pool with his partner, wanting to read a book and just relax and enjoy the Sunday afternoon. And he said, I felt really agitated. And I found that I picked up Instagram because scrolling through Instagram was easier for me than to sit and read a book. And I think that raises a really interesting dilemma because his work and social media activity is quite normalized in today's world. And now I'd like to hear from the group. What kinds of reactions do you have? So looking at this question here, the strongest stress response that you have, I'd love to hear some comments in the group. What are some of the areas that you have found yourself reacting to? You might feel stressed, you might feel irritated, agitated, maybe flatlined. Your mood has become flat after scrolling. What are some of the responses? I'd love to hear some comments in the Q&A or in the chat, either way. And let me give you some examples. One of my clients who is finance middle management said to me that she went to an Ivy League school, and she said she went and looked at all of her classmates and what they were up to now. And she said they all are CEOs and COOs, and everybody is more successful than me. And I feel like I've failed at life. That was her actual terminology. And this is through LinkedIn. Now, LinkedIn is often seen as, well, it's a bit more interactive, it's business focused, but it can still have a negative impact on someone. And someone has commented here 3 to 4 hours because I watch different educational clips on YouTube. And thank you for sharing that. So when we see that where it's not all bad. I know that in this session, I'm probably going to sound like it's all bad for the brain, but there's a lot of learning. And to give you a great example, a positive example to balance out some of the more negative, when I run sessions on neurodiversity around the world, when I run sessions on the menopause and I ask about when did you learn about perimenopause? How did you know that you might be on the autism spectrum? Questions like this. It is very surprising how many people say TikTok. So people have found out information or thought, I really connect to that story. And then they've gone out and had a conversation with a medical doctor. So no self-diagnosing, but we see that the information is not necessarily all bad. But my question to all of you is to have a think about, how am I feeling after that interaction? One of my other clients was on Facebook and saw her boyfriend in a work photo and decided that, judging by his body language, he was having an affair with the woman standing next to him. And she went, but this was full fight mode. She was so angry. And when she came to me in session and I kept asking her, is there any other evidence that you have of this other than what was on Facebook? And she said, I can tell. So sometimes we can move into a very reactionary state, and that is because of her threat response. This is a very real threat as her brain saw it to be. So what I've spoken about so far are stresses and perhaps a depressed mood or a change in how we feel, our emotional state. But when does it start to cross into trauma? And I understand this conference is very much focused on trauma. So a lot of you will have this understanding of trauma, and in some instances, a very in-depth understanding. But I've always liked the way of describing trauma as big T and small t trauma, because we don't say in my field of trauma, this trauma is worse than this trauma. We use big T and small t to describe the event. So a big T trauma, surviving a natural disaster or an assault of some kind. Small t trauma, workplace bullying is considered small t. And when we start to think about digital trauma and essentially vicarious trauma, so it's secondary, we're not necessarily experiencing that natural disaster firsthand, but we might be looking at constant news clips of the same content over and over again. And that can have an impact on our nervous system and on our brain in a devastating way, as if we've gone through the trauma itself. We start to see the same kinds of manifestations. You can see here disturbed sleep, numbing, hypervigilance. These are all trauma symptoms. And a really good example of this are content moderators. As many of you will know, a content moderator that reviews often horrendous things online to stop them from coming into our news feed. So they might be looking at back-to-back images of child abuse, violence, beheadings, and hate speech. And this has a profound impact in some instances, because how can we as humans be watching that kind of content, and especially back to back to back to back to back, without it having a lasting impact? So it's not just about screen fatigue and I've had a long day, my eyes are a bit sore, but it's more about our nervous system and our brain and the impact on our brain. To give you an example, I've worked with a couple of content moderators in my time clinically, and one told me her boyfriend had proposed and she was engaged, and she said, "But I can't get married because all men hurt women." And I said to her, "Okay, I'm a therapist, so the first thing I went for was, tell me about your father." And her early childhood, no violence, no, in fact, all of the men in her life were loving and caring and kind men, including her boyfriend. And as we explored where this core belief had come from about all men hurt women, because she said that in such a definitive black and white, there is no other way of explaining the world, it was very clear it was because of the content that she had been exposed to for a number of years, a lot of violence. And that had been her takeaway. Her whole view, her worldview had shifted as a result of being exposed to a lot of that kind of media. So the link here between doom scrolling, and for those of you who may or may not be familiar with that term, it's a relatively new term, doom scrolling. It came about in 2020 because look what happened to our world, and many of us were glued to our devices to see what was going to happen next. Our threat response system was absolutely activated. Some of us felt very unsafe walking outside. I remember hearing from people in 2021 where we were starting to go back to the workplace and them saying, every time I think about leaving my house, I get so anxious, I feel like I can't breathe. Or other times I think about returning to work and I have a panic attack. These are trauma symptoms. Have they had COVID? No, not necessarily, but they have been glued to their screens. And doom scrolling might be a modern term to describe vicarious trauma that has happened from the media for a really long time. We understood the impact of vicarious trauma, especially after September 11th. That was a really good example. Those images were picked up and played by international media on repeat over and over and over again. So this was before we were scrolling through our news feed. And what we found was that there were many people globally that were experiencing symptoms of trauma that were not American, had nothing to do with ground zero. It affected the world because of the nature of which what we were watching, and also our threat response. Did we feel like it could happen to us? Did we empathize with what we were seeing? And some of us become quite desensitized because there's an old school journalist term, if it bleeds, it leads. And this has been around since the 50s and 60s, which means if there's blood and something awful happened, that's on the front page. So as humans, we've always been very conscious of keeping ourselves safe, keeping our loved ones safe, and therefore looking for threats in our environment. We want to know if there was an accident or something happened to someone's child. I want to keep my child safe, so we need to know about these things. And doom scrolling taps into that need, because what we find is that we might be searching for particular news. And I remember when I was living in Cambodia, just to flag to begin with, violent crimes committed against foreigners is very, very rare in Cambodia. But where I was living was quite a remote part, and there had been a gang rape of a foreigner happened quite close to where I lived. And I remember at the time reading absolutely everything that I could find in the media. I was following the case. I saw when the police arrested him. I was all over that. And I went into overdrive because it happened so close to me, because my threat system was activated. And what Harvard has found in their studies is that women and people with trauma histories are more susceptible to doom scrolling. Why? Some of the areas they put forward is a lot more violence is committed towards women and children in the media. We see it more. So given my personal example, a lot of us will do this. One of my clients is he's a white man and he travels the world. And sometimes he goes into countries that are not particularly safe. They have high crime rates. And he's in South America at the moment. And he just kind of turns up with this very kind of relaxed manner. And I keep saying to him, can you please not just get off a bus and go wandering around looking for an Airbnb? I mean, can we have a plan? Because that's safety. You know, people might shoot you for your shoes. You need to know where you're going. But he walks through the world with the comfort of being, you know, a bigger white man. Whereas with me as a woman, I think my threat response system is certainly more activated by my external surroundings than him. He walks through the world with a perceived level of safety. Whether that's correct or not, who knows? He might think I'm overreacting. But we see there that there are gender differences in the research. We also see that people with trauma histories, so for example, I've worked with a lot of trauma clients who have a core belief that people are not to be trusted. And when you hear their backstory, whether that is early childhood trauma or coming out of a devastating relationship with domestic violence, they might have a real sense of distrust. And we see that people with trauma histories are more likely to doom scroll, once again, to have that information and to feel safer, even though it can have a different effect. By different, I mean more distressing. We stay in that state of activation. So let's look at some of the neuroscience behind the brain and doom scrolling. So our amygdala, base of the brain, fight, flight, freeze, is incredible because this is precisely what's been keeping us safe. We will react and respond, and it is more of a primitive system. We share this with other animals. And what I've found interesting is during peak times of stress, it actually knocks out our ability to access our prefrontal cortex, the front region of the brain that deals with our ability to understand long-term consequences and emotionally reason. We spend much of the day in our prefrontal cortex. But if I walk out onto a busy street, a car comes flying around the corner, I immediately jump back onto the pavement, hopefully. That's the amygdala taking over because in that time, I need to react quickly. If I stand in the middle of the street and think, should I turn left or turn right at this point? I might be dead by the time I've had that thought process. So what happens is when the amygdala and the threat response starts to be activated, it can keep us in this cycle and loop of activation. And it also very much affects our nervous system. So our nervous system is a super highway of information that processes the external environment. And I've always found it fascinating how humans will often talk about, a gut instinct or intuition, or I didn't get a good feel from that person. And a lot of the time, that's our nervous system responding to the world and to other humans in it around us. And sometimes trauma, especially trauma, will land you with an overactive nervous system. We can become very reactive. And so, if we're looking at distressing news content, do we then walk away and our nervous system recovers automatically? No, not necessarily. It depends on how much time we've been spending, what the content is, how we have interpreted that content, and also what our history and background is as well. How many Actually, no, let me reframe. What is our recovery after our engagement with that distressing content? Do we go and spend time with a friend or a family member? Or do we do some exercise? Do we meditate? Are we looking after ourselves physically? There are all of these other impacts as well as what we're looking at on screen. And some recovery strategies are better than others. And how the algorithms then interact with this. Features that reward us with dopamine, and we'll talk more about dopamine in a moment, but dopamine is it's often nicknamed the reward molecule, but it's a little bit more than that. We are very dopamine driven in a lot of ways. So whether that is likes on Facebook or your manager at work recognizing your hard work, we're rewarded with dopamine for helping others. We're rewarded with dopamine for food, so the species doesn't die out. Dopamine shows up in lots of different activities. There's a lot on social media, actually, a reliable source, about dopamine detoxes. And this is the brain. No, that's not really a thing. We can certainly detox from activities that drive dopamine. That's definitely a thing. But it's central to our well-being. And what it does is it fuels behavior. And I'd like you all to think about right now, where's your phone? There's a very good chance that your phone is within reach. Mine is, mine's on the desk here. But do any of you have a message right now that says you have a message? Because some of you might see that message and even without conscious thought, think, And it's like this small urge that we feel. There's a pull towards picking up the phone. And this is through salience. So, in the way that dopamine interacts with salience is we have that pull and it's become normalized. Our brain has said we need to action that. We need to look at the message because this might be important, but it's hardwired into our brain. So it's not even conscious. You feel that pull, even though hopefully some of you are thinking the message can wait. This session is really interesting. But I won't take it personally if you feel that pull because we are very much hardwired. There's a lovely expression that I learned in my first year of psychology studies, and that was neurons that fire together wire together. So anything you do once, neurons fire. Anything you do again and again and again, a neural network is established for that form of behavior. And so that pull towards the phone that you've done so many times before has been hardwired into our behavior. And a lot of that is driven by dopamine. So, another question for the group: what personal habits have made you reconsider your own relationship with your digital tools? So, have some of you put in boundaries, done a digital detox, or let me know in the Q&A. Let's hear some comments from the group. One of my clients uh, he has ADHD. So what happens is he will lose time on Instagram and then he comes off Instagram altogether, takes it off his takes the app off his phone and has a complete 6 months no Instagram at all. And then it starts slowly again. And so sometimes we might be using other apps like Freedom, where we can block certain apps from being used around particular times. I've got other clients that are students and they will block things, although one of them said there's ways of getting around it. Thought, yeah, well, of course, but there are more boundaries that we can put in place to stop us from interacting with apps when we don't want to be. And someone has commented here, removing the social apps from the main menu or moving them somewhere else. So opening them is a conscious effort rather than a mindless habit. Yeah. And that's a great point, isn't it? Because when our phone is in front of us, we might be working and then we get distracted. And so having our phone in another room is also a digital tool that we can use. We make it as hard as possible. So it's a conscious action. And someone has said here, a personal habit is scrolling down while I eat. And there's a big sort of focus in eating disorder work. I've got some therapist friends that are eating disorder experts, and they talk about mindful eating a lot because I don't know about all of you, but I can quite happily sit there on the couch mindlessly snacking on something while I'm watching a movie and then think, where did my snacks go? Because my brain has barely registered that I'm eating. And it's the same thing there as well. When we sit and mindfully do something, then this is intentional. We can mindfully eat or we can mindfully use our phone by putting in some of these personal protective strategies from our behaviors. And someone has said here, deleting the app altogether from the phone, but end up relapsing and getting them back a week later. Yeah. And that's it. Some of you might be experiencing this almost push pull with your behaviors. And that has a lot to do with dopamine because it's the unpredictable nature as well and how that interacts with our reward centers. That novelty bias. So if it's something that's new, And dopamine can also be there for or come about for an alarm. And with salience, it really does talk to it's the filter that the brain uses. Is this important? Does this require our attention or does it not? And so dopamine drives that I need to pay attention to this right now. And we can also use our social media to block out negative emotions. I had a comment from it was a group I was delivering a session to not long ago, and she said that uh, she was experiencing a lot of changes at work, really stressful time. And late in the evenings, she was going to YouTube and watching cat videos. I have two cats, so who doesn't love a cat video? But she was saying that she was watching cat videos until 3 a.m. and then getting up at 5 or 6 a.m. to go to work. And that, of course, is quite problematic. So we can see here something as innocent as cat videos can be causing problems to our overall physical health if we're using our social media and that dopamine to essentially block feelings and emotions that we might be experiencing in other areas of our life. And this is where there starts to be a bit of addiction overlap. And the example that someone gave about deleting the app, and then you actually use the expression and the term relapse. And this is a term that we use for addiction. And that doesn't necessarily mean that you are addicted to your apps, but some of you might think this is getting a bit problematic, or you might be working with clients where it's becoming problematic in their lives. Because addiction isn't necessarily about the overuse of a substance and or process. It's also about what happens when that person tries to put it down. Often that's when we identify where the problem is. Is it easy? Or have neural networks been established for that form of behavior and to the point that it becomes compulsive? You can see here that compulsive checking. It becomes harder to manage behaviors. And essentially, algorithms are specifically designed to keep us scrolling. So we're going against, well, the very design of these apps. And let's start to talk a little bit more about what can happen in our collective climate and how I think the pandemic gave us a very big understanding of how we're all interconnected. It really did play out in front of us. And I remember a lot of my therapist friends at that point exiting Facebook and saying things on Facebook like, I'm just not wanting to see all of this in my news feed. So I'm going to come back when the world calms down because I don't want to look at it. And sometimes some of us are very apt at perhaps looking at distressing content and then thinking, oh, that's really bad. What's for dinner? So we become desensitized to human suffering. And I feel like this can erode empathy because we're often bombarded with distressing material. And if we fully felt the depth and the grief that others were experiencing in a very profound way, how could we continue to function? So sometimes the brain puts up that desensitized way of interacting with material. And I haven't burnt out, or nor do I believe that I've experienced vicarious trauma, but there was one point in my life where I felt like I was edging towards this. And that was when I was working as a full-time trauma therapist in an inpatient treatment setting. I was hearing horrendous stories of trauma day in, day out, and I was noticing a slight shift on my worldview. I was not thinking the best of mankind at that point because of what I was hearing. And I also noticed that uh, there was one conversation I had with a client where they weren't one of my clients, but they wanted to exit treatment. And I had this conversation with them because their father was dying. And I said everything well, and we had that conversation. And as I walked away, I thought, I don't feel anything, which was strange for me because I am an empathetic person. If you tell me something sad, I'm going to connect to that. I might not necessarily feel the same level of sadness, but that was completely absent. And I was fortunate at the time because I went away with my father. My father flew into Chiang Mai. We had a lovely holiday, and I came back feeling a lot more engaged. But that was my experience of desensitization. And I see that a lot in this world. And it is a coping and protective mechanism. Hypervigilance is that distrust. And this can be very relational. What we see in intergenerational trauma, this is not just something that is necessarily passed on in utero, where there is a lot of research specifically around, yes, how trauma can be passed through generations that way, but it's also telling of the story. So humans are amazing at absorbing our environment. So what are people telling you? What are you watching? What are you listening to? What are you engaging with? And if it's all that similar narrative that says to your brain and your body, I'm under threat, then this might feel like, well, the threat is imminent, pending, and will happen. And this spills over. We often see in workplace change is a great example. Some people feel a deep sense of distrust or anxiety, and this spreads. Humans are hardwired to connect. And think about times where your loved one was going through a really difficult time. Sometimes we can physically feel that, and that's the process of empathy. But it also means that when it comes to our collective climate and what's happening right around the world, it has these big ripple effect. So even when people might be on the other end of the world, when they're watching distressing news, I was watching news of how the pandemic was affecting Thailand when I was in Mauritius. And I have a deep love of Thailand. It's one of my favorite countries. It was home for a number of years. And I remember watching news reports and I was in tears. So that was close to me. And so we see that happening as well, uh, right across the globe. And certainly with war. I have delivered a lot of sessions right across Europe. And when I ask people what are some of the biggest factors that are causing you stress, I hear about war. And some of them are much closer than others, but it's not just staying in one country. We are all interconnected. And so, also depending on your history, an example of this recently, I was in a Uber here in Cairns, and I was talking to someone who had come from a war-torn African nation, and they had immigrated under refugee status to Australia, and they were saying how they really felt for the Ukraine because uh, of what happened. And then they went on to explain how they were displaced for their families. And I could see that even though he'd been living in Australia for over 20 years, this was so close to him and something that was happening on the other side of the world, he was demonstrating a really strong level of empathy towards. And certainly, if someone has had PTSD or has experienced trauma themselves, they're going to be much more susceptible to different types of media and reports. So, digital spaces can amplify that anxiety, and it can also, well, it highlights the need for trauma-informed and neuroscience-based responses. So how can we go about putting in some protective measures at a community level, at an individual level? That's what we're going to focus on next. But before we get there, and what happens in terms of the neuroscience of vicarious trauma is another area that I find fascinating about the human brain. I feel that our ability to empathize is one of the things that makes us very human, and that's our prefrontal cortex. But what we find as well is that it can, that repeated exposure and the neural overload, it presents very similarly to burnout, and there's a numbing experience that occurs. And essentially, it's the brain's way of protecting us from those types of stories because in that empathetic process, and some of you might have experienced this, you support a friend or a family member who's going through a hard time. You want to be that support, but you feel that it's exhausting. And I remember one of the therapists that I worked with, amazing trauma therapist, and she said that when working with trauma, one should lean in and lean out every couple of years. That doesn't mean we need a career change and we need to go into a different area. Yes, we can still be therapists, but when we're submerged in trauma narratives, our exposure to those kinds of narratives means that we are much more likely to experience vicarious trauma, similar to emergency services. I've also had many clients that have worked with large NGOs that provide disaster relief and go into war zones. So there are professions that are at the front line in the trenches with trauma, but you don't have to have one of those roles in order to experience trauma symptoms. We can just watch a lot of that content online. And part of that is our ability to empathize. If we didn't have that, then a lot of these images would just kind of wash off us. We might be able to connect with what we're hearing, but we don't have that emotional response. And I'd like to ask the group for examples here. What are some of the examples that you have experienced in terms of either uh, being triggered digitally or also empathy? When was the last time you found yourself feeling someone else's pain? And if you wouldn't mind sharing, you can be anonymous in the Q&A. What was that? What was it particularly about that individual, or perhaps what you were looking at or watching? Because we can see here there are ways, because as I mentioned, it's not going to be all doom and gloom in this session. We're going to look through some strategies, but individual, intentionally pausing. There's some wonderful research that's emerging from uh, the police as well, where the police tend to look at awful things online, particularly those that work in child abuse units and so forth. We also see that there's a lot more focus on content moderators, mental health, and ways in which we split up intentional pauses, as it says here, but also for us personally, boundaries with feed. You might ask yourself, how do I feel on a scale of 1 to 5 before going on Facebook for 20 minutes? After Facebook for 20 minutes, how do you feel out of 1 to 5? If you've noticed a lowering of your overall emotional stability and well-being, then perhaps that's a good indicator that we can put in some further boundaries. But some of the things that we can be thinking about as well is education and media literacy. And a lot of that needs to start quite young, because children that are growing up in, well, Gen Zs are already in the workplace. They're not all children. Gen Zs are digital nomads. This was normal. I'm Gen X, so I had a analog childhood and a digital teenage years. I was at the cusp there. But for our digital nomads, all of this has become very normalized. And to give you this is a cute example from one of my Gen Z clients. She hasn't had a lot of great experiences on dating apps, but would like to meet someone. So we were talking about some strategies on how she could avoid the dating apps and still be sociable. And I suggested her going to meetup groups in her area to perhaps find like-minded people who enjoyed the same hobbies. And she looked at me like I'd just kind of grown horns. And she says to me, what, and ask someone out on a date, like in person? And it just made me smile, because the idea for her was so completely foreign, because it was very much, if I like you, I'm going to swipe right. So a lot of things are different these days. And sometimes, like I said, it's not all bad. We have access to information that we might never have had access to 50 years ago. We would have to go and do our research in a very formal look up a book way. So some of this is excellent, but we also need to be thinking about, how do we protect our children from what's online? What ages are we introducing children to various social media apps? Having conversations not only with our children, but also with each other. Because how do you feel after looking at your colleagues on LinkedIn? How do you feel about when you look? I've got another example. One of my clients, um, she's very big on self-help. She entered therapy for this. She's read lots of books in the area. She's very wanting to make changes. That's how I would frame her actionable steps she came to therapy with. But she says to me the other day, everything in my Instagram feed is how to be the best version of you, how to live the best life, the 5 things that you need to do for longevity. And, I'm not drinking celery juice and I don't do any yoga and I just feel like I'm not doing anything. And then it makes me miserable. I was like, celery juice and yoga. Is that the answer? But I mean, that is what she's been watching hours and hours and hours of. So once again, we have relatively harmless, not doom scrolling, not traumatizing, but still having a negative impact because it makes her feel bad about her life and what she's not doing and how she should do this and must do that. And someone else has said here, I find it myself empathizing more when I come across someone in distress in real life rather than online. The constant bombarding of bad news feeds feels numbing in an online place. Thank you for sharing that because I think a lot of us can relate. And this is our sort of protective measure. Because if we were to be incredibly empathetic to everything that we read and saw, this could land us in a state of permanent distress. So by thinking about how are we talking about it, how are we recovering from our online activity, we might think about how we can build in social connections. What are some of those? Well, the core message is that these tools that can be very helpful can also, well, drive trauma. And so some really practical strategies before I sort of open up for questions, disabling our alerts. I'm on multiple WhatsApp groups for work, which I don't like because I don't like messages. My brain is very much, oh, I need to respond. So I silence everything because I want to see it when I'm prepared to have a look at that. And then if we're looking at our bounded scrolling using timelines, and certainly if you find yourself stuck in an algorithm, being very decisive about pausing and, well, when it says, are you interested? No, not interested, and start removing some of that from your feed. Our digital hygiene can be thinking about how we're discussing it with others, because the more we talk about these things, the more we normalize putting in essentially regulation and then co-regulation with each other. And mind body regulation tools can be really helpful. If you feel like you have been activated and you're experiencing stress, being able to meditate, practice mindfulness, stay socially connected, exercise, all of those tools after the fact, this can give you some really nice recovery. And so having a think about for you, which level of change feels more urgent to you, individual, community, or policy? I'd like to hear about this in the Q&A, but just as some closing reflections, our digital habits aren't neutral. They exploit our attention through dopamine and reward pathways. The brain is always looking for threats in our environment, so being really conscious of what you're exposing yourself to. Vicarious trauma is very real. It happens to many, many people globally, and the collective cost is that we start to disengage and not care really about much at all. Resilience is possible, but we need to be more intentional with our habit formation and staying socially connected in our real life relationships just as much as our online ones. All right, so that brings me to the end of the session. I wrote an article on this topic, and I can put in the link into the chat as well directly to ResearchGate. So if you'd like to read further, you can access it there. And I realize I've gone a couple of minutes over time. So thank you all so much for listening to today's session, and I'll hand it back over to Madalena to orchestrate Q&A perhaps, if we've got
Yes.
time.
Yes, thank you very much for this insightful presentation. It was really great, and I learned a lot of new things as well as I think attendees. I would like to ask a question in regards to what do you think therapists can do to protect themselves from overwhelming feelings they have while they're working with clients with trauma? Because as you mentioned, there are a lot of people who talk about trauma in therapy, and I think as therapists, it's important to take care of ourselves as well.
Agreed. There's a lot of different strategies. Some of the ones I mentioned before, from the meditation, the mindfulness, the self-care, I find that therapists that are socially connected have a lot of self-care practices in place and also clinical supervision. Because sometimes I hear something that I use the expression, it lands with me. I find myself thinking about it after the session, or it keeps coming up in my mind. That's something that I take to clinical supervision. And I find it really helpful when someone or my clinical supervisor validates what I'm feeling about it. Some therapists, I've worked with amazing therapists in my time, and one in particular does 7 clients a day, and I max out at 4. I can do other presentations and things like that, but I just 7 is a lot. There's a lot of stories, and I know what my level is there. So that's why I do different types of work alongside of therapy. So I know that's not possible for all therapists, but trying to really break it up and making sure that you have those recovery periods, whatever it might look like to you. Yeah,
Yeah,
great
a pause
question.
is always welcome, I guess.
Mm,
I was also thinking about people who already have trauma, because you mentioned this in the presentation at some point, and I was wondering how they can be affected more by the online content. You said about re-traumatization, and I was thinking if you can talk a little bit about that, because I was
mm.
curious.
Yeah, absolutely. We find that there's a few factors that underpin the reason why. One, it might be a feeling unsafe. So when someone has a trauma history, they might feel unsafe in the world. So they're more likely to look for other threats in their environment in order to keep themselves safe. And once again, that threat might be real or perceived. So they might be seeing threats when there isn't threats. Their nervous system is a lot more heightened, so they're more likely to react to certain external stimuli than others that don't have that trauma history. Also, if it's relevant. So, for example, if someone has a particular type of trauma and then they go and engage with that, or they watch something or they see something. I had another client recently who is in performing arts, and she has had a lot of trauma, and what they were asking her to act out was exactly the same as what happened to her, and she just said absolutely not. I just can't. And so our background and our history with trauma is actually absolutely going to inform how we then see and view things. So for those of you that do have a trauma history, and a lot of us do experience trauma in our life, just being aware that you might be more sensitive to content if it relates to you in any way, and being very boundaried with that. And also recognizing when your nervous system might be overreacting, and when it is, because it's harder with trauma. For someone who's had a lot of trauma, sometimes their threat of danger can be very immediate, even when it's not necessarily there. So finding someone you trust, it can be a therapist or someone that you love that knows you, that you can work on that almost together and say, well, this was my reaction. Is that valid? And checking in with your reactions with someone else can be a strategy to use.
Thank you very much. We have a question from the audience. How do you explain that we go back to habits and behaviors with such negative effects and that make us feel bad? For example, doom scrolling. Is it because the dopamine reward outweighs the negative feeling? Because, for example, the brain doesn't make the connection between the habit and the negative outcome?
This is a really good point, because it brings up salience again. So with dopamine, it modulates the salience, and it means that the brain's relevance filter is saying this is important. So even though it's doom scrolling and it makes us feel bad, it's still important. And so that's how you're still getting dopamine for essentially something that is making you feel bad. Because that's why a lot of people think, oh, dopamine makes us feel good. And it does in a way, but it's more about alert, and it's a driving force. So it motivates behavior. So if that's coming up as, oh, this is important that I know about the war that's happening, you're still getting the dopamine. And so that's the reason why it tends to override the fact that I've just looked at all of this footage about the war and now I feel absolutely miserable. And you're thinking, well, why did I keep doing that? Also, then there's the neural networks that have formed the pattern of behavior because you've done it again and again and again and again. So if that's the case where you feel compelled, like I had one client refer to it like a magnet. I feel like it's a magnet towards that type of behavior and it's almost unconscious. If it's like that, try to be as intentional and deliberate as possible by setting yourself boundaries, little traps, putting your phone in places, limiting, setting alarms, doing anything to break that almost unconscious pull that you have because you've identified there's a negative outcome. Yeah. And there's also another, there's a couple here.
Yes.
And one person has asked, I think a lot of us are addicted to social media due to the need for dopamine and likes in other addictions. We think that we have self-control and we can stop scrolling every time we want, but in reality, I think we can't. We must have a lot of self-control and ability that in the last decade is decreasing. Addictions are becoming higher. You are correct. And even what we're seeing now is very young addictions, very young people affected by addiction. When I was working in Thailand in that inpatient treatment setting, that we had a youth program, and there were more and more young people who were accessing treatment there for internet addiction, gaming addiction, and all of the online types of addictions. And this is becoming more common also because our world really props it up. Like, how many of you would actually be able to just not look at anything digital for a week? I mean, emails. We live and our work. How would we operate? All of my work is online. I work remotely across all of these different countries. You take away my digital devices and my world stops, right? So it becomes much harder to then regulate something that we're always using. So I think that's the reason why people are finding it much harder. So self-control might have been easier, but it's just been so normalized across so many different avenues that it really becomes problematic for a lot of people. And the next question here, I can see the need to detect threat and be prepared is evolutionary. Yeah. As you mentioned, social media, doom scrolling, distressing news taps into that. So how can we regulate the need for threat detection and doom scrolling in today's hyper online landscape in addition to our collective societal hypervigilance? Good question. I would be trying as much as possible not to doom scroll because you know that it's evolutionary, right? So when we know, okay, this is the reason that my brain needs to know this. And sometimes we need to make a decision. Is this making it better or worse? Am I finding this information comforting or is it adding to my distress? If it's adding to my distress, we can see it for what it is and say, okay, this is my threat response. Thanks for sharing, brain. I can see why you want me to go down this pathway. But right now, I think that spending time with my family is going to help me regulate my nervous system and just turn down that threat response slightly. So thinking once again about those recovery activities that we can be doing after looking at distressing content.
Yes, I saw someone raising their hand, so if you would like to ask a question, it would be great if you could write in the Q&A box so Zoe can answer. I think we have time for one more question. So I was wondering, how do you think the online content today could affect our relationships? Because you talked a little bit in your presentation about this.
That's a big question. The short answer is lots of ways. I think one of the big things that arises is, and this is also very biological, humans are hardwired to connect and belong. We are safer in numbers. So, right from the dawn of mankind, we have been coming together in groups and families and communities, and not only to survive, but to thrive. So, we do care about what others think about us. And what I see with our online activity is there's a lot of comparing going on. Am I better or worse than this person? If I'm looking at someone's picture perfect family and how they go on holidays to nice destinations and their children look really cute and well behaved, and I'm really struggling over here. And then we do that comparison that we never feel like we're good enough. And I know if I asked you all, is Facebook an accurate representation of one's life? You would all say, no, no, it's not. But your brain doesn't necessarily recognize that as you're scrolling through everybody's happy, perfect relationships. And I think that that's something as well. I think some of our online dating apps and activities, there's been some great research around how that's affecting us. The grass is always greener on the other side. This isn't working for me. I'm just going to swipe again. And so that immediacy that we have, we can do our online banking and shopping all on our phones. We can find relationships on our phones too. But do we stick with it? Do we have the patience to build strong relationships with that level of immediacy? So there's a few different areas that our relationships are being affected by. And it's an avalanche essentially. So our external environment has been growing, evolving, and changing at a much faster rate than the human brain has. It's going to take our brain much longer to kind of be able to respond to all of this external stimuli that is our normal in today's day and age, including our relationships. So watch this space. It'll be interesting to see how mankind evolves with our relationships. Great question. All
Yes,
right. So
thank
I
you
think,
very
oh,
much.
um,
Thank you very much, Zoe, for everything and for coming here and attending our conference. It was such a great talk. Someone in the Q&A said also thank you.
oh, thank you, everyone. It was an absolute pleasure to be here today.
So was really greatly appreciated. Now we will have to go to the next speaker. I would like to see Dr. Carla Sapp. Can you please share your screen and open your camera so we can make sure you're here with us? I hope you can hear me.
Oh,
Okay.
I can hear you. I am trying to share my screen first to make sure, um, and making sure that you all can see my screen,
Mm-hmm.
because I cannot.
Uh, Try to put on the presentation. Yes, we can see it.
Okay, you can see it?
Yes, I see myself a bit. Yeah.
Yeah,
Uh,
that's what I was trying to figure out. I'm trying to. Okay, let's see here. Can you see me?
yes, yes. Maybe if you just share one file, like the.
Yeah, it's not gonna let me see myself for some reason. I don't know why it does that.
Okay. Well, I will introduce you and maybe because I was thinking if we can see the PowerPoint because I can see myself. So
Right. So what I can do is I probably will have to turn my camera off and then take off the Zoom and just show the screen if that's okay.
okay, try to see
Let's
if it
let's
works.
let's see what that does. Hold on. Okay, can you still see the screen?
We can see the screen and I don't see myself anymore, but maybe you can leave the camera on, see if it works now.
Okay, can you see me?
No,
No,
unfortunately not.
no. Okay, that's what I was trying to figure out. Hold on.
But we can see your presentation.
Okay, so you can see the presentation, but you
Yes.
can't see me.
No. Um, I will introduce you and maybe it's gonna go sorted. Okay, so the second speaker for today is Dr. Carla Sapp. She is a licensed psychotherapist, clinical supervisor, and registered yoga teacher with over 15 years of experience working at the intersection of mental health, trauma recovery, and criminal justice reform. Her clinical expertise centers on the treatment of developmental trauma, adverse childhood experiences, and their long-term impact on neurodevelopment, emotional regulation, and behavioral health. Today, Dr. Sapp will discuss the topic of early pain, lifelong patterns, developmental trauma's role in criminal pathway. She will talk about how developmental trauma and adverse childhood experiences shape brain development, behavior, and stress responses, often fueling cycles of criminal justice involvement. Through this talk, we will learn to identify neurobiological and psychological effects of trauma and how to apply trauma-informed strategies in various contexts. I hope you will all enjoy her presentation. Dr. Sapp, the floor will be yours.
Thank you, Madeline. Can you still see me? I want to check to see.
Yes, now it's perfect. We can see you and we can see the screen, so it's great.
Okay, so I can't see the screen at all at this point. All I can see is my presentation, just so that you all are aware. So I won't be able to see any responses or
It's no problem. I
anything.
can read them if you want.
Okay, thank you. Okay, all right. So, well, then, good morning to some, good afternoon to others. And I say good morning because I am on the East Coast here in the United States, and it's literally 6 o'clock in the morning. And so, I am super excited to be here. So, thank you to Madeline and the Neurocon committee for asking me to be here with you all today. I want to invite you all into a conversation, not just a lecture. And I say that because for me, this is a topic that I feel that is not only just professionally, but also profoundly human. When we're talking about the connection between developmental trauma, adverse childhood experiences, as well as how they shape lifelong pathways, sometimes leading directly into the criminal justice system. And so, as we begin this presentation and this conversation that we're going to have over the course of the next couple of minutes, I want to start off by asking you to think about, when you hear the word offender, what comes to your mind? And as you think about that, I also want you to picture that person. Um, and then imagine that person as a child, and maybe even a 5-year-old child, and think about what kind of changes for you. And the reason I tell you to do that is because being able to think about that shift in perspective, um, when we think about the word offender, a lot of times people think of individuals, housed in institutions, and in them being housed in institutions, they're older, they've committed crimes, they've done things against society that has deemed them incapable of being able to maintain in society. Yet, what we fail to realize is that there has been a pattern of behavior that has persisted over time. There's been experiences that they've had in their lives that have shaped those. And so that is the purpose of today's presentation and conversation. And so, as I said, that shift in the perspective is where this talk and this conversation does begin. Behind every justice involved adult, there is a history. And often that history includes some type of developmental trauma and multiple adverse experiences. They aren't excuses, yet they are explanations that do matter if we're serious about breaking the cycles of harm and of crime. And so today, during this conversation, I want to encourage you to see criminal behavior not just as a choice of an individual or even as a label, but often as a pattern that is shaped by early pain, and that pain is such a significant pain that it does leave a mark on the brain, the body, as well as the relationship. And so, as Madeline did introduce me so gracefully, I am Dr. Carla, and I have been working in the field of offender rehabilitation for over 16 years, having started out as a probation officer. From probation officer, worked as a therapist with drug court. From drug court, went into the prison system and worked in the prison system for over 12 and a half, almost 13 years, and now currently working within a jail setting. And so I have a lot of experience working within the jail system, but more so not just within the jail system and the justice system, but with the offender population as a whole and in a variety of settings. And so the objectives for today include being able to identify a lot of the neurobiological and psychosocial effects of developmental trauma that contributes to criminal behavior. Being able to analyze the relationship between adverse childhood experiences, maladaptive coping and justice involvement, as well as applying trauma-informed strategies in prevention and rehabilitation contexts. And so what is developmental trauma? And I know that over the course of the past 3 days, and not even just in the past 3 days, over the course of, throughout your educational journey, as well as any of the work that you're involved in, you've heard this word trauma. And when we think about trauma, most times people automatically assume we're talking about kind of those big traumas, the physical abuse, the fires, and then we also, car accidents. Then we go back to kind of the evolution of PTSD from a kind of military, paramilitary aspect and being able to think about war times. However, what we fail to realize is that developmental trauma is a course of lifelong patterns, lifelong experiences that do shape an individual. And so being able to recognize that developmental trauma is not just a single episode of trauma, but that it refers to repeated chronic exposures to neglect, to abuse, to household dysfunction during one's critical periods of their brain development, as well as their emotional development. And so it takes in not only this aspect of one's brain and how one's brain is developed during this time, but also from a social emotional perspective, how an individual's emotions are also impacted. And so, unlike single event trauma, developmental trauma reshapes the child's entire sense of safety, attachment, as well as their regulation. And a lot of times I like to kind of focus here, if we think about Maslow's hierarchy of needs and being able to think about those basic level needs. And a lot of times when you're thinking about developmental trauma and you think about those basic level needs, a lot of those needs aren't met, which then impacts one's ability to feel safe. And so there's always that deficit when we're moving up through that hierarchy of need. There's those deficits that one is experiencing. And so in those deficits, what we find is those deficits become adverse childhood experiences, which ultimately shapes how they perceive themselves in the world, but not only how they perceive themselves in the world, but how they perceive that the world also perceives them within their space in the world. And so the ACEs study, of course, we know was done by the CDC back in the late 1990s. And through that, the study identified 10 categories of adversity, from abuse to parental incarceration, and demonstrated that there was a clear dose response relationship between them. But before we talk about that dose response, if we think about those adverse childhood experiences, and we think about that developmental trauma aspect and all of these different pieces that have played a part in the shaping of children as they've grown up, what we see is not only are they experiencing abuse, and we're talking physical abuse, sexual abuse, we're talking verbal abuse, emotional abuse, we're talking neglect. We're talking substance use, not just for themselves, but then substance use when they have their families that are using. So they're growing up in homes where families are being constantly utilizing substances. Families have mental illnesses, and so they're growing up in homes where their parents are ridden by mental illnesses or it's within their community. They've been abandoned. They've witnessed domestic violence, and or they have parents who have been incarcerated or currently are incarcerated. However, when we think about this study, what we find is that the original intent of the study was not necessarily focused on the offender population or within individuals who were in the justice system. And so as the research has evolved over time, you found that more and more individuals involved in the justice system have more and more adverse childhood experiences that have shaped who they are and who they've become versus not shaping them, which leads to those criminal pathways of bringing them into the criminal justice system. And so we think about the understanding the developmental trauma and adverse childhood experiences, and we think about how that relates. What that study showed us back in 1998, even though those individuals um, that were a part of the study may not have been involved in the justice system, what it found is that in a dose response, the more ACEs that an individual had, the greater risk for health, mental health, and justice involvement. And so, four or more ACEs is what they've come to find is that anyone who had four or more ACEs significantly had an increase for the abuse of substance use. Not only did they have an increase for substance use, they had an increase for depression, suicidality, as well as incarceration. And on this chart, as you see, and this was the study that was done, over 9,000 individuals were part of the study. And are part of 9,000 individuals, what they found is that um, by two times, most of them had sexually transmitted infections, nearly 5 times increase of a risk of using of illicit drugs, 7 times increased risk of being addicted to alcohol, and there was over a 12-time increased risk of attempting suicide. And if I can focus right there on just the middle two, the using of illicit drugs and being addicted to alcohol, what you find is that most of individuals who are incarcerated, who are involved in the justice system, who have had some type of involvement in the criminal justice environment, has used and or is using illicit drugs, which is typically attached to their crime of their offense, and or they are addicted to alcohol. And so that substance use piece is very, very significant when we think about that and how that can contribute to that dose response. And so, given the fact that we know and that we've seen and we've heard that trauma can be very, very pervasive within the populations of offenders, what is it that we feel a lot of times that many of our systems still respond to punishment rather than healing? And that's a big part of being able to understand and being able to reshape the narrative behind the offender population and from a neural perspective, and understanding that while we can be punitive within the criminal justice environment, the punitive doesn't change the behavior. If anything, it exacerbates the behavior. And being able to make this paradigm shift where we're moving more so from punitive to restorative, and not just from punitive to restorative, but being more rehabilitative, being able to see the whole person, being able to understand that their crime is one facet of who they are, but seeing the whole person, being able to understand what has taken place, what has happened, why it's happened, how the environment that they've lived in has shaped them, and how we can help to impact that rewiring of their brain, rewiring of the way that they perceive themselves in the world, and how others are starting to perceive them. And so, why do early experiences matter so deeply? And the answer truly does lie in one's neurodevelopment. And as we see here, early adversity does alter the brain. And so we think about the amygdala, and we think about children, and I want us to think about this in the perspective of we're focusing on children across a lifespan becoming adult offenders in the criminal justice system. What we understand is that children typically are exposed to violence or to threats that show heightened amygdala activation, which typically tends to creating in the brain that is primed for danger. So kind of always in that fight or flight, kind of waiting on that next thing to happen. So we're always in this, we're always seizing, we're always looking for that danger. Where is it coming from? It puts them in this state of hypervigilance. And in this state of hypervigilance, it helps them to survive those unsafe environments that they may be living in, that they may find themselves kind of placed in without their noticing, but later manifests later on in their life as aggression and reactivity. And so initially it kind of becomes this, I'm trying to survive. I'm trying my best to maintain some sense of safety. I'm making sure that I'm on guard. I'm noticing everything that's happening. But then later on, as they continue to manifest within their body, it continues to impact their brain. they become a lot more reactive and a lot more aggressive. And I like to kind of use in that kind of situation. I think about even just as adults, and when we are thinking about issues, we're thinking about violence, we're thinking about things that make us feel unsafe. We're kind of always waiting and watching for the next. We're kind of looking around those corners sometimes, and wondering what's going to happen the next time, or am I going to be prepared for it? So we're in this state of hypervigilance, but at the same time in the state of preparation and trying to make sure we are ahead of what's going on. And before we allow something to happen to us, we are trying to stop it by any means necessary. And that's what you typically find with that amygdala, especially when it's activated, especially as a child and they're experiencing violence, they're experiencing all of these adverse childhood experiences. They're on guard. They're on edge. They are constantly in this state of hypervigilance. Their body doesn't know how to regulate those emotions, and so they stay in the state of dysregulation. And then you have our prefrontal cortex, where the chronic stress typically disrupts the maturing of our entire prefrontal cortex. It weakens the impulse control that we have. It weakens our ability to truly plan effectively. And it definitely weakens one's ability to emotionally regulate. And so we go back to the amygdala, where now our amygdala is activated, our prefrontal cortex has this low inhibition, and inability to really truly regulate our impulses. And so that dysregulation ties right into that. And so this makes our thinking a lot more difficult before we act. And so we act out more impulsively, because we have lower inhibitions. We're not able to truly think rationally, make those decisions. And then the consequences start to come, because in that moment of me feeling unsafe, I've got to protect myself. And then lastly, we have the hippocampus. And what we found through the research, as you all, I'm pretty sure, aware, is that trauma exposure has been linked to a reduction of the hippocampal volume, and it alters the memory processing, which ultimately affects how an individual recalls events that are taking place, and leaves them oftentimes with fragmented and or intrusive memories. And so in that, being able to understand that these changes are not always very deterministic. They do increase the risk, but they don't necessarily seal an individual's fate. So just because they are experiencing these these behaviors, these emotions, these thoughts, and their responses and reactions are the way that they are. Their brain is being altered, and so they're having to respond or react in a reduced capacity. What you find is that it doesn't necessarily mean that they are at risk, but it puts them at a higher risk. And so, still in high risk situations and encounters, we think about for individuals who may be stopped by police, their nervous system is always going to be wired for survival. It's not wired to thrive, but more so, how does one survive in these moments? And so they may react from more of an impulse standpoint than thinking and responding more rationally in those moments, because in that survival brain that kind of kicks in, that survival driven response becomes a lot more criminalized because of the behaviors that come along with that. And so being able to understand this, and being able to understand the neurodevelopmental aspect and how early adversity alters our brains, and not just our brains, but the brains of children, the brains of others. It does provide a understanding of the defiance that we see typically in childhood. It explains not only the defiance we see a lot of times in childhood, but it also explains the behaviors that we see of individuals who are being held within criminal justice systems. Um, and we're understanding it more so, not just as a survival driven behavior, but becoming more of a nervous system adaptation, and being able to understand that when the nervous system is dysregulated, that an individual is acting out of themselves, out of impulse, and not more so rationally. And so some of the other long-lasting impacts that you start to see, as we talked about, and that the ACEs study did show, and you do see it among the offender population, is a lot of injuries. So a lot of traumatic brain injuries, a lot of fractures, a lot of burns. But then more significantly, you start to see individuals have a significant likelihood of having mental health issues. And within the criminal justice system, not only are we, not only do the criminal justice system criminalize behaviors, we also criminalize mental health. And so individuals who are experiencing especially severe mental illnesses, and so they already have an altered brain, there's organic things happening for them, but then you add on top of the fact that now they've experienced things throughout their childhood, throughout their life, that's had these lifelong lasting impacts that exacerbates their mental health. They're not able to truly make rational decisions for themselves. Their mental illnesses are now criminalized just as well. I mean, so you're thinking depression, you're thinking schizophrenia, bipolar, any other psychotic features, their substance use, anxiety, um, and so forth and so on, to the risk behaviors, as well as the lack of opportunity. So the lack of education, lack of occupation, and even that lack of income. And so what is the prevalence of ACEs in the justice population? And so what we found is that there is in the research that I've done over the years, and not even just over the years in working with individuals, which is what kind of really brought me into this work, was as I was working with these individuals, I'm hearing more and more stories. And in hearing their stories, in hearing their lived experiences, truly understanding for a lot of them, they didn't, again, going back to that free choice, it wasn't about them just making a decision to go and commit a crime, or to become an offender, and make this a lifestyle for themselves. But there were experiences that they had had that had shaped them. And in those experiences shaping them, they made decisions out of survival. And in them making those decisions out of survival, they were sitting in front of me telling me their stories. And so got into the research, really started to truly understand the population in which I was working with. And so in that, some of the prevalences that have come out of this, what we found is that there is a continued link between adverse childhood experiences and crime that is strong and very, very consistent. As you notice, adverse childhood experiences significantly increased for both juveniles and adult offending, as well as recidivism. Research has shown that children with histories of abuse and neglect were 11 times more likely to be arrested for crimes later in life. It was also found in another study by Dirksen, found that over 90% in the youth, 90% of youth in detention reported at least one traumatic experience, and most of them had multiple experiences. And in a meta-analysis, it showed that there was 2 to 3 times likelihood community average of ACEs, more so in adults than the community average. 90% of incarcerated women report significant trauma histories. More than 75% of juveniles involved in the justice system have lived through major trauma and often multiple ACEs, which goes back to the 90% that are in the detention center. And so you think if 75% of those involved has lived through a major traumas, or have had multiple ACEs, and over 90% in the youth detention center, what you find is that more and more children today are experiencing major adverse childhood experiences that are truly shaping who they are becoming and how they are interacting with the world. And lastly, higher ACE scores predict early entry into justice system, longer sentences, as well as higher recidivism. And so I want to kind of go back and talk about this piece where we talk about have lived through major trauma and often multiple ACEs. And so we've identified the basis of the 10 adverse childhood experiences. But a lot of times we don't also think about beyond those can. And so we start thinking about environmental influences. And even today in the world and the various things that are taking place, a lot of children, adverse childhood experiences, previous, you have social media now. You have bullying that takes place. You don't just have that. We have various things that are happening socially within our environments. A lot of them are living in impoverished neighborhoods. They live in homes where there's lack of education. There's a lot of disarray. And so being able to go beyond just the surface of the 10 ACEs and being able to see that a lot of times those ACEs are expanded out. If they're living in environments where there's constant police presence, or they're living in environments where there's constant gun shootings, even though they may not be involved, it may not be their family members involved, it's the fact that they are there, they're in that environment, they are noticing it, they are impacted, their brain is impacted as well. It alters it. And so then you start to understand how when you have 75% of juveniles that have been involved in the juvenile system, that have lived through major trauma and often multiple ACEs, you understand then why almost all children who are housed within detention centers, and not even all children, most adults now who are housed within any type of justice system institution has experienced at least one traumatic experience and or experienced multiple, which then leads to the significant increase for both juveniles and adult offending, as well as their recidivism. Because if they're in the justice system and they're not receiving necessarily the services that they're needing in order to be able to heal, that criminal pathway just continues. Why? Because then they're in an environment where their trauma is compounded by others' traumas, and not only compounded by others' traumas, but then the trauma of being in that situation itself also impacts them as well. And so, in knowing that there is this link between trauma, the adverse childhood experiences, and crime, we want to then take a look at the trauma to criminal pathways. And so, what is the cycle of criminal behavior? How does the cycle look? What happens when they're in this cycle? And what can we do as individuals to kind of be able to help with this cycle? And so, when we map out this the cycle of criminal behavior and look at this trauma and criminal pathways, what we find is that it becomes very clear that early adversity, which is that early trauma, leads to a dysregulated response, stress response. And in that dysregulated stress response, what we find is that you start to have these risky behaviors, or as I like to also call them, these survival driven behaviors, that fighting, that substance abuse, that running away, that seeking out some sense of safety and belonging, even if it's in a deficit way. So even if it's in a more maladaptive way of, I just need to be involved with someone. So we start to find them involving in these risky behaviors. And in them getting involved with these risky behaviors, those risky behaviors bring them into a space where they start to be in contact with systems that criminalize their behaviors. And so you have not just the systems that criminalize it, you're talking, and I'm not talking just the justice system, I'm talking for a lot of school to prison pipeline. And so in the school, they're fighting, they're being disobedient in school, they're showing aggression, they're running away, and they're being just completely just avoiding at school. They start to get referrals in the school system. Referrals lead to justice system involvement. And so that justice involvement doesn't just come from their behaviors being criminalized because they've committed an actual crime. A lot of times their behaviors are criminalized because of the things that they're doing, even outside of the context of the justice involvement that brings them into the justice involves behaviors. And so they get in contact with these systems from a macro level that criminalizes those behaviors. And then what happens is you find that you have these punitive responses that often deepen those traumas. So they get put into juvenile detention, they get put into adult correctional institutions. They're around other individuals who have significant trauma. That trauma is now compounded with their trauma. They continue to engage in these behaviors. There aren't programming for them. They don't feel that they're still safe. They're still kind of reacting out of that survival mode, and that behavior continues to persist. And so if we know that, we have to start to look at what is this pathway model, and how do we start to look at what needs to be done, and how this look. And so being able to explore this pathway model shows how early adversity will translate into justice model. I mean, into justice involvement, excuse me. And this model will synthesize a lot of the developmental, the neurobiological, and the social research that is out there. And so in that step one, that early adversity, um, we've known that the ACEs do create toxic stress, and it alters their neurodevelopment. They're experiencing abuse, they experience that neglect, they experience household instability, community violence, which then leads us to that altered amygdala, that hippocampus and that prefrontal cortex function, that tends to lead to that sense of hyperarousal. It leads to having dysregulated emotions, and very, very much impulsive behaviors. And a lot of times in this, what you find is that children will tend to develop more insecure, disorganized attachment patterns, as a result of those neurobiological and emotional impacts of the early pain that they're experiencing through the early adversities. And from that, you get into those behavioral manifestations, where you start to see that they have that difficulty in school. And so they are very aggressive. They do begin to withdraw. They find themselves getting into fights in school. Um, they engage in risk-taking behaviors, a lot of those survival-driven responses or reactions, that we start to see with them. And then that leads to those early encounters with those disciplinary systems. And so, disciplinary referrals in school, juvenile justice. You start to see them going into youth detention homes, being more involved with the police department. So those are those behavior manifestations that do come up, which then leads to them being involved, institutionalized, and having more punitive responses. And so then they start to become suspended from school. They start to be arrested. They're placed in detention. And all those things ultimately reinforces their feelings of being unsafe. It reinforces the mistrust. It reinforces feelings of threat. They tend to internalize this criminal identity. And as they start to internalize this criminal identity, it perpetuates even more offending, because it gives them this sense of belonging in that maladaptive perspective. And then it's reinforced. And so when it's reinforced, and when I say it's reinforced because typically the interventions aren't as culturally appropriate and culturally sensitive, to be able to address the trauma, address the patterns of behaviors, which increases the risk for the recidivism. And so then we start this perpetuation of this cycle where they continually just re-evolve in this cycle consistently. And there have been longitudinal studies that have showed that the higher ACE score that a youth has, experience, the more frequent that they will be involved in the justice system. And so if we're looking at this pathway, we're looking at both of them. So we're looking at the cycle, and then we look at the pathway model, and we think about the steps and how to change those steps. What we come to realize is that in that recidivism cycle, being able to identify interventions that are much more culturally appropriate, um, would significantly potentially reduce, because it would allow for individuals to truly receive the treatment that is necessary. But more so than anything, being able to truly understand the individuals that we're working with when it comes to the offender population. and being able to know that they are acting out of a survival response, that their early pain is impacting who they are and how they are interacting, versus seeing them just as that label. And so taking away that system contact and that labeling, which plays heavily, reinforces that identity formation that they tend to start to internalize, and being able to move beyond the criminalization aspect and being able to see them as a whole person. And so in breaking that cycle, and like I said, kind of being able to look at what are some things that can be done um, as far as evidence-based interventions when working with the offender population, and not just working with the offender population, but being able to work with the offender population who is heavily riddled by adverse childhood experiences, heavily riddled by trauma, whose brains and whose neural development has been altered in ways that are very significant, and being able to reshape that so that they can become a lot more healthy. And so what works? And so what we found is that trauma-informed care, more now than any time before, is very, very instrumental. Systematic reviews show that trauma-informed care reduces institutional violence, and that it also improves therapeutic engagement, and it can reduce recidivism when implemented effectively. And so when we think about trauma-informed care, we also have to think about it being gender responsive. We have to think about it being culturally sensitive. We have to think about us taking into consideration that every individual, while they may have experienced trauma, their trauma experience may not be the same as the next person. And so being able to come away from this one size fit all model and tailoring it to the person that we're working with. And being able to truly understand their trauma, having that sense of empathy, being able to be culturally responsive to them, being able to not exacerbate the trauma, but find ways to help them effectively cope with the trauma while being able to move beyond that. And then you also have mind body intervention. So being able, a lot of times, going to the somatic perspective. And in a somatic perspective, being able to understand that trauma isn't just a um, mind disorder. It's not just an emotional response. It resides in our body. And so, in order to truly, truly heal an individual and to truly be able to navigate the trauma that has been experienced, being able to utilize more mind body interventions allows for an individual to reconnect with themselves. And so yoga and mindful based programs have demonstrated benefits in correctional settings, that has been instrumental and integral in reducing high levels of stress, anger, and it also has been able to improve self-regulation. And so we go back, a big part of that early pain and the altered brain is what we find is that in that there's that dysregulated nervous system. And so utilizing more mind body interventions allows for an individual to be able to not only just connect with their body, but in them connecting with their body, being able to also start to regulate their nervous system. And so it takes them out of that fight, flight, freeze, or fawn response where their sympathetic nervous system is constantly on go, hyper-aroused, hyperstimulated. They're in a state of hypervigilance, to being able to kind of activate their parasympathetic nervous system, where they're able actually to calm down and be able to think more rationally, be able to not act out of impulse, but actually be able to think about the choices that they're making prior to. And then the early screening and diversion. So programs that do assess adverse childhood experiences at onset, at the intake, and connecting individuals to trauma-focused therapy prior to potential involvement in the justice system has been shown to be effective in reducing not just offending behavior, but also reoffending. And then we have family-based interventions, which interrupts that intergenerational trauma cycle. And I like to bring up the family-based interventions family counseling, but not just only family counseling, being a family programming, because what we find is when we go back to a lot of individuals have parents who have been incarcerated, family members who have been incarcerated, and so it's a repeated cycle. And so being able to interrupt those intergenerational trauma cycles that have been perpetuated and passed on through the years through family members is very significant in being able to change the family dynamic and the structuring. So taking more of a systemic approach to working with the families. And then lastly, a policy shift. And policy shifts, policy reform is so important more now than ever, because when we're thinking about working with the offender population and criminal justice reform, we have to understand that there has to be a change from that punitive ideological perspective of crime and offenders to more of a restorative and rehabilitative approach. And so in that, being able to look at what are some of the alternatives that we can have. What are some changes that can be made into the system within the criminal justice system, as far as sentencing, as far as programming, as far as what does that look like for the crimes and the individuals who are involved. And so with that, I did have a couple of examples that and I'm going to share a couple of them, and just to be able to kind of look at in those examples how that has impacted individuals. And so the first one is Marcus, and just to be able to kind of look at the ACEs and how the ACEs kind of were perpetuated in Marcus's life. And so you have excuse me, you have Marcus, who grew up at the age of 6, witnessed domestic violence and experienced neglect. Throughout elementary school, he was already suspended for aggression. By the age of 14, he had already been involved in using substances. Between the ages of 12 and 15, using substances, running away from home, had already been involved with the police, and by the age of 15 was arrested for robbery. And so on paper, what we see in front of us is we see this individual who most people would deem a delinquent by far. But if we're looking at Marcus through a trauma lens, what we find is that he is a child that learned how to fight first because he was never kept safe. If we go all the way back to the age of 6. And so in talking about, if we think about the neurobiological aspects, and we think about the neurodevelopment piece, and we think at the age of 6, he's witnessing violence, and he's experiencing neglect as an adverse childhood experience. And we think about his brain development, and that continued to persist. And then he goes to school, he's aggressive. His ability to, one, make rational choices have already been altered because he's already seen this. He's already taken it in. His brain has already been rewired to respond or react in a specific way. And so we have to be able to see him. And that's where that trauma focused perspective comes in, is being able to see the person for who they are. What we may perceive on paper isn't necessarily who they are. How does these experiences shape who he becomes today, who he has become today, and how do we begin to navigate from a clinical perspective? How do we navigate and work with him, not just saying, okay, stop these behaviors, but understanding the person and what's happening, and being able to help him understand what's going on with him, how to experience stress in a more productive manner, how to be able to express himself, and how to not allow those childhood experiences that he had to continue to impact his life. And so I know that I'm coming close up on time. And so I want to kind of leave us with three takeaways. And those three takeaways include: developmental trauma and adverse childhood experiences are deeply linked to justice involvement. Recognizing this changes how we see people and the people that we serve. Neuroscience shows us why trauma matters, but also reminds us that these changes are not destiny. And so while it can be that this it does impact, it doesn't mean that it has to be who we are. And so going back to that identity formation, they don't have to criminalize their identity. That trauma does matter, but the trauma doesn't have to actually determine who a person becomes. So it's not deterministic. And then lastly, trauma-informed systems and interventions are not just compassionate, they're evidence-based, and they disrupt cycles of harm. And I want to also invite you to know that, to invite you to know this and to remember this, that in your role, whether you're a clinician, whether you're an educator, a policymaker, or an advocate, um, always pause to see the person behind the behavior. That is the one thing that I've taken away from this work that I've done over the years, is that I have to consider the early pain that has shaped their path. I have to be able to see them from that perspective, and understand that the person sitting in front of me is a person of collective experiences. And in those collective experiences have shaped them, and impacts the decisions that they're making. And so in me being able to do that with them, and us being able to do that with them, we can then begin to help them imagine a different life, one where their early pain does not become deterministic in their life, but it is just a part of who they are. And so with that being said, I am going to turn it back over to Madeline. I'm going to stop sharing my screen, I think. Maybe I have to figure out how to do that.
Yes, I think it's on the share button
It's
in
on the share
at the
button.
bottom. Yes,
I found
okay.
it. There we
So
go.
I would like to thank you for your presentation in regards to trauma and criminal pathway. I'm sure it provided insightful ideas for participants, and I would like to invite the others to ask questions in the Q&A box below. However, I want to add some questions that I am personally interested in. I was wondering what could be some challenges in regards to mental health practitioners that are working with offenders. What do you think could be hard for someone in the beginning?
I think in the beginning, just being able to navigate, kind of integrate, not even navigate, integrating yourself into the room with that individual. Perceptions and biases are very, very hard at points in times. A lot of times, individuals who are working with the offender population automatically have a bias towards this population. They already, they're labeled, they're seen kind of as the worst of the worst, the misfits. But understanding that I like to consider them to be kind of the unbroken, and kind of the pieces of the puzzles that are everywhere. And we're just trying to figure out, does this puzzle piece actually go here or not? And so knowing that they are, and so being able to humanize themselves and humanize your approach when working with them is very important.
Yeah, and I think it's a good strategy to apply for a
Mm-hmm.
lot of mental health practitioners in the beginning. Someone said in the Q&A box that it was a very good presentation and they want to thank you for this interesting information as well. I have
Thank
another
you.
question now. Could you provide us with a mindfulness exercise that you think would work with offenders?
So I use a lot of mindfulness exercises. I do meditation. And so we um, typically when I'm starting off any group or even with individuals, kind of doing a brief meditation with them, allowing them to kind of reconnect with themselves, breathing exercises, a lot of times deep breathing, box breathing, alternate nostril breathing, also doing some gentle yoga, some movement practices with them, and teaching them how to kind of be still with themselves and their bodies. We do journaling. Journaling has been effective with being able to allow them to have a space to be able to express themselves. Um, Trying to think. I mean, there's a number of things that you could do. Some people use coloring, painting. I have some of my staff actually do painting with some of their offenders that they work with. And so just a lot of different somatic exercises that allows them to kind of reconnect. Always tell my individuals that I'm working with, our breath is the foundation to everything, and it's what reconnects us back to ourselves. And so we always start with that breathing and that breath work, and then moving into a lot of other mindfulness practices, but meditation, yoga, those are all effective.
Wow, it was wonderful to see that like it would work in offenders because I was like thinking that maybe they would like be less open to these types of practices. So
Oh no, they're very open to it, and there's a lot of programs. I know in California, in California, there are yoga based programs within. I know some of the more maximum security facilities, and so it is very effective.
we should bring some of these to Romania maybe to see if they work or if it's like a
Yes.
cultural thing. Yeah. I wanted to ask another question in regards to the success rate of like the therapy. I was wondering how are offenders like after the therapy? If you have noticed, what are the main results that you have noticed in them?
So it kind of varies. Some of them return back to some of the same environments, and so when they return to the same environments, it's a lot harder for them. But then you have some who, they are able to utilize them, and go out. They're actually able to be successful, incorporate them into their daily lives, share them with their other family members, and friends. And so you start to see that positive ripple effect. And that's part of that whole taking that systematic approach, because if you change one part of the system, then that the system starts to change because that person then integrates back into the system, and then they change it too. But even just currently in my current work, in the jail setting, I am starting to see a lot more of, um, they're using it within themselves as peers together, and being able to have those moments where they're like, you know what, let's take some time, and we do it on our own. And so you're not only teaching them, but then they're utilizing it and collectively doing the work together as well.
Wow. I think it's very interesting that like they how they teach each other and then they
Yes.
do it in real life environments. And do you think that if they return like in the same place that they started, is it harder for them to like uh, integrate all of this or
Yes. It can be difficult,
Mhm.
especially if you're returning to an environment that is not as accepting of such, and are expecting you to kind of still be the same person you were when you left, but you're coming back changed. And so then there's that conflict, internal and external
Mhm.
conflict that is experienced, with the changes that they're trying to navigate.
And my last question is about the system because I know that like you have the justice system since they're offenders, they have a record and things like that. How is it for them like to find a job and to reintegrate themselves into society after like they have um, this experience as being offenders?
It can be difficult, but I always tell them, your circumstances don't shape your circumstances don't define you, you define your circumstances. And so while you may not be able to get the job that is paying you, $100,000, it doesn't mean that you can't find a job. And being able to start, is the key, is being able to integrate yourself back and building yourself up. And so I always use that kind of expression, Rome wasn't built in a day. And so being able to, like, having that empowerment piece and being able to encourage them, is really, really important.
I think it is a very hopeful take. A
Yes.
colleague of mine wants to know how is your experience in regards to working with the youth?
So my experience in working with the youth was really interesting. Now, when I was working with the youth initially, was over 20 years ago. A lot, a lot more difficult then than now, because now I understand a lot more. Then I was still learning. And so now I'm able to actually approach working with the youth, in a more trauma informed perspective, and more culturally responsive, and being able to understand everything that's going on. And so not just seeing the behaviors, but understanding that there are things happening in their lives. And so being able to work through those, navigating all of the different dynamics that they're experiencing, and allowing them to develop some sense of agency about themselves and some cultivate an identity that is more positive and adaptive, and knowing that they don't have to go down the road of offending behaviors, helping them see the consequences of their actions ahead of time, and being able to teach them the skills to regulate has been much more meaningful now than it was initially, which is kind of how I got here, was because I was seeing it happen over and over and over, and it was like, no, 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 something has to change. So that, yes, it's been much more meaningful.
For me personally, your presentation was very inspiring and hopeful. Like it provided, I don't know, a bright light for people who are offenders, and also for mental health specialists who would like to maybe help people that are doing things like that. And I want to thank you again for everything.
Thank you.
Now, I would hope that you had an amazing time so far in the conference. We will have a short break and then we will return at 2 p.m. Central European Time with our next speaker, Ioana Yuga, who will be presented by my colleague Marcela Pereira. Enjoy your break and we will see each other soon.
Hi. Hi, Dr. Dev. How
Hi
are
there.
you?
How are you?
Good,
So
thank you.
there's a big, there we are. That's better now.
Yeah. Do you want to test, right?
Yeah. Yeah. So, you're Alina, yeah? Or no, you're Marcella. Marcella.
I'm Marcela Pereira. Yes, I'm gonna be your host today.
I see. So will you be chairing the session?
Yes.
Okay. So let's check that the sharing of my slides works first, shall we?
Sure. Yes. Go ahead.
Okay. How does that look?
Yeah, that looks perfect. I can see your um PowerPoint.
Okay. Good. Good. So that's working well. I'll just
Yeah.
leave that now. Um, and so that's good. So I'll stop sharing now, or shall I just leave this up?
Yeah. If you wish, you can also share in the full screen.
Uh, yeah, I had them in the full screen a moment ago. Let me put it back. How does that look?
It doesn't show yet.
Is it showing now?
Not for me. I'm not sure if the girls are here, but for me, it's not showing yet.
Okay,
I'm
let me.
here now. It's not showing. It shows like it's charging.
Yeah, for me as well too.
So let's stop sharing, and I'll try it again. Then did it share? Did it share a moment ago when I had them up first?
For me, was never in full mode yet.
Okay, so let's see then. Um, okay, so let's come out of this again. All right, so let's try it again.
Sure. Let's go.
How is it now?
Is the PowerPoint?
Yeah, it's sharing the PowerPoint now, is it?
Yeah.
Okay, and you want it on full screen?
Yeah. No, if you wish, you can show in the full screen, but it's not like an obligation.
Okay, so if we leave it like that, would it work?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, and then I can see, if I put it in the full screen, I can't see anyone. It
Oh,
feels like
yeah,
I'm,
that's
you know,
true.
it feels like I'm talking to the computer, which is, well, I do that normally during the day. It's a bit boring.
Yeah, I know how's that.
You know how it feels, yeah. Okay, so we can do it like this then, yes?
Sure, you can do
Okay,
like this.
all right. So can I check a couple of other things then? The So I present for about 45 minutes and then there's 15 minutes for questions, yeah?
Yes.
And will you filter the questions? If they're
Yes, I will filter the questions. Actually, we have a Q&A box in here. If you
yeah.
like, you can see that below in
Yeah.
the Zoom.
I can't see it on the screen when my slides are up. It's difficult sometimes. People tend to put them
Okay,
in
no, there's no
during the
problem. But
presentation and it's very distracting.
yeah,
Um,
but don't worry, I have it here. So we have a Q&A box where the
yeah,
people like gonna drop their questions. Also the chat. Also, we have a team that's gonna help me during the presentation to filter the questions, but I will be filtering the questions. I'll be like seeing what the time they're asking to relate.
Yeah,
to
yeah.
what you're talking to, so you don't need
Yes,
to worry about.
so you can check, sometimes the questions come through, they don't generate a lot of learning, it's a bit of
Yeah, I
s-
know. I
yeah.
know.
So that's good. That's
Uh,
good. Yeah.
at least I'm gonna like try to relate to what you're talking to. At least you know what the question is about.
Good, good, good. And so you could put the questions to me after the presentation, and then we'll see how many we get through. Is that okay?
Yeah, sure.
Um,
Don't worry. I'll be doing
so-
this.
right. How is the conference going? How many will be online?
Yeah, it's been really good. We've been like the attendance has been really good, the audience. We've been like around 50 people
Yeah,
per presentation.
good.
It's just sometimes varies like
Mhm.
during the weekdays,
Yeah,
like especially like around the 2 and 3 there was less because of the time.
yeah.
But right now, like especially today, that is Saturday, there's have been a lot of people.
Okay, well that's good. That's good. A lot of hard work for you guys going into these events.
Yeah, there's been a lot of work, but today's like satisfying that everything is going well. So
Good. Yeah. As long as the internet keeps going for you, and
yeah,
it can
yeah.
be risky
I
doing
had a
these
little
totally
issue with the
online.
internet today, so good that is everything is working today.
We organized the European conference just at the end of COVID in Belfast. There's a European Association for Behavioral and Cognitive Therapies, which can have up to 1,000 people coming to those conferences. And we organized it as a hybrid event. It was a
Uh,
nightmare. It was our team were exhausted at the end of it. I'll tell you, we had about maybe 20 simultaneous talks going on at a time,
wow,
um, with symposia with about 4 or 5 people in each symposia, and keynotes interspersed in between, and this different languages and it was huge challenge to us. I'll tell you
wow.
about it. So
This requires a lot of work. Yeah.
it does. It really, really does.
Yeah,
Okay,
for
so
us
then
here, like,
I'll pop back in again then at 2 o'clock or my time. Is that okay?
yeah,
A
sure. Yeah,
little
two
bit
o'clock's
earlier.
my time as well.
Yeah,
You're in London?
and Belfast, Belfast.
Belfast. Yeah, I'm in London. We're in the
Oh,
same
right.
time.
All right. Okay. Okay. So that's good. So I'll pop in then about just a little bit before 2, 5 to 2 or
Yeah.
something maybe. Yeah, and we'll just check
Okay.
that everything's. All right. Nice to see you, Marcella. I'll see you soon.
Nice to see you too. See you.
Bye bye.
Bye.
Bye bye. Bye bye. Or will I keep this open? Actually, I'll keep this link open maybe. Yeah.
Sure. Hi, all. Good afternoon. Welcome to the last session of this amazing conference, Neurocon 2025. My name is Marcela Pereira, and I'll be your host this afternoon. For this afternoon, we will still have three more exciting speakers. At 2 p.m., we have Dr. Joanna Yuga speaking about understanding and preventing burnout in students. At 3 p.m., we have Dr. Michael Duff teaching about lessons of psychotrauma research and treatment of PTSD linking to recent conflict in Northern Ireland. And to finish our day and conference, we'll have a discussion panel at 4 p.m. of carrying the weight of past trauma with Mr. Peter Danesky, Dr. Deborah Bryan, and Dr. Sue Grant. Remembering that your participation is very important, and you can share your comments and questions with the speakers through our Q&A box, and that will be reading to the speakers at the end of the presentations. Stay linked with us and enjoy it. So, to start this afternoon, we welcome Dr. Joanna Yuga. She's a clinical psychologist and cognitive behavioral psychotherapist certified by the Romanian Board of Psychologists. She recently defended her doctoral thesis at the Doctoral School of Evidence-Based Assessment and Psychology Intervention, Babiš Bolai University at Cluj-Napoca, on the topic of emotional regulation, attachment, and student burnout. Her lecture will explore the concept of school burnout among youth, highlighting its main symptoms, risk factor, and consequences of emotional and academic functioning. Welcome, Dr. Joanna, and thank you for being with us this afternoon.
Hello, everyone. I want to apologize in advance. My neighbor is listening to music, so perhaps if you hear something, she has great taste, but you might be hearing a little bit of that. Okay, so let me
Don't worry,
try
we'll be here with you if you need something.
Perfect. Let me just share my presentation. Mhm. Yeah, let's see. And please let me know if I share it full screen. Can you see the slide?
Yes, can see.
Okay, perfect.
Perfect.
So first, a little bit about myself. As Marcela was saying, I just defended my PhD thesis on the topic of school burnout. And I will be presenting a little bit of the research that we have been doing in Romania regarding pre-university students' school burnout. But also, I really wanted to focus on the interventions that are available and just present a little bit of like a comparative approach of the ones that we have available. So yeah, first of all, we have to understand school burnout. So looking at the burnout definitions, there's plenty of them and plenty of ways to assess burnout. And from them, we can see a few of the main ideas that have been extracted. So we know that burnout tends to be viewed as a three-dimensional construct containing exhaustion that is defined as chronic fatigue and strain, and then cynicism or depersonalization, which expresses into indifference or loss of meaning in school or work. And finally, we have reduced efficacy, which can be translated into feelings of incompetence or a feeling of low accomplishment in the school context. So the research of school burnout actually stemmed from its origins in adults in the workplace. So it was first observed in helping professions that we know are under a lot of stress, but it has now been extended to actually a lot of domains in which people conducted their activity. So we know that in adult samples, burnout has been associated to depression, low self-esteem, and increased suicide risk. So when we're looking at the frameworks of school and work burnout, we can start from Lazarus and Folkman's transactional model that says that stress arises when particular demands of our environment exceed internal or external coping resources. So if we're looking at the school context, the teacher demands, the way the school system is organized can put a lot of strain on students, causing high levels of stress, which might strain their coping resources. So we know that academic stress is the stress that has been linked to the student role or academic demands, and that burnout has this consequences, is a consequence of chronic stress. So when we're looking at key definitions, we see that there are different dimensions. So one of the definitions or the systems that are most used is the ones that explain school burnout as a link, as a mesh between exhaustion, cynicism, and a sense of inadequacy as a student. So I tried to compile a list of the factors that could contribute to school burnout, but we know there's a lot of them. And also we know that there are plenty of consequences of school burnout. So if before we were looking at workplace burnout and we saw depression as a consequence of that, well, this is something that has been identified also in student samples, in pre-university student samples, actually. But also burnout has been linked to low achievement and engagement, specifically cynicism and inadequacy. Also, we know that there are actually a lot of perspectives into how school burnout comes to appear. So some of them say that it's a consequence, a direct consequence of school stress from workload, exams, or teachers, like the way the students interact with teachers, but also other definitions say that burnout arises from a mismatch between these resources and the expectations. So if we're looking at an overview of the literature regarding school burnout, we can see several predictors. And actually, if we're looking at the literature, well, everything that can cross your mind as a possible predictor, or almost everything, has been researched before. So luckily, we have quite a bit of research, especially longitudinal and cross-sectional studies that have identified contextual, interpersonal, and personal contributors to student burnout. But if we're looking at the literature, we can see a trend of this phenomenon being mostly studied in medical students or related disciplines and upper grade students, for example, university students, and not so many studies, especially conducted in Europe, that have been targeting youth samples, pre-university samples. So if we're looking at general risk factors, we can see that school type and transition periods can influence the levels of student burnout. Also, several studies have identified gender differences, with girls being more affected by this, but we will look into this in more detail soon. Also, we're looking at school climate and teacher support as relevant factors. Then we have family relationships and coping styles, and finally, peer influence and personal goals. So specifically, and here you will see the specific samples that have been used. We're looking first at the fact that academic track students show more exhaustion, cynicism, and inadequacy than vocational track peers. And also, the research has identified girls to experience higher levels of all burnout dimensions. If we're looking at sample of Finnish students, for example, they identified that burnout increases over time, especially cynicism. So, for example, going from high school to university, we will have students experiencing more burnout, and this can be actually a strong predictor of school dropout. If we're looking across time points, the transition from secondary to upper secondary education is more like a sensitive point for the development of burnout or for the increase of burnout. And if we're looking at this transition, we also see again that vocational students are more protected from this phenomenon. So what we can take away from here is that, first of all, academic track students are at a higher risk of school burnout, and that girls are also at a higher risk of this, and that this is something that can affect students, especially in transitional periods. Again, if we're looking at specific predictors that have been identified, a negative school climate would lead to higher burnout, and also teacher support presents as a protective factor, lowering burnout risk. Also, girls, and here specifically lower GPA students, report more burnout, and we see that actually socioeconomic status and family structure have no significant effect. Again, if we're looking at Slovenian students this time, burnout was linked to poor family relationships and emotion-focused coping. And also this is consistent that girls show higher stress and anxiety and burnout levels. So while we're looking at this research and we see some trends in the results, we also see some competing results in which some authors were able to identify specific influences, for example, of family functioning or of family support, while others were not. So this is actually a trend when we're looking at school burnout research and overall, and it's good that we have these results. It means that they have a chance to show up and we can further the research based on these discrepancies that we can identify. If we're looking at Malaysian students, for example, we see that quite a big percentage of them experience high academic stress levels. And here, this is mainly from exams, workload, and university admission pressure. But also that in the context of high stress levels, students were able to identify and to use adaptive coping strategies, for example, religion or planning or support seeking. When we're looking at Turkish students, again, they were able to identify this burnout even in younger students, for example, grades 6 to 8. Again, we have other students, and we're seeing a trend here because we have a lot of northern countries that are concerning themselves with the research of school burnout. But here in Romania, for example, we only have 2 studies that have been researching this. So there is a lot of need to further this research in our area. So if we're looking, for example, in a Norwegian sample, we see that the main stress sources that have been identified are peer conflict, teacher-parent tension, and achievement worries. And again, girls reporting more stress and psychosomatic symptoms, while boys report more teacher or parent conflict. Finally, we have again a sample of Finnish students that has identified a very interesting phenomenon, actually, that there could be a peer influence in the context of school burnout. So basically, they identified that within peer groups, students tend to have similar burnout levels. And the very interesting question here is, why would this happen? So here, something that could explain this relationship is that we could have high achieving groups that could exert a protective influence over students, and low achieving group that could be a risk to school burnout. So we're gonna stop at a few variables that are able to influence school burnout, and again that have been quite targeted in interventions as well. So here we would stop a little bit at emotion regulation. So we know that emotion regulation supports academic well-being, it supports motivation, and it could reduce burnout risk. And we know that in the context of stress, students use both adaptive and maladaptive. Here we're looking specifically at cognitive emotion regulation strategies, with self-blame being the most correlated with burnout, especially in males. Also, previous studies have identified rumination to be consistently linked with burnout, while positive reappraisal is a protective factor. But here there is something that we have to be very careful when we're looking at the research and when we're looking at data, is that emotion regulation difficulties may both be causes and consequences of burnout, and we don't really know which one it is. So basically what we're looking at is that children or youth experiencing higher levels of burnout could be having difficulties in putting into practice appropriate emotion regulation strategies, but also the lack of adaptive emotion regulation strategies could be jeopardizing their mental health, making them more vulnerable to school burnout. So this is something that we don't really know what's going on. And here it's a part of my research that has focused on identifying these things that we will be discussing today. So if we're looking at emotion regulation in itself, there are multiple theories that explain how people generate and manage their emotions. And here we will be using Ross's process model that says there are 5 levels of emotion regulation. So we can go towards situation selection, situation modification, so trying to problem solve, for example, in order to change the situation we're in. We can use attentional deployment, trying to change the focus of our attention in order to, for example, decrease our anxiety. We can engage in cognitive change, trying to reinterpret the meaning of a situation that could not be avoided. And then we could use response modulation that is used in order to adjust emotional responses. So what we have to take from this emotion regulation model and why this is important, there are many moments in our interaction with our environment, actually, in which we can engage emotion regulation strategies. It's not enough to have just like a skill and emotion regulation strategy, for example, reappraisal, that we just use whenever we're in a difficult situation. It's also important to know when to use certain emotion regulation strategies in order to have the expected outcomes. So in terms of emotion regulation, as I was saying before, we can have emotion regulation abilities, which are like a mastermind of emotion regulation, higher order skills that are guiding when and how to use these emotion regulation strategies. And then we have to know the specific strategies that we can use, specific techniques, and engage them when the moment is appropriate for that. So despite the fact that we have so many differing frameworks in terms of emotion regulation, we share common principles in theory. So we see these models as complementary and not competing, showing us different facets of emotion regulation. So if we're looking at this, we have different moments in which we can engage the strategies, but also we have to know when and how to engage each of them. And this is something that has been has not really been studied in the context of school burnout, and this is something that's just starting to be put into practice in terms of researching other mental health difficulties in youth or in adults. So if we're looking at the research concerning emotion regulation, we know that, and this is actually a meta-analysis that we have published last year, we know that students who struggle to regulate emotions, so for example, they use rumination and other blame, are more likely to experience burnout. So specifically, all three dimensions of burnout: exhaustion, cynicism, and lack of efficacy. When we're looking at those using adaptive emotion regulation strategies like reappraisal, planning, or positive refocusing, they tend to show less burnout overall, but this is not an effect that is being supported for specific dimensions. Also, the connection between emotion regulation problems and burnout is stronger in teenagers than in university students, meaning that younger students are more emotionally vulnerable. And also that the link is stronger in samples with more girls. And this is possibly because girls report more emotional awareness and also higher stress levels around school performance. So what was interesting here, looking at the overall effect sizes in the link between emotion regulation difficulties and school burnout, as well as adaptive emotion regulation strategies in school burnout, is that actually the effect size of the negative, the dysfunctional emotion regulation strategies is higher than the adaptive ones. So what we have taken away from this is that rather than just teaching students how to use adaptive emotion regulation strategies, we also have to discourage them from using the maladaptive ones. So what is a shame here in the research that we have until now concerning emotion regulation and school burnout is that most studies were cross-sectional. So we can't really say which is the direction of the relationship. As we were discussing before, it can be both. It can be just unidirectional, but there is no way to identify this systematically within the literature. Also, because we were able to identify only 21 studies that investigated this relationship, we were not able to systematically assess which specific strategy helps the most. So we were just able to aggregate them into the ones that have been traditionally viewed as adaptive and maladaptive, but it would have been so rich if we were able to identify the specific ones that have protective effects, for example, in the context of school burnout. And also what we know is that the results may vary by culture, by age, and by school environment, and we were seeing before, looking at specific research in different countries, that the results were rather different. So this is an assumption that we have to take into consideration. So what we did here, as I was mentioning before, there's quite a lack of longitudinal studies to see whether emotion regulation influences burnout or vice versa. So what we did was we started from the conservation of resources theory that says that burnout occurs when personal resources are depleted and you do not get the chance to replenish them, which can cause loss spirals. So what we assumed here is that poor emotion regulation strategies lead to resource depletion, stress accumulation, and increased burnout. We chose catastrophizing because we know is a risk factor for adult psychopathology, and also because in our previous research, we conducted the network analysis. This was the most influential node within the network. So we chose catastrophizing as a target emotion regulation strategies, and we aimed to investigate the longitudinal and bidirectional relationship between school burnout and emotion regulation. So we had a sample of 89 participants that were recruited from public schools in Romania, and we use the cognitive emotion regulation questionnaire and the school burnout inventory that we actually validated for use within the Romanian population. The study is just being published. So when we looked at the model, and this is the model that we have applied here for the data analysis. So when we're looking at the within person effects, so basically the time lags between the data, we had 5 time measurements. So we see that there is a significant effect between catastrophizing at time 1 to catastrophizing at time 2. So actually the initial levels of student catastrophizing predicts a subsequent level, and this is even bigger in terms of burnout, because initial levels of burnout can predict further levels of burnout at 3 weeks lag. But we were not able to identify further effects. So the initial levels had a stronger effect for subsequent assessment times, but this was not carried on until the last measurement points. When we're looking at the cross-lagged effects, and these are the ones, so from here, going from catastrophizing to school burnout and vice versa, when we're looking at these results, we actually identified that initial levels of catastrophizing are predicting burnout levels at the second assessment point, and that burnout at the first measurement point predicts catastrophizing at the second measurement point. So here at the second measurement point and at the fourth as well. So if we're looking at these results, we started with the hypothesis that this is a bidirectional relationship, and this confirms that indeed it's not as simple as we were seeing before. So rather than just having poor emotion regulation strategies and then you have higher levels of burnout, these are a self-sustaining cycle that can enhance over time. So what we have managed to identify from this research is that first, it clarifies the reciprocal relationship between burnout and catastrophizing, which is a cyclical one, or at least in our research, this was the result. And also it supports a self-reinforcing cycle theory. But this is most important for practical implications for education and mental health, because that's why we're doing this research, to know what to do in schools with real children that are hurting from these difficulties. So first of all, it offers us a point for early intervention and identification. So we assume, based on the study, that reducing catastrophizing would prevent burnout escalation, and also we could address burnout directly to improve emotion regulation strategies. Also, we could introduce regular screenings using large-scale game-based assessments, for example, as my supervisor, Professor David, has created the tools for, and also supports the idea that cognitive restructuring and mindfulness training would reduce maladaptive emotion regulation strategies. So there are going into the intervention part of this, there has been a recent meta-analysis, the one conducted by Madigan and his collaborators in 2024, that has systematically investigated the interventions that have been validated for school burnout. And here we have a lot of them, not enough actually, but quite a bit of them for us to be able to choose from. So first of all, from the interventions that they have identified, we have the classical rational emotive behavioral therapy that can be applied to school burnout as well. So what REBT does in the context of school burnout and overall is that it helps individuals identify, challenge, and replace irrational beliefs that maintain stress and burnout. So beliefs of the sort of I must always succeed, or that people must always treat me fairly. And we're expecting that by restructuring these beliefs, emotional distress and maladaptive coping would decrease. So they were able to identify 5 RCTs, and they were delivered online. They were delivered in person, and typically in a group format with a duration of 10 to 12 weeks. And we see here there's 20 sessions total, so most of them did 2 sessions per week. So the target group of these interventions were individuals with high initial burnout levels. And in terms of its effectiveness, we see that all 4 studies reported significant reductions in total school burnout and its individual dimensions, with effect sizes that were actually very large. And we would expect this because they have included individuals with high initial burnout levels, but also because we know this is an effective intervention for transdiagnostic with transdiagnostic applications. So I wanted to take it a step further and look at the specific interventions that the studies have included. So the individual goal remains the same, and we're looking at the study that was published in 2019, which conducted an REBT intervention for school burnout, specifically with a duration of 10 weeks and the frequency of 2 sessions per week, and quite lengthy sessions. I mean, being in a group format, it's normal to have this kind of length for the sessions. And they use validated REBT manuals that have been used in prior studies. And also they use the support channel, for example, a WhatsApp group for homework reminders and peer encouragement. So this is also an important element of the program. And if we're looking specifically, so what did they include in this intervention? First of all, they wanted to identify academic and non-academic stressors, help beneficiaries recognize irrational beliefs and negative thoughts. They also used guided questioning to dispute these beliefs, and also applied REBT exercises to reinforce rational alternatives, and homework was assigned at the end of each session. So they used a disputation process that they defined as the 3 Ds. So debating, discriminating, and defining. So debating is the classical REBT approach of challenging irrational beliefs. Discriminating was used to distinguish between wants and needs, preferences and demands. So for example, if we're looking at the example before, the one saying I must achieve, everything must be perfect, for example, this is an example where they could apply the difference between wants and needs and preferences. And defining, finally, was to help students choose clearer and more precise terms and values or objectives for their academic aims or activities. So specifically, when we're looking at the therapeutic techniques that they use, they went into cognitive techniques, emotive techniques, and behavioral techniques. And these are all the classical REBT strategies that you would expect in such a protocol. So they use the cognitive restructuring techniques with cognitive homework and reframing and rational self-statements. For the emotive techniques, they used unconditional self-acceptance exercising, role-playing, imagery, humor, self-disclosure, and shame-attacking exercises. This is something that is also under the exposure umbrella. And then for behavioral techniques, they use reward and penalty systems, anti-procrastination exercises, and relaxation, and stay in their exposure. And an important element of this is also, and again, homework assignment. So this is the first approach that has received support in combating school burnout, and it can also be used for its prevention. Something interesting that they included in the meta-analysis is psychoeducation. So the core idea of this is that they aim to reduce burnout through structured knowledge transfer, and they were able to identify 4 studies that were looking at this kinds of interventions, and the delivery formats were mixed through online or phone or in person, with this being shorter interventions, so even lasting for 1 week to 8 weeks. But what was interesting looking at the specific studies that they labeled as psychoeducational is the fact that they were actually using a lot of active elements in them. So this is not actually really psychoeducation or just psychoeducation based. So this is somewhere that we have to pay close attention, because although they label them as psychoeducational, they contain a lot of exercises or skill training that is not really correct to be put under this umbrella. So there was a resilience psychoeducation program that I was able to identify, and that offered the specific techniques that they are using and their specific aims. And we see that it still includes problem solving skills, goal setting, positive self-esteem development. So actually, although we have significant effects of these interventions, it's not always correct to just assume that they're just psychoeducation, when rather they include quite a bit of active elements. Still, it doesn't matter how we label them. We have these resources, and we know that they produce significant improvements for school burnout. So however we label them, we can still use them because we know they're effective. So finally, we have an approach that has been quite studied in the context of school burnout, and this is the mindfulness-based training. So they were able to identify 6 interventions that use this approach, and most of them were delivered in person with a medium length of 4 to 8 weeks. And half of these interventions were effective in reducing at least one burnout dimension. So what we know from this meta-analysis is that the more effective programs tended to be longer. So an average of 1.5 hours per week for 6 weeks, and also that there were multimodal. So they also had in-person, group, and online delivery. And we know that the effect sizes of these interventions vary, but they're positive and they're significant. So I wanted to offer you an overview of how one of this program was conducted. This is a study that was published in 2021. So we see that we have an introductory session, then we have like a psychoeducational one relating to the CBT model here, seeing how our thoughts influence our emotions and the way our body feels. Then they were focusing on body movement, sensations, and also they were looking at time management. Then they went on to understanding and managing emotions. So here they used compassionate breathing and compassionate body scan exercises. Then there was a discussion in the 5th session about stress, anxiety, and challenges within the educational environment. And again, the exercises used was a compassionate coping, constructive self-talk, and they had at the end of every session, what they were calling informal practice. So it's basically the homework that we would use in CBT, RBT approaches. And finally, the last session was like a recap and integration of concepts. So here they compared the mindfulness-based program in its like classical face-to-face and online delivery, but also a mindfulness-based program that was using virtual reality scenarios, and they compared it to a relaxation-only group. And the results showed that however they delivered the mindfulness-based program with or without VR, it was more effective than relaxation in reducing stress, anxiety, and burnout, and also in increasing self-compassion and engagement. And what is also good to take away from here is that the effects were maintained at 6 months. And they were able to identify the mechanisms of change of this intervention being mindfulness and self-compassion. What was interesting here is that although there were no differences between delivering the mindfulness-based program through like face-to-face classical ways or VR, VR used improved attendance and engagement. So this could be a factor that we could take into consideration in increasing adherence to a specific program. So we also have research regarding physical activity, and here I will not go into many details. There is not a lot of research regarding physical activity programs, but we have identified a study that looked at high intensity interval training. And this is something that was conducted for 4 weeks with 3 sessions per week. And it was compared to heart rate variability coherence biofeedback training. And this is something that was with the purpose of teaching students to manage stress and emotional balance through heart rhythm coherence. So this is something that that includes 20 minutes sessions with a mentor, and they use a biofeedback device that has an ear sensor and a LED feedback or light feedback. And this is something that was actually used with the resilience manual for them to practice at home. And actually the results show that in terms of like physical activity or like things that have to do with the physiological interventions, the HRV biofeedback was the only one that was able to reduce school burnout, and not the high activity like HIIT training program, the one that was used here. So basically, if we're looking at the types of interventions that have been identified, we also have time management training, and this is like based on the skills that we would include in our CBT interventions. But our final question is, so what do we choose? We have so many options. We know we have so many predictors and consequences of burnout, and there's so much literature. So the meta-analysis identified 14 studies, 14 intervention studies, and they all showed moderate to large overall effect sizes in reducing burnout, and the effects were smaller and less consistent for specific dimensions. Also, we know that we have to base the way we choose our interventions on RCTs rather than quasi-experimental designs. And we know that as a gold standard, REBT intervention shows the largest impact on total burnout. Also, mindfulness interventions are effective for reducing exhaustion, and also we can use exercise and psychoeducation, but we could expect a smaller effect on school burnout. So overall, if we're looking at the types of interventions that we can use, we would go towards RBT first. We can also safely use mindfulness interventions and cautiously use other types of interventions that could possibly work. So that would be a lot of information that I tried to summarize in the time that we have today. And what would be really important for me is to take a minute and just think what was one idea or insight or takeaway that stayed with you from today's presentation. So it could be something that surprised you in terms of the research or something that you would want to try in your work or something that you would like to learn more about. You can write it in the Q&A box, or you can just write it down for yourself as an introspective exercise, and that would be my presentation for today.
Thank you. Thank you for your insightful presentation, Dr. Yoga. You have shown us some important, how important it is to be aware of our youth mental health, actually, in the years of school. This is really important. Thank you so much for sharing this. And now I have some questions from our audience that I wish to share with you. Can we start?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, so here I have one from anonymous attendee. He's asking for, given that the samples from your sample was from Romania, do you think cultural factors might shape how adolescents regulate their emotions and experience burnout?
That's a very interesting question. And actually, yeah, we know that this could be the case because actually a lot of research in school burnout is conducted in Asia. So if we're looking at like a collectivistic society rather than Romania, which yes, it was formerly a collectivistic society, but now those influences, according to research, are not so present anymore. We would expect for example, for Asian students to orient themselves towards community rather than just individually trying to cope with uh, school difficulties, for example. So, of course, if we're looking at the types of emotional regulation, we know that asking for support or being part of a community is a supporting factor, and this could be different in different cultures. I really believe that if we're thinking about it, we could find a lot more cultural factors that we can take into consideration. This is the first one that popped into my mind.
Sorry?
Can you hear me?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah, so I was saying that this is the first one that popped into my mind, but I'm sure that we can identify a lot of them.
Okay, really nice. I have here from Velicea, I guess. I'm sorry if I'm spelling this wrong. She said she's proud to see that here in Romania we have such good studies. And she's asking for you, did you consider replicate the study taking into considerations besides REBT, mindfulness, physical activity, in other kind of interventions like workshops, art, like workshops with art pottery?
Hmm. Actually, I've been reading a lot in the context of an event that I attended about uh, physical movement and dance in therapy like context, and this is something that we could be including here. So if we're looking at like art in general, for sure we could be using dance as a way to do that, and this can be used at any age. anything creative, or yeah, even pottery, because if we're looking at mindfulness, then this is something that we can apply in any like creative activity. And our colleagues in the previous presentations, they were talking about like drawing and painting, and this is something that we can definitely use here.
Really nice. I think we have a lot of pathways we can use, right?
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, even the resources to do that would be available in schools, even like if I'm looking at like lower education in pre-university students, this is something that could be easily used. But first of
Yeah,
all, it's something that we have to thoroughly investigate in order to see whether it actually has a significant effect on student stress, first of all, as a distant predictor of burnout improvement.
really nice. I have another question from Madalena.
Mhm.
She's asked, what was the most challenging thing that you had to face while you work with students who go through burnout?
Hmm. Yeah, that's a really good question, actually. So there's a lot of challenges actually, starting from the multiple ways in which burnout can be assessed. So um, we did not have a cutoff for assessing burnout levels in Romania. The study that we conducted actually aimed to create that cutoff in order to know which would be the students that actually would need that kind of intervention. So now we have that. And we can use this would be the first challenge, and then we don't really have specific protocols to use with pre-university students, for example, because if we're looking at the research, most of the research was conducted with university students. So yes, it works with them, but we would need to know for sure that it has the same effects for younger students. Then if we're looking at the Romanian context, it's very difficult to explain to a parent that, hey, yes, I know you're stressed at work, but your child is also stressed in school, because this is something that few parents take into consideration, the pressure that children are facing within the Romanian school context, and not only the Romanian one. So basically, at every step, you can find challenges, and that's why it's important to have school counselors that are prepared to work with school burnout, to work with parents, and be able to explain what's going on and how can teachers be involved in this process, how parents can be involved in this process in order to support the child mental health.
Great. I have two more questions here. Let's see if we have time to answer it.
Mhm.
What was, what were some main challenging of accessing emotional regulation in adolescents in real world school setting?
Mhm. Well, a shortcoming of our study is that we did not assess emotional regulation within context. So we did not assess it as a context-dependent phenomenon, but rather we assessed it as like a rather like general ability, like what would you use most or more frequently during the week. So we did this because the school context is rather stressful already for the students. They have a lot of classes, there is a lot of homework and pressure, and it would have been very difficult, for example, to do an ecological momentary assessment, for example, for them to fill in the reports when they are facing an academic challenge or a stressor within the school context. So this is something that was a challenge, and that stopped us from being able to like properly assess it in the way that we actually were aiming to. So usually schools don't really like they engage in such projects, but in ways in which would like least interfere with the academic activities, and this can be something that stops us from being able to fully grasp the dimension of the phenomenon.
Yeah, I see it. I can understand it.
Yeah.
Yeah. And since you focus on catastrophizing as a subscale, did you notice if this strategy was particularly linked to burnout compared to other possible regulation strategies?
Yeah, we did. So the way our research was funneled, this was in a way that we wanted to go from the meta-analysis to identify, first of all, we like went towards maladaptive strategies, and then the next step was to see, as we were not able to identify from the meta-analysis, it was to see which specific one was the most influential. So we did that through a network analysis that actually included almost 1,000 pre-university students in Romania. So what we were able to identify there is that in terms of adaptive strategies, positive reappraisal was a quite influential one. And then catastrophizing was the like dysfunctional, the maladaptive one that was most influential in terms of emotion regulation strategies within the network.
Oh, awesome. I see you have done a lot of work and a really good, amazing study.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
So I think we ended our questions, and I want to thank you so much for being with us today, for your presentation, sharing your knowledge, and answer our participants' question.
Thank you very much for having me here, and I really hope you enjoy the rest of the conference.
Thank you so much. So, coming next, we have Dr. Michael Duffy speaking about lessons from psychotrauma research and treatment of PTSD linked to the recent conflict in Northern Ireland. And at 4 p.m., to close our day in conference, our final discussion panel, carrying the weight of past trauma with Mr. Peter Daneski, Dr. Deborah Bryan, and Dr. Sue Grant. So, hi all, good afternoon. I just want to remember you that your participation is very important, and you can share your comments and questions with the speakers through our Q&A box that will be reading, and these will be reading to the speakers in the end of their presentation. Okay? So now I'm here to present you the next lecture that will be presented by Dr. Michael Duffy. He's a consultant cognitive psychotherapist specialized in PTSD and complex grief, and he's a senior lecturer at Queen's University Belfast. Dr. Duffy is a globally recognized expert in trauma, known for both his clinical and crisis leadership. His foundational work includes leading the trauma team after the 1998 Omagh bombing and conducted clinical trials on trauma-focused cognitive therapy. He's also provided expert clinicians worldwide following international tragedies such as 9/11 attacks. So with us today, we have Dr. Duffy that will be talking about the lessons of psychotrauma research and treatment of PTSD linked to recent conflict in Northern Ireland. His talk will involve aftermath of the recent prolonged conflict in Northern Ireland has left the legacy of trauma-related illness. Please receive from us our warm welcome, Dr. Michael.
Thank you, Marcella, for that lovely introduction. And it's really nice to be here joining your conference this afternoon. I'm going to try and share my slides with you now, and you can let me know if they appear. If not, we're in trouble. Okay.
Is everything here?
They're all on the screen, are they?
Yes.
Okay, good. Right. And so I wanted really, there's two parts to my talk. First of all, I'm going to share with you studies that we have done in Oma and in Northern Ireland, and then explain how we have helped to test the development of a new cognitive model for the treatment of PTSD, and then a couple of moments to try and point to what we're doing at the moment. My position is, Michelle has explained, is I lead the Masters in Specialist Trauma Focus Cognitive Therapy at Queen's, and I'm also an advisor to the Northern Ireland Regional Trauma Network, which really leads trauma teams in each of the health trusts to address PTSD and related trauma-related conditions across Northern Ireland. Now, we have the two diagnostic manuals updated in recent years, where we now have got where we used to have one condition of post-traumatic stress disorder that encapsulated all these symptoms. We now have three diagnostic categories. We have PTSD, we have complex PTSD, and prolonged grief disorder. And our current work is in relation to complex PTSD and prolonged grief disorder. But the data I'm sharing with you today relates to our earlier studies when PTSD embraced all of these conditions. So many of the patients in our trials really for PTSD had complex PTSD. And so PTSD, you're well aware, is really a cluster of symptoms that relate to exposure to an incident where one has experienced death or been threatened with death or serious injury or sexual violence. And the patient has intrusive memories relating to that incident and then engages in a range of strategies to try to suppress those memories, to try not to think about them. There's a huge amount of hyperactivity and hyperarousal, and there are these alterations to mood and cognitions. And this core symptom D is an additional symptom to the PTSD installed in DSM-5. Symptoms exist for at least a month and generate huge amount of distress and impairment in functioning. And different types of trauma produce different rates of PTSD. The most distressing forms are those that relate to human violence, intentional violence, interpersonal violence. Rape is associated with the highest rates of PTSD, and other events such as child abuse, kidnapping, war combat. These acts of interpersonal violence have higher rates than incidents that were unintentional, so natural disasters and so on. And then special groups, because of their higher rate of exposure to PTSD or to traumatic incidents, have higher rates of PTSD. So army personnel, emergency workers, and so on. Now, the good news is that many people who develop acute stress disorder and who develop PTSD symptoms in the immediate aftermath of a traumatic incident will recover without the need for any professional help. And the work of Rothbaum and Breslow demonstrates this well, where after a study where 1 week later, 94 people who had been suffered sexual assault met symptoms of PTSD, but there was this gradual recovery. So 3 months later, that had dropped to 47%. And in terms of looking at it with remission rates, Breslow found the same pattern. And so to represent this visually, This was the work by Kessler's team, and this is based on massive samples, many studies. Here we see at the immediate aftermath. This is the percentage of 100% of people who meet criteria for PTSD. There is this natural recovery that endures up to 12 months and 18 months. So most people will recover. That's the good news. The bad news, of course, is that a substantial subgroup of patients who have PTSD by about a year will maintain those symptoms thereafter without professional help. And this persists for years. And this study by Kessler has now been replicated. This has gone up to 5 years, up to 10 years. This graph continues to level out. So what we have to become more clever at doing is trying to sort of identify this group who are likely to recover and leave them alone, and then spot those people who seem to be more vulnerable and target those groups for early intervention to try and stop these horrendous conditions enduring for many, many years. Now, our studies are based mainly in relation to the conflict in Northern Ireland, and this was a prolonged conflict which started in 1969 and lasted through to a series of ceasefires in 1998. And many people died and were exposed to horrendous incidents and events during those troubled years. Not only did we lose 3,700 citizens, but many thousands were injured. Many experienced horrendous physical injuries, shrapnel injuries from bombings, and many were suffered from punishment beatings. Large numbers went through the prisons, joined paramilitary organizations, or were in the security forces. And so in a small population of 1.5 million, there's hardly any family in Northern Ireland who wasn't exposed to some sort of incident or event in that horrendous conflict. The peak of the deaths was in the 1970s, and it eased as we moved into the 80s and the 90s. But unfortunately, even though the conflict there was ceasefires, the violence has continued, even though it's in a lower level. And so we still have, even post ceasefires, deaths every year, new survivors and victims appearing every week, and many assaults from these paramilitary groups continue, especially relating to young people. Now, the legacy of all this in terms of the health of the population has been quite severe. We have extraordinarily high rates of PTSD, which I'll show in a moment. We have a lot of families who have been traumatically bereaved. We have high rates of depression, lots of chronic pain because of the physical injuries from bombings and shootings, high rates of addictions. And compared to other nations in the UK, our suicide rates were frighteningly high. And linked to all of this, we have these extraordinary high levels of prescription of medications. And again, compared to England, Scotland, and Wales, other countries in these islands, including the Republic of Ireland, our prescription rates for antidepressants, for anxiolytics, and even for antipsychotics in low dose form are significantly high. And this is because this was the main treatment that was used during the Troubles and continued to be used in the aftermath, where medications were the main treatments that were, first of all, accessible, and secondly, were the only treatment that was available, because in the early years of those Troubles, we didn't understand what PTSD was. The diagnosis only came much later in the 1980s, and the psychological treatments only developed really in that period as well. So these were the problems, part of the legacy of the conflict. And in terms of the rates of PTSD, this was a landmark study as part of the World Health Organization that compared PTSD rates in various conflict zones across the world. And as you can see from this slide, the rates in Northern Ireland were substantially higher than in other areas that had also experienced conflict over many, many years. In all of these slides, I will give you the references so those of you who wish to go into more detail can access the paper and study it yourselves. Um, and But I want to sort of look today at some particular studies that were undertaken by our group in the immediate aftermath of the worst atrocity of the Troubles. In 1998, a car bomb was placed in Omagh in the town centre. The telephone warnings indicated that the bomb was here at the top of the town where the courthouse is. And so the police moved hundreds of people to the bottom of the town where hundreds more were already assembled. So there were several thousand people gathered around here, precisely where the car bomb was located. And so when the explosion occurred, large numbers of people were physically injured. The buildings on both sides tumbled down on top of the people. So there were lots of people lying under the rubble here in the street. It had a huge impact in this small population. 29 people were killed, including a lady who was just due to give birth in the next couple of weeks to twins. 15 of those who died were young people and children. Many were injured and hospitalized, and many children and young people suffered sustained physical injuries, loss of limbs, loss of soft tissue, scarring, and disfigurement. The car bomb was made of agricultural fertilizer in the boot of the car. And so when it exploded, it caused extensive burns injuries. So many young people suffered from horrendous facial burns and so on, which led to these enduring physical ill health problems. And so our team was assembled very quickly. And as the team leader, I was really keen that we would try to learn from this experience. And so in addition to assembling a team of therapists who were committed to dealing with the young people and the children and the adults who developed psychological injuries, we were also very keen to develop some well-designed studies to gather as much empirical evidence as we could. And I share those studies with you now in a moment. And so the two questions that we were really keen to discover were, does the type of exposure have a bearing on the emotional distress, such as depression, anxiety, PTSD? And the second question was, what are the characteristics that predict chronic PTSD? And we were really interested in this question because around the time there were some studies that had been taken place in relation to predictors. And Chris Bruin pulled together a really lovely meta-analysis of these risk factors. These were the main risk factors that were found to be significantly associated with PTSD. All the effect sizes all these are significant because of the sample size, so they're all statistically significant. And when you cluster the work of this Chris's group, really what you find is that there were three categories of risk factors emerging. Factors such as gender, age, and race predicted PTSD in some populations, but not in others. Factors such as education, prior traumas, general childhood adversity predicted PTSD more consistently across all studies, but to a varying extent with some populations. And factors such as psychiatric history, reported child abuse and family psychiatric history had more uniform predictive effects across all studies. But individually, the effect size of all these risk factors was modest. But the factors that operated during the trauma or after the trauma, such as trauma severity, lack of social support, additional post-trauma life stresses, had somewhat predictor effects than pre-trauma characteristics such as age, gender, and education, and so on. So we had this meta-analysis, which was just emerging from Chris's team at the time, which was very helpful. And we wanted to see if we could find out from our experience what these predictors might be. So I'll just give a very brief summary of the three studies that we undertook. The first one was with almost 2,000 kids between the age of 8 and 13. And our team interviewed the children in the schools in the Oma area. And we collected lots of data, demographics, measures about their type of exposure, PTSD measures, measures for depression and anxiety. We did a lot of preparatory work with the school staff and with the parents before we could actually interview the kids, because this was in the aftermath of a horrendous event that had really had an effect on the entire community. So it was quite a vulnerable and fragile community, and we had to be very careful to undertake these studies with great sensitivity and care. And we managed to interview, almost 2,000 children and young people. The first question that we asked was, what type of exposure did the child have, and did that relate to the level of distress on the three measures? And as you can see, this was the case. So if they weren't in the center of the town, if they suffered loss of a loved one or a relative, it was higher on all three measures. If they were there and had just left the town before the bomb went off, they were again higher on the depression inventory and the SCAS, but not the SCAS, but an IES, the trauma measure. But the key difference is when you move up the exposure level, if they were in town in the immediate aftermath, many people ran into the town. Lots of kids went into the bomb scene to see what was going on, to help people with their parents and so on. Or if they were there just before the bomb and at the time of the bomb going off, then you can see in all measures there were much higher rates of PTSD, depression, and anxiety. And so for the children's study, 10% met caseness for anxiety, 9% met caseness for depression. Over a third of these children reached probable depression cases, also met cases for anxiety. There was lots of comorbidity. And in fact, of all the variables that were associated with PTSD, the highest predictor was if they also had an anxiety disorder, another anxiety disorder. And so, in other words, if they experienced an anxiety disorder when they came to the clinic, that was the highest factor as well as whether or not they were likely to have chronic PTSD. So that was the children's study, which was useful. But we also then had a study with all the adolescents, and again we had over almost 2,500 adolescents that we interviewed between 14 and 18, again in the schools or the higher education colleges and so on. And we used different measures this time that were more age appropriate. Again, a measure of exposure, a measure of their emotional response, and any long-term physical effects. So with the trauma measure, which this time was the PDS, and the general health questionnaire, because of the age group, we were able to use post-trauma cognition inventory. And this was really, really helpful. Now, for those of you who aren't familiar with the PTCI, then it's a measure that looks at two factors. Factor A really is comprised of negative beliefs about the self or the symptoms of PTSD. The questions were things like, since the bombing, I think I'm going crazy. There's something wrong with me as a person. Factor B is negative beliefs about the world. And this was about the world being an unsafe place. You can't trust anybody anymore. You have to be on guard all the time. And the other two measures that we used for the adolescents was a measure in relation to the trauma memories. How was it? Was it clear? Was it muddled or disorganized? Was there a perceived sense of nowness, as if the trauma was happening over and over again? And the last measure was looking at how they responded to those measures, those memories. Did they ruminate about them? Did they try to push them out of their mind and so on? And those additional measures were extremely useful in terms of discovering what the key associations were with PTSD. Now, similar to the children, we found that the degree of exposure also was associated with higher levels of psychological difficulties on all measures. And again, when you look at whether they weren't there, they just left before the bomb went off, they had experienced loss, they were a witness immediately afterwards, or they were present at the time. You can see that in terms of the PTSD measure and the general health questionnaire, then the rates are substantially higher on all measures. Now, we wanted to look at in our what were the key factors that were associated with PTSD, and so we did regression analysis. And I'll present a very busy slide, which I haven't time to go through now. But essentially, if you remember what the meta-analysis told us, and some of the studies prior to the bomb, they suggested that it was a lot of pre-trauma variables that were likely to predict PTSD, so gender and age and education and so on. And the other issue that we were presented with was that the type of exposure was really important in predicting PTSD. And so we really looked at three models. The first model looked at all the pre-trauma variables, age and so on, and all of these were significant in terms of that model's analysis. When we added to model two, their type of exposure, then again, all of these variables were significant, and the pre-trauma variables remained significant. But what's really interesting about this, when we then in model three included the post-trauma variables, how they were processing the trauma psychologically, how they were dealing with the memories, what the memories looked like, and the types of strategies they were using to try to suppress those memories. When we added all these variables, then what's really interesting here is this line at the top, because the pre-trauma variables really only accounted for 19% of the variance in the PTSD scores. That didn't really increase much when we added the type of exposure, just went up to 22%. But there was a dramatic rise in explaining the variance in the PTSD scores when we included all these post-trauma variables, these memory and cognitive variables. That didn't change much when we added other post-trauma measures of social support and so on. Now, this is really important because, of course, as therapists, we can't do anything about these variables. We can't do anything about any pre-trauma characteristics, nor can we do anything about the type of exposure. But we can do a hell of a lot about these variables in our clinic. And so this was so encouraging for us to then target these areas more confidently in our trauma center at the time. And what we found from the adolescent study was that the exposure alone is not a precise predictor of PTSD, but really certain aspects of what's going on during the trauma. So if a young person thought they were going to die, that was important. But particularly the cognitive mechanisms that they employed thereafter. If they tended to ruminate or develop negative beliefs about themselves, or if the memory retained this strong sense of nowness, those were key predictors. And so when we related those to the adult study, which we adopted a similar study, then we found similar patterns. So this time we sent questionnaires to every household in the area, and we had a large return again of 3,000. And that's just a description of the participants in the trial. The level of exposure was high, and quite a number of the respondents saw horrendous things and were exposed to horrendous items in the day. We used the same measures that we used in the adolescent questionnaire study, and we found similar pattern once again. So the type of exposure is important, and it is associated with higher rates of general mental ill health, but particularly with PTSD. Again, similar pattern to the adolescent study. Now, when we looked at all of these individually again and clustered them, what we found was that these demographics, these are all statistically significant because of the size of the sample, but in ascending order. So there were the coefficients were there was an association for gender, education, and previous mental health problems. But exposure, yes, it was important, and we move up to sort of more moderate sort of coefficients. But once again, when we move up the ladder, and look at these cognitive and memory variables and types of coping strategies similar to the adolescent study. These were by far more highly associated with PTSD. And when we cluster them, then what we can see is that again, with the adjusted R squares, similar to the adolescent study, these measures associated with the cognitive model explained 63%, huge amount of the combined of the PTSD scores compared to the pre and the peri-trauma variables. And so looking at what they are in a wee bit more detail, when we look at them, rumination, thought and emotion suppression, type of the nowness of the trauma memory, whether it was muddled. And if we add in then these negative cognitions about the self or the world around them, then we had this massive explanation of PTSD compared to 37% from that weren't explained by just these measures. So you can see the importance of targeting these now in terms as a therapist, because we're confident how significant they were in terms of being associated with PTSD. And so we used this in our clinic. And at the time, the Oxford group were just developing this new model for PTSD. It hadn't been tested yet. My last just a few minutes of the presentation, I want to talk you through the model and how we applied it and the results. So essentially, the cognitive model proposes that PTSD is maintained by the following elements. First of all, there's an issue in relation to the trauma memory. Secondly, there are these added meanings that a patient develops after the trauma, and then they engage in strategies to try to control the sense of threat that are counterproductive. And really, PTSD is perceived as if there is a current sense of threat. That's the driving central theme that maintains PTSD. And that current sense of threat is maintained by these elements. And this is a sort of diagrammatic representation of the model. So PTSD essentially is about a current sense of threat, and that's demonstrated by the intrusions, the arousal symptoms, and the strong emotions. But the elements that maintain that threat are difficulties, problems with the trauma memory, which I'll talk about shortly, and then these very powerful negative appraisals or beliefs about the trauma and its sequelae. And these combined with the strategies that a patient engages in to try to control the sense of threat actually all provide maintenance mechanisms to maintain PTSD. And the intrusions, of course, are induced by matching triggers, which represent stimuli that was associated with the traumatic event. And these triggers have to be discovered early on in therapy as a key part of our treatment program, which I'll talk about shortly. And so this is a diagrammatic representation of the model, which you can read yourself in more detail, published in 2020 by Anke Ehlers and David Clark. Now, the goals of therapy, therefore, are to try to reduce the re-experiencing by elaborating the trauma memory and discriminating between triggers and cues that induce the intrusions and actual stimuli that occurred during the trauma. And the second element is to modify these very powerful negative appraisals that people with PTSD develop. And the third point is to try to spot what these unhelpful strategies are, and then explain how they are counterproductive, and then enable our patients to drop these strategies. So those essentially are the three targets of treatment. And I'll talk a little bit about each of these elements now for a few moments. Now, these negative appraisals are really added meanings that develop. They are usually about the fact that the trauma happened at all. So very often patients blame themselves. Many of the bomb victims blame themselves for being there. Why did I go there at that time? Why did I not leave? And so on. They're often about their own behaviors during the event. Some of the patients in our trial condemned themselves afterwards for not doing enough to help other people who were injured. The fact that they themselves were injured and the fact that they were lying under rubble wasn't taken into consideration when they were damning themselves for not doing enough with these very powerful negative beliefs. Often they're about their own symptoms. The fact that I have PTSD means there's something wrong with me. What is it about me? I must be weak. And often it's about the reaction of other people. So we have to find out what these negative appraisals are, because they're a key part of our treatment to spot them at an early stage. The second issue is about the trauma memory. And typically with PTSD, patients are unable to intentionally recall the trauma in detail. Very often the details are missing, there are gaps in the memory, or the temporal order is out of sequence. Patients won't remember what happened at a precise moment, and they get confused about the connection of events within the trauma, and this is a very distressing element in relation to the trauma memory. Now, it differs from the intrusive memories that our patients experience, these vivid intrusive memories, because they're often very sensory laden. So our patients, when they have an intrusion, won't just remember the aspect of the trauma, they will be able to smell, hear, see. The very sort of sensory aroused details are also brought back to mind when they have an intrusion. There's no time perspective. The intrusions stop usually at the worst point, but the video doesn't run beyond that. So the trauma memory is never updated, and it therefore is subject to being accessed with triggers over and over again. And there's often a wide range of these triggers. And so the third part of the model is that these strategies are used to control threat, but they actually can increase the PTSD symptoms. Commonly, our patients try to suppress the thoughts. They have a really bad intrusion or flashback, and they'll try to suppress it. But our research tells us that when they do that, two things are more likely to happen. One, the intrusions are likely to occur more frequently, and two, they're likely to be more distressing the next time around. The second thing that they tend to do is they ruminate about it. So they will ask lots of what if questions, why questions. Why did this happen to me? What if I hadn't gone to the street that day? What if I had said to my son, don't go there, do something else? Why did I not see this coming? And with all this rumination is a key maintenance factor in PTSD. They will selectively attend to threat cues, so they're always on the lookout for danger. And with this state of extreme vigilance, they will always spot possible danger, even when it doesn't exist. And so our patients will be on the lookout for anything threatening, spot something a little bit threatening, and run back home again. And you get these real sort of loops of recurrent behavioral patterns that can persist for decades with many of the patients that we've seen in our trials. Now, triggers are very important, and a key part of our therapy is to spot them at an early stage, because our patients don't spot the triggers. What they simply spot is the fact they've had a flashback or an intrusion. And when the patient learns that there's always a trigger, even if it's a low-level sensory cue that they haven't spotted, but there's always a trigger, it generates a powerful sense of hope in our patients for the first time. Oh my goodness, so there actually may be controllability here, now that I understand that these don't just come out of the blue. So it's a key part of our therapy at an early stage, is to try and spot what these triggers are. So how we treat these conditions is, first of all, trying to access and elaborate the trauma memory. And we can do that by writing an account of the trauma, visiting the scene, or doing imaginal reliving, which is the element that we still use most commonly. Reliving is important because it helps to elaborate and contextualize the trauma memory. But the key reason that we do reliving is to spot these very powerful appraisals that are often hidden and that aren't handed up easily, especially if they're associated with shame and guilt. Our patients don't hand them to us in a plate. We have to go into a reliving of the trauma, spot when the patient becomes a little bit more upset or distressed. Sometimes they just stop talking or they dissociate. And at each of those points, then we probe for what's going through the patient's mind at that point. And that's how we unearth these very powerful personal idiosyncratic appraisals that have to be then addressed and modified in the subsequent sessions. And Working in the trauma memory, we after our reliving session, we'll ask our patients to then listen to the tape and then to fill in the gaps, any new information that has come up. We begin to elaborate the trauma memory and fill in the details. And what we will do is that thereafter, when our patient has spotted what the gaps are, when we've modified the appraisals, when the patient now realizes that the reason he didn't help someone at that moment was because he was trapped under the rubble and he couldn't do anything, what we will do is go back to the hotspot in a reliving session, hold it, ask the patient now to insert the new information. So at the hotspot, I now think I should be helping that person. And we ask the question, what do I now know? I can't help that person, even though I'd like to do so. I'm trapped under the rubble. There's nothing that I can do. And we install these new meanings in reliving sessions. And this is a powerful new technique that dramatically elaborates trauma memory and allows us to treat these patients now in a lot fewer sessions. Now, digging out these negative appraisals is an important part of our therapy. And we find them in the manner I just described, using a reliving session and probing the hotspots. And be very aware of therapist assumptions here. The number of times my trainees have said to me, oh, I've done this reliving and I know I've got the hotspot and I've got the key appraisal here. And I say, okay, let me see the videotape. Okay, that sounds interesting. Next time the patient comes in, probe a little bit further. And therapist assumptions often are, I get one meaning and that's usually enough. You have to go probing because very often the key damning appraisals aren't handed up easily and you have to probe a little bit further. And with experience, our trainees learn to do this, and we now are pretty sharp at finding out these appraisals. But be very sensitive to a patient's feelings when you're probing for shame and guilt and so on, that you're not giving an indication that you as a therapist are making any negative judgments. And this is a hugely important part of our work, is unearthing these appraisals and then exposing them to more objective scrutiny and allowing our patients to recognize that they're extreme, they're exaggerated, and they're damning of the self. Now, we then look at the trauma memory, and what we do is we insert these new appraisals. So very often it's that the outcome's better than expected. So at the time, commonly a patient thinks, when they're being assaulted, I'm going to die. And each time they have an intrusion with PTSD, what's fascinating is that that same appraisal comes back, I'm going to die. It's not updated. So in the reliving sessions, we will go to the hotspot, hold the appraisal, the peri-trauma belief, I'm going to die. And what do we now know? I will survive this. I will be okay. And we insert it when the trauma memory has been opened up. And this is a profound way of updating the trauma memory. And it's a key part of our new technique. We use many other techniques as part of the treatment. We will use a lot of evidence for and against these beliefs, but we do lots of behavior experiments as well. So we'll go out with our patients to the site, and it's fascinating what we find when we do so. A recent example, when one of my therapists in our current trial went back to a site that was 20 years ago, where this man was attacked by gunmen who had riddled his car with bullets everywhere, and he thought he was going to die. And he went back to the scene where the grass was all growing over now. It was in the rural area. And back to the scene, and there, the casings of the bullets were still buried underneath the grass. Now, had the therapist not been with that patient, it could have been frightening for him because he spotted the bullets. It could have triggered another intrusion. But what the therapist was able to do is to say, let's see how they look now, and to lift the casings up and say, what do you notice about them? They're empty. I see. Are they a threat today? No, they're no longer a threat. And that had a real transformative effect with that patient. So these experiments are powerful, but they work much better if the therapist is there to maximize the learning derived from them. And we use all these other techniques as well that I don't have time to go into today, but each of them has an important part to play in our treatment with PTSD. Imagery work we will do. It's very powerful. When we've worked in the appraisals using pie charts and surveys, which are crucially important as well, to challenge damning beliefs of the self. We go out and ask our patients to do surveys and gather objective information from other sources. Powerful technique. And often when we've done this work, there will still be 1 or 2 images that are still distressing. And what we will do is we will bring up the image and update the image, and in some cases roll the image on in a video using video imagery technique to update the image to beyond the hotspot that's still generating this intrusive image in the patient's mind. So we will do imagery rescripting as well, in addition to these techniques. Now, it's so important to also check out what the cognitive and behavioral strategies are. Very often avoidance is common, or patients don't, in some cases, in our current trial of complex PTSD, we have patients who became disconnected from the world for decades. Patients are frightened to go out, or they only go to very safe areas. I had one patient I saw, and he only went out at night time for 20 years because during the day he thought he would be recognized by the gunman who had tried to kill him. And so he went out in the evening and his whole life was turned upside down. It was a nocturnal lifestyle, which had a huge damaging effect on his physical health as well. And because patients remain disconnected from society, they don't enable their minds to access information and data that can undermine these negative beliefs. And so they can't access that information, but also they then conclude that their new lifestyles are actually confirmatory evidence that they fundamentally have changed as a person. And so this appraisal about me being permanently changed is confirmed by these unhelpful strategies. So a lot of education with our patients about these elements to enable them then to begin to make these changes as experiments to test out how true these appraisals are, and then to enable them to start reconnecting with society again. And together, working in the trauma memory, working in the appraisals. But from the very early stages of our treatment, we start to use experiments in the clinic. We call them our reclaiming of life experiments. Together, these constitute a very effective treatment program within this model. And the other final key element of this work is to use what we call stimulus discrimination. And so we explain the power of triggers. And when our patients understand this, we will then use a trigger in the clinic to induce an intrusion and practice how we're going to deal with it differently. And so very often, for example, we will use grounding techniques if the patient dissociates a little bit. But we will, once we have dealt and done the appraisal work, and the patient understands that their negative beliefs about the hotspot are no longer valid, then this is a very effective technique. So, for example, one of my patients who experienced a flashback when he heard the sound of running water. And so what we did was dealt with the hotspot, updated the appraisal, and so he now knows that he's just responding to a memory and that there's no real threat today. And so with that mantra, I am responding to a memory. There's no real threat today. I run the tap in the corner of my office. He has an intrusion, but instead of sitting there transfixed in the intrusion as he would have been before, he stands up, he repeats to himself, I now know what's going on. I'm responding to a memory. There is no threat today. And then he moves about and he enables his body to move, which he wasn't able to do when he was trapped under the rubble on the day of that particular incident. And so this is another and the last real key element of the model that's so important. As their site visits, I give you the example of where we brought the patient back to the site and discovered the empty gunshot shells. And we use these site visits so effectively because our patients can access new data to update the memory. But if you're not there with them, very often they will go to the site visit, but they will go there and leave it extremely quickly, and you don't maximize the learning. Whereas if the therapist is there, we can really probe the scene to spot the differences between then, during the trauma, and what's different about the site today. And what we will do is we will really take in the detailed differences. We will go back in and we will do a reliving element again of the trauma incident, and then we will hold it, describing the scene as it was then, and then say, now let's bring in, when we've opened the trauma memory again, tell me what it was like today. And this is again a very useful imagery technique that quite dramatically actually updates the trauma memory. We always finish doing a good blueprint to ensure the patient has maximized the learning. So we've undertaken a number of studies. This was the study after the Yuma bombing. And remember, we were just learning how to use the model at this stage. But we were extremely happy by the fact that no one got worse because we were pretty new at using this model. But all our patients improved to varying degrees. Most of them improved 70% and above. So we were really, really encouraged by that. And that led us into our next study, which was with a more chronic sample across the whole of Northern Ireland. And some of these patients had PTSD for 30 years and very chronic conditions with lots of comorbidity. Once again, we were really delighted to see that after 12 weeks of therapy, we had these very powerful responses. And when the waitlist group went into treatment, they added to the results in the exact same fashion. And at 1 year follow-up, the gains that were made were maintained. And you can read that in the British Medical Journal, published in 2007. So that's what we've been doing. And there are the papers, which you can get the slides and you can look at them yourself if you want to read those studies that I've referred to. This is what we're doing at the moment, these days. We are sort of working on developing new cognitive approaches for complex grief, prolonged grief disorder. And we have a number of our team who are working on with patients with prolonged grief disorder and some fascinating results coming through this. And we're just finishing a major trial for complex PTSD with Professor Ehlers in the Oxford group across 10 sites. And we just finished the 52-week independent assessments have just been finished last week. The data has now been analysed by the clinical trial unit, and we will be publishing that early next year in a number of papers and presenting it at a number of conferences next year to disseminate the findings from this fascinating trial. But just to say to you at this moment in time, once again, I haven't got analysing the data. It will be done by the clinical trial unit. But looking at some of the patients who've gone through this trial and received 26 weeks, maybe 30 weeks of therapy, and the emails that have come through from those patients and from their family members about how their lives have been transformed is so encouraging. And we will hopefully share that all with you early next year when we actually get the hard data. Okay, thank you for listening. Sorry, I've gone a little longer probably than I was supposed to, Marcella, but very happy now to take some questions.
Thank you very much for your lecture. It was amazing, really important. Actually, it's today is an unavoidable discussion, right? With the growth of the tension we see around us. So, but really amazing. Like, I really appreciate for your talk. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
We still like Velicea. She also thank you for such a vast information you shared with us. Sir Michael, you are a very devoted and inspirational person, she says.
Thank you.
And she also addressed you a question. She says, from what I understood, you analyzed three pre-traumatic variables, more specific: gender, age, and prior psychological help. Do you think that if there were possible to know the type of cognition, emotional response to different situations or to other important variable for PTSD, could pre-traumatic variables value more than 19%? She said she refers to slide 23.
Right. Okay. So I think yeah. I mean, I'm not sure. I missed the part of your question. If you added to the pre-traumatic variables, what was the point? What was?
Do you think that if there were possible to know their type of cognitions, emotional response to different situations or other important variables for PTSD, could pre-traumatic variables value more than 19%?
It's a very interesting question, and it could be that is a good point. The answer is we don't have that data, but I think what we do have is that in our studies we did ask about prior psychological conditions and prior mental health problems. And we do know that if people had previous mental health problems, or if they have previous emotional distress, they're at higher risk of developing PTSD. But I suppose the encouraging point is this: it doesn't. The good news is really, with all these trials where we've treated people with very chronic conditions, in that second trial, they had multiple exposures. Some of them had been exposed to maybe 15, 20 traumas. They had experienced bombings, shootings, child abuse, all sorts of it. And the good news is that whilst they are more challenging to treat, those patients still respond to treatment. Because, we can still work on their trauma memory, and we can still update their trauma memory, and we can still challenge the negative beliefs they have about themselves. And we can still help them to disengage from the strategies that are holding them back. It may take a little bit longer. So in our complex PTSD now, we may take up to 28 sessions. But that's a lot better than how these patients were treated years ago when they were written off and told that they were not treatable. So I suppose the pre-trauma characteristics, they're important to know about. But ultimately, it's targeting those post-trauma characteristics where we make the most gains, if that makes sense.
Yeah, that makes
Thank
all
you.
sense. Sure. I have here another question from Madeline.
Okay.
She asks you, just let me get here. Do you consider that the way which people are trying to process the trauma can lead to re-traumatization? For example, a person who constantly hyper-analyzing the negative, oh my God, I cannot read all. Let me try here. The negative experience might have constant flashbacks instead of living in the present.
Yeah. 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 I think that this is the problem with patients who have a lot of intrusions. They then ruminate about the intrusions. They try and make sense of them. They don't understand them. But then they very often, it's the negative beliefs about the PTSD that are actually worse than the intrusions, than the initial appraisals about the intrusions. So the appraisals that they have about their PTSD are as difficult as their appraisals that they had initially after the trauma. And yes, it's so important to understand this process, because we have to try and help our patients recognize this. And the other issue that I think is important is that with particularly young adolescents, is that as part of their not understanding their PTSD, particularly young men, is that they can often live this risky lifestyle. It's almost as if they think they're already doomed with PTSD and they're never going to free themselves from this memory. So they'll go out and drive recklessly, or they'll get into fights. In Northern Ireland, they'll deliberately walk into another area where they were at risk and pick a fight with a gang from the other side, and get, stabbed by knives. And they'll go back again when they're, a month later, because it's part of this unhealthy way of trying to cope with their PTSD. And so when our patients in the clinic, we help them to understand that these strategies are obviously self-defeating, but they're all part of their PTSD and how they're trying to cope with it.
Yeah, that's very interesting. I have another question here from Isa. She's asking you, why do flashbacks often feels like they're coming out of the blue, even when they are linked to trauma-related cues?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's a good question. And I think the issue with flashbacks is that very often the cues are not spotted, they're not recognized. The most powerful cues are smells, olfactory triggers, and because the smells go straight into the part of the brain that produces, there's no cognitive processing going on. It's straight into the limbic system. And so I had one patient who he couldn't go to barbecues anymore. He didn't know why. It's because when he smelt the hamburgers being cooked, they were a trigger of the burning flesh that was all around him when he was lying in the street under the bomb. And he didn't spot the link. He just knew he couldn't go to barbecues anymore. But it was because of that trigger. There's always triggers. The secret as a therapist is helping your patient spot what they are. And sometimes that involves going back to the site where the patient is having the flashbacks. Let me give you an example. Desi, one of my patients, he was a paramedic and on the day of the bomb. And he had this awful flashback of seeing the face of a little boy who had died. Desi was in charge of moving the body bags, of putting the bodies into the body bags. He was as the paramedic. The body bag burst open and he saw this young boy's face. And it was the worst intrusion for him. It tormented him. But he didn't understand why when he was driving up the road to the clinic every day, he would have these awful flashbacks. And he said, I can't come back I can't control these. So what we did was we jumped in my car, drove back to the place where he had the flashbacks. And what we spotted was that in the field at the side of the road, the farmers were baling hay. Those of you who are from agricultural communities will know all about this. Those of you from the cities won't understand a word of this. But the farmers collect their hay in big black bales, black plastic bales. And the material and the color was not the same as the body bags, but it was similar to the body bags, sufficiently similar to induce a flashback. And so when he was driving along the road, in his peripheral vision, he was noticing this. So he wasn't seeing it head on, but from his peripheral vision, it was enough to induce a flashback. And once we did that, he was able to understand the power of the flashbacks. It started to really generate hope that perhaps he could be helped by this treatment.
Wow, that's a very interesting story. Very, very explained how this happens. I have another question from Madeline. She's asked, how could a person with PTSD deal with the environment in which they can have a lot of triggers in regards to their previous trauma and they cannot get rid of them?
Mm. Well, I think that it depends on each set of circumstances. But what's important is before we would try to treat someone's PTSD, at our assessment, we work out, is there a real threat in the person's life? For example, I treated a woman who had very bad PTSD, who was living with a thug husband who constantly beat her up. And I was never going to treat her PTSD until we got her safe first. So the first thing was get a social worker involved and say, this lady needs to get out of this house. And only when we got her into a safe place was I prepared to treat her PTSD. And it's the same with some of our people who were during the Troubles, who were being attacked and they were on the run from paramilitary groups who were going to kill them. It would be wrong to try to deal with their appraisals about the level of threat when the level of threat was real. And so you got to make those calls, and then you can treat the PTSD.
Yeah, that's true. That's totally true. I have one more question here. Two actually. Let's try to do this on time. Do you think teaching patients to anticipate and reframe triggers is more effective than trying to avoid them altogether?
Trying to avoid them doesn't work. Um, all of the parts of that treatment are linked together, and so you can only deal with the triggers when you've found out what the hotspots are in the trauma memory, and then found the appraisals and modified the appraisals. You got to do all that work before you can help them break the link with the trigger. If they still have a powerful appraisal that they were useless, they didn't do enough to help during the trauma, or that they were to blame, and they still have the intrusion, and that appraisal still remains strong, it doesn't matter whether you work on triggers or not. So you got to do all that work before the patient then can break the link. So they're all interconnected.
Yeah, that's true. And then my last question is regarding to all the people that is not aware of what it's actually the PTSD. How can we identify someone with PTSD? Actually, sometimes we just think might be something too much, person is just negative or just depression. How we can say this person is with PTSD? How can help someone?
Yeah, it's a very good question because part of the problem is that PTSD is still underdiagnosed or misdiagnosed. And particularly in primary care settings, a lot of the patients who we treated had already been treated for depression. And the reason is that PTSD is very commonly linked to depression. Most patients with PTSD also have depression as a secondary condition, but they're depressed because they've got PTSD. And what tends to happen in clinics where the clinicians aren't informed, they see the depression and the patient goes on to an antidepressant medication. And that suppresses some of the symptoms, it takes the edge of the PTSD, and the PTSD is never treated. So, in different settings, you have to answer that question differently. You got to ensure that general practitioners in Northern Ireland, we do lots of training sessions for our family doctors, and for our frontline staff, so that they're all really well versed and understand how PTSD presents. And in many cases, we just leave a little checklist. So just ask the following questions. Have you ever been in a situation where you felt your life was under threat? Yes. Okay. Have you had the following? Do you have memories of that when you don't want to think about it? Yes. Do these come to your mind without you trying to think about it? Yes. And do you do stuff to try and make it go away? Yes. Okay. And then they send them through to, our trauma teams for an assessment. You only have to ask 2 or 3 key questions to get pointed in the right direction.
Yeah. And sometimes it's hard to do it because
Yeah.
even the person doesn't know, and yeah, but yeah, it's a challenge. Okay, but so this is the end. Thank you so much
Thank you. Thank you for the questions.
for
There were some
today's
lovely questions.
presentation, for sharing your thoughts and learnings, and answer the questions of our participants.
Thank you.
Thank
Enjoy
you
the
so
rest of the
much.
conference.
Thank you
Okay.
so much.
Okay. Now, bye bye.
Uh, bye bye. So now, uh, hi again. I want to say hi to our new attendants, to our new audience. Good afternoon, and welcome to Neurocon 2025. This is our last but not last presentation. My name is Marcela Pereira, and I'm your host this afternoon. Just remembering that your participation is very important, and you can share your comments and questions with the speakers um, through the Q&A box. That that will be reading to the speakers at the Q&A moment. Okay. So just to start, right now, we're gonna present and mediate our discussion panel titled "Carrying the Weight of a Past Trauma." In this panel, together with our experts, we will explore what truly means live with the psychological and physiological weight of a trauma, how it lingers in memory, in the body, and sometimes across generations. Understanding how trauma is carried and how it might be released invite us to think about healing not just as recovery from the past, but as an ongoing process of integrations, meaning making, and connection. To bring a multidimensional lens to this topic, from relational psychoanalysis and intergenerational trauma to psychodrama and Jungian approach that bridges psych and spirit, we have our distinguished speakers. Dr. Deborah Bryan, a Jungian analyst and psychologist known for bridging Western psychology with Indian shamanic traditions. She's also the author of Lessons of Inca Shamans and Trauma in Analytical Psychology and Psychotherapy. She views traumas as a fragmentation of soul and focuses on reintegration through meanings, ritual, and conscious work. We also have Mr. Peter Daneski as a psychologist and psychotherapist. We focus on medical trauma, psychosocial care, and family systems. His work emphasizes creative and embodied techniques for emotional healing and post-traumatic growth. And we have Dr. Sue Grant, a psychologist and author whose work explores how trauma is transmitted across generations, shaping identity and family system. Shaping identity and family system. She studies the intersection of the personal, cultural, and political aspects of trauma and has altered the reproduction of evil and co-edited volumes on transgenerational trauma and relational psychoanalysis. So I wish to give a warm welcome to Dr. Deborah Bryan, Mr. Peter Daneski, and Dr. Sue Grant. It's an immense honor have you here today to discuss about such a sensitive but necessary topic. So for this panel, we will start with a briefly introduction that each speaker will lead about themselves, their work, and points of view of our main topic. Then we will move into the discussion about the topic and the different aspects that each specialization can bring to us. And we will finalize with the Q&A from our public and key takeaways of the discussion panel. Just let me share my screen with you. Just a second. Unfortunately, Dr. Deborah Bryan still did not join it yet, so we're gonna go further with Dr. Peter Daneski. Please, can you introduce yourself?
Yes, Marcela, thank you. Thank you for the invitation. Thank you for having me here. What is important, I want to share that I'm a psychotherapist, psychodrama psychotherapist, and also I am working as a school psychologist in the American High School Skopje. What is important in my work that I was primarily working with oncology patients and also with patients that have neurological difficulties. And I'm also master student in the field of health psychology and counseling. So also I'm working as a specialist in the field of first psychological aid when something that somehow crisis happen in the society. And I'm also trained for as a trainer for a first psychological aid, and I'm working with population of people who have developed some kind of difficulties regarding that kind of events. So that is important regarding my field of interest and my education. And what is important about the topic is really important, especially in my society right now. I'm coming from North Macedonia, and previous March happened a collective trauma that 65 people have died regarding the fire in North Macedonia. So this increased the capacities in the for the psychologists in North Macedonia to carry the weight of the society, but to carry the weight together. And now 6 months passed, and I'm seeing this topic related to see the trauma not just like a traumatic event, but see the possibility that trauma can bring to us. Yeah.
Marcella, can I just ask, I've got tiny little pictures of Peter, and I have a big picture still photograph. Is there any way to make the speakers bigger so I can really see him? I've got this like little tiny thing. You're on mute.
I would have to ask for the people who is from the organization to help you with that. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, so it's hard to see him because this is tiny little. Most of the screen is just his still photograph.
Okay, yeah.
Sure.
They're saying here
Yeah.
that you has a display button at the top. You
Yeah,
can change it.
right. I'm trying, but it didn't work. Side by side.
Oh,
Well, okay. I don't want to take up your time, but let's see what this does. No. Okay, well, now I lost the speakers altogether. Okay, all right. Well, I don't want to take up your time about it. I just wish I could see Peter better.
there's no problem. Peter, did you finish? I'm
Yes,
sorry.
yes, I finished. There is no problem. Yes, we can continue.
Okay. Okay. So, Dr. Sue, Dr. Grant, can you present yourself?
Sure. And Marcella, before starting anything, I just want to say thank you so much for inviting me. And I'm just fascinated to be able to be on this panel with such wonderful different perspectives on this. So thank you for that. So I'm in New York, trained in New York City. I am a psychoanalyst, psychologist, and I've been working on the area of trauma my whole career, starting when I first had a first patient or two in a clinic at a time when there was no work on trauma, who told me that her father had had incest with her. And so I had to embark on this long process of finding anything there was to read, joining reading groups, and learning whatever I could, anywhere I could, about trauma. So that's been a long journey. The other thing that's very important, and so I continue to do that clinical work, but one of my main areas of focus is transgenerational transmission, the way trauma keeps unfolding over generations. And in particular, all my work has to do with examining issues of destructiveness and trying to think about how we can look at trauma and try to heal trauma as much as possible, not just on the individual level, but looking at cultures and politics and the way they keep repeating destructiveness. And so that's been my primary area of interest. I talk a lot about people internalizing in some way the perpetrator, who either from their own childhood or from generations past. That's my primary focus. More and more so today, as I look around at the global turn towards fascism, which is very frightening, and the repetition of wars and genocide. And so I'm teaching these days more and more about fascism from a
Oh,
transgenerational perspective. Yeah.
thank you, Dr. Grant. This is amazing background and time of research. I'm sure you have much to contribute today.
Thank you, Marcella.
Actually, in this matter, your work focuses heavily on the transmission of a trauma across generation and it links to collective history and politics. So, in your point of view, what is the most dangerous way that unprecedented collective trauma, like racial story or gender violence, gets encrypted and carried forward in the current generation's relational or political life?
Well, that's the question of a century, but I'll tell you what I can for now. I think, first of all, I think one of the most difficult things about transgenerational trauma and all trauma is allowing yourself to feel and know and experience what you're carrying about the trauma. I think that one of the hardest things for all of us is to acknowledge our capacity to do harm. And one of the hardest things transgenerationally to acknowledge is that our forebears, our family, our grandmothers, our grandfathers, our parents were engaged in things that were doing harm. And, I hesitate to call it perpetrators because perpetrators is a very strong word. It's something that I would use more for someone who's perpetrating sexual violence or genocide. But the ability to examine and realize and acknowledge that people that a group we're identified with, a family we love, a family member we love, could have been involved with something very damaging is something, it tends to make us very disorganized. And so what we do with our own ability to harm the other and with our families or with our groups is we always define ourselves as the victims and attribute any harm done to the other outside. And that tends to justify in a lot of individuals or groups a sense of the legitimacy of seeking justice. And seeking justice can often look like exploiting the other, attacking the other, diminishing the other, dominating the other, all under the guise of we were victims and now we need to seek restitution or justice. And I think that that creates a cycle that just continues and continues and continues, right? With a new group of victims and a new group of, well, in some cases, perpetrators who feel, I mean, one of the things that's very striking when I work with these kinds of things, that I'm sure all the clinicians here have seen, is that bullies often feel like victims and they feel that what they're doing to the other is justified because they're being victimized, right? So I think to me, this is a very big difficulty that we have that we keep reenacting, whether it's in families, in marriage, in friendships, in organizations, anywhere where, and in groups. So that's something that I feel very strongly about, that we need to help people recognize either this in their forebears, their group, or in themselves without shaming them, without making them feel that they're bad or that the people that they love are totally bad. Because it's very hard to own these things and acknowledge these things if you're just going to be totally wiped out with shame and guilt. So I think what I try to move towards is a sense of responsibility and acknowledgement and the complexity of people, rather than, your grandmother who you loved is just like a bad person because she was, I don't know, involved with something that was bad.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a great explanation, actually, how dangerous it's the trauma actually transmission. And that environment can in some way manipulate us.
Right. Yeah.
And Mr. Daneski, since this happens in the age of group that often externalize emotions, emotional distress, and what is the most roles or behavior expressed that acknowledge past traumas force young people to play out in institutional and peer settings, and how can psychodrama help them step out of this role?
Yes. Great question, Marcela. I think because I'm working currently with adolescents, high school students, I think I can see the patterns of trauma in them. They sometimes I can see a lot of students that are shamed to speak about that, that are really, especially in our society, when it's a shame and there is so much stigma regarding mental health. So the trauma they are waiting, they are carrying as a their own burden. They are not sharing with others. They are isolating. They're avoiding help. They're trying to build so high walls around them so they cannot approach to them. But our roles as a clinicians, as a psychotherapist, as psychologists, is to recognize their patterns of behavior, that avoidance, that blockage, especially because they are taking the role of someone in psychodramatic terms, of someone who are feeling helpless, who is ashamed, who is a victim. So psychodrama can be so creative regarding further stages of therapy with them to develop the roles of someone who is spontaneous, because when trauma can affect loss of spontaneity and creativity, and they are more stuck in process of helplessness and shame and guilt and grief. And with psychodrama creatively, they can explore in the safe place with group setting or individual setting. They can explore again to play, again to be themselves, to express their child, to because their child should be safe, and we can create these conditions with psychodrama. So I think that's
Mm.
what I wanted
Yeah,
to say.
great insights, Mr. Daneski.
Yes.
Your psychodrama and work in educational environments allow you to bring this action externalization approach. So very nice. Um, just to follow up, and together with this topic of the panel, carrying the trauma is a general definition of that is the act of embodied past wound, whether as a symptom, fixed family narratives, or cultural patterns that limits one freedom and potential in this present is actually multifaceted, approaching different dimensions of definitions. So maybe I can start with Mr. Peter. What does mean carrying a trauma psychologically?
Yes, psychologically, carrying a trauma is something that it can be a really big burden. It can be really big weight. It can be developing different ways of thinking, developing coping strategies that are maladaptive, like substance abuse, especially in adolescence, substance abuse, tobacco abuse, or other alcohol abuse, or other coping strategies that are not healthy. I see a lot when working with adolescents, I can see a lot of self-harm as a coping strategy regarding the trauma. So the psychological effects can be also affected to the levels of normal functioning. That can be decrease in academic success. It can be decrease in the social interactions they are taking. They can be a lot of isolation, but also psychologically they are developing anxiety, depression, and also post-traumatic stress condition. So psychologically it carries a big weight, especially for younger people, but also it's not just age related. The different age developmental stage has different burden of the trauma, but especially because this is my main focus of field, adolescence is really a big weight, because also the prefrontal cortex is not fully developed and they are not understanding the consequences of their actions. And I'm working a lot of teaching how to be responsible regarding emotional regulation technique and different aspects of psychodrama to develop the role of responsibility for their own life. So thank you.
Nice. And Dr. Grant, from your point of view, what is carry a trauma means?
I just want to say I'm learning, and Peter, you're triggering so many thoughts for me with what you're describing. Your work with adolescents in psychodrama. I just want to say it's so important to stopping the cycles of destructiveness that I'm talking about, that I really work on. So I absolutely agree with everything that Peter said, and I don't want to repeat it. So I would just add that part of the difficulty, of course, with trauma is a lot of it's dissociated, and it's just living in the body, it's living in your emotions, and it gets repeated in interpersonal relationships. Things that we are out of our consciousness, that we don't remember, that we can't bear knowing. One of the things that we recreate in interpersonal relationships is we kind of form relationships either that repeat, let's say, abusive things that one has suffered but can't remember, right? In a repetitive kind of way. But another thing that we do interpersonally is we maneuver so that a lot of the feeling states that we can't bear get stuck in somebody else. It's like a hot potato that gets moved out of my own memory, my own PTSD memory, so that someone else winds up suffering it and experiencing it. And then often what happens interpersonally is there's a complete lack of empathy, a complete lack of mutuality around what is going on in the process between two people, a kind of disowning of this. And this also tracks back to what I was talking about before, which is often when you've had some kind of either severe childhood trauma or when you're having this transgenerational transmission. Not that you're there all the time, but in the area of the trauma, your world gets split between the dominant and the dominated, between the perpetrator and the victim, between, as you were saying, the one who is in power and the one who's helpless. Well, it's really awful to feel helpless. So sometimes it's not like a conscious decision, but would you rather be the one in power or would you rather be the helpless one? So people can inadvertently switch back and forth in their roles. And that happens a lot in relationships. I do a fair amount of couples therapy with where there's some trauma issue in one or both people. And you can see these, it's like a moving arrangement where sometimes it's locked down, like one is very angry and yelling and the other one is cringing and frightened, but often if you really look at what's going on, it's a mutual kind of like psychodrama in which people are enacting their various parts of the experience and enlisting each other unconsciously. So that, I mean, I love the idea of the psychodrama. I think that is so much like couples therapy in a way. I also, at some point, Peter, maybe you'll tell me if in the course of doing these psychodramas, do people enact the perpetrator part? If they're processing their trauma, does that happen? Is it?
Yes.
It does, I'm sure. Yeah, I'd love to.
Yes, great question, great question. This is happening not with all the clients, but it's happening when they feel ready to deal with directly with the perpetrator. Usually the phases of working with them is doing an empty chair. They are not confronting directly with the person, but they are leaving an empty chair. But after some time, to understand the perspective of others, some of the client students go in the role of the perpetrator so they can feel the power. And some of them take the perception that, okay, the power that was given from my perception, I can take the power back because the power is concept. That's how, this is some citations from my clients. The power is a concept that we can give to the others. So they are turning back the power inside of them. So when they are taking the role, it's really healing for them. But
Yeah.
it's in the further stages of working with.
Well, that's wonderful. Because the
Yes.
other thing is to acknowledge the power. And also, what we want to do is find benign power, good, positive power. And that can include anger, rage, aggression, but using it in a constructive way rather than, when you're unconscious of these things, you can just have, this part of your perpetrator memory come out using your own power in a negative way. So that's really fantastic. That's great.
Thank you.
It's a really great insight as well. Great question, Dr. Grant.
Yeah.
Let me ask you now, Dr. Daneski. I'm sorry, I'm a little bit sick.
It's okay.
Sorry to hear that.
No problem. Let me ask you, still building on that, can you explore the distinction between remembering the past trauma and carrying its weight in this present?
Mm.
Yes. I can. This is my
By your
understanding of.
perspective.
Yes, my perspective. I can say that the remembering the past trauma is always in our body. Maybe we cannot consciously go through that fragmented part of the memory because we are locked, and usually the verbalization of that is locked in left hemisphere of the brain, and the Broca area is responsible for speech and language. But in psychodrama, we are working with the right hemisphere. We are working with feelings. We are working with action, with movements. We're working with the body. We are a lot of body movement and body therapy. So the weight, it can be, even though we are consciously not remembering the past trauma, we are carrying in the body, and the body keeps the score all the time. So the imprint the trauma has made in our mind carry the weight in the course of autoimmune disease into somatization, a lot of somatization, gastrointestinal diseases, and also a lot of cardiovascular. This is my experience from the field. This is my experience that even though we are not remembering consciously, the body remembers the trauma and it carries the weight in the present moment. So yeah, this is from my perspective, the view.
Mm.
Dr. Sue, do you think that unresolved trauma or even a forgotten trauma memory continues to impact the body, the memory, and relationship when it's left untreated?
Mhm. Yeah, I mean, I'm totally on the same page as Peter. I think um, it trauma's inescapable. It's going to be there. It leaves its scar, it leaves its trace, and it goes on speaking. And it speaks through the body, it speaks through your health, it speaks through your feelings, and it keeps narrating itself in your relationships. And it's there. And um, I think, again, I totally agree with Peters. And the piece that I add to this is that it's a story that's told in our relationships and in our organizations, in our families. And it causes a lot of pain. And the challenge for in relationships, for example, where this is being reenacted unconsciously without knowing, you were asking about what's the difference between remembering it and carrying it, right? Is that people don't really pause to do things like say, oh, my body's feeling this. What is it telling me? We move through life, we have a million things to do, all sorts of pressures, the realities of what we're living with, or we just used to feeling certain things in our bodies, or we're used to feeling certain emotions. Who knows what they are? We don't pause to ask, what is it telling us? And I think what you're doing in psychodrama is you're enabling people to really explore that and know that they're telling a story. And they're telling a story often looking for a witness, looking for empathy, looking for someone who can help them decode this. And one of the things that goes off in family relationships or intimate relationships is that we're so reactive and also so pressured by stresses in our life that we don't have places and spaces where we can say, I love this person, but this is happening, or I'm feeling this, or I'm doing this, and they're doing this. What's the story we're trying to tell together? And having spaces that you can, there are witnesses, there are third parties, there are therapists, whatever this is, who can hold the situation and say, okay, what is the story that's been forgotten that's being told? And once that happens, and what's my body saying? And why am I in such, okay, this situation maybe justifies this much anger, but I have a flare up of this, right? Or I feel so helpless and terrified, and it really isn't about now. Once that gets decoded, then there's real potential for remembering and not having it scar your whole life all the time. I personally, I don't know what Peter thinks. I personally think that even with the best treatment or the best, even with cultures and politics and groups, the best processing, that there's a scar. You know, there's always going to be flashbacks. There's always going to be triggers. There's always going to be a scar left in your body. So from whatever.
So,
Yeah.
I
so
totally
in this
agree.
case,
Yes. Yes, sorry, Marcela, please.
no, so in this case, a trauma can even alter one's identity, worldview, or attachment
Yes. Yeah.
style that often without awareness, the awareness.
Without what? I didn't catch that.
The trauma can alter one's identity, worldview, or attachment style often without their awareness.
Right, right. I think I just want to say, Marcella, it's very, very important to emphasize attachment style because I don't think there's any way to suffer trauma without having a damage to your sense that you can safely attach to the other or that they can safely attach to you. And so that gets, reenacted with parents, with their babies, with their children. And I think a big weight of trauma is having your attachment style altered.
Mr. Peter, can you please talk? I interrupted you.
Yeah, that's no problem. I just wanted to say that I completely agree with Dr. Grant that trauma, how much we are working on that, how much time that processed, and how much we are learning new coping strategies and emotional regulation exercises and roles leaves a scar for a lifetime. So the main thing is that to learn to live with that scar and how to make a meaning of that scar, not just to make a impact imprint of our life, but to be bigger of that. But the scar will be there. So I agree with your
Yeah,
statement.
yeah.
Yeah.
The other thing I just want to say about attachment style and what Peter is saying is that since there will be a scar and there will be triggers and there will be moments of dysregulation, if there's enough healing, you have a sense that, let's say something happens in your intimate relationship, you can go to the other person and say, I'm sorry, I got terrified, and it really isn't about what you just did. It's really about something from history. But I can tell you what triggered me. And that actually creates an enormous amount of intimacy and growth. So, but that requires uh, reworking your sense of basic trust in love, really, and your ability to turn to another, that you're not all alone this time and they're not the enemy.
That's totally true. Nobody's alone.
Mhm.
So, following, just asking, Mr. Daneski, how burdensome can the weight of a trauma be? What is the impact can it have in an individual life?
Yes. I think it can be a big burdensome because some traumas can be for days, it can be for months, it can be for years, even decades, and have the impact through the whole life. It can be affected all our systems in the body, our physical system, biological system, our functioning, our general physical health, our mental health, and our social health. So all the holistic approach of this, seeing this, can have a big burdensome and can impair the quality of life of the person and functioning of the person. So it can be a big weight, especially when it's not shared, when it's not heard, when it's not understood, when we not sit with the trauma, when we are just trying to avoid, and the trauma will become bigger and bigger, and the weight we carry will be bigger. But I'm always saying it's important to be ready to go in the trauma. It's not just it's something that we should push. So just to release the weight of the trauma, it should be ready. It should not be pushed. It should not be. So yeah, it's important that people who are carrying the weight so burdensome to know that they can ask for help, because also the trust and in others is compromised when something traumatic happen. It depends, of course, of the traumatic event, but also trust and to be present with the weight of the trauma. So without that, the trauma can be even more on weight.
Yeah. But Dr. Grant, how can we differentiate between recalling uh, a traumatic event, and feeling sadness versus being trapped in the situation, in the experience? And with this distinct in mind, is healthier for someone to remember a traumatic situation, or is preferable to live with the suppressed?
You know, I really want to focus on the question about living, remembering it or live with it suppressed. So
Sure.
I think Peter and I would agree that you can't you can't really suppress it because it will affect your health. It's going to affect your relationships. But I do think it's an important question because there are, and again, it depends on how pervasive the trauma is, um, the nature of the relationships that the person had in their lives before the trauma, during it, and afterwards. That there are people who can keep this trauma more or less in a little silo, right? So that a lot of what's going on for them in life is healthy and alive, and they're not depressed, and they're active, and they're engaged, and they're related to people. And maybe they have nightmares. Maybe that's where they store it. Uh, Maybe, every now and then something comes up, right? Um, and there are people who are pretty good at suppressing that, at keeping it from, like it's in a little bubble inside them. And they don't open it up. It's like a Pandora's box. They don't open it. And the rest of their lives is good. There's usually something that's going on, but it's not, excuse me, I have also a little cough. It's usually
I'm sorry.
so severe, that it's not making them pervasively depressed or anxious or unable to form bonds with each other, with other people. And at that point, for example, one of the things that I've run across is that sometimes there's a sexual trauma in early childhood that's been not repressed in the sense that there's no memory, but that the adult woman can go ahead and have sex and enjoy sex, and it's amazing. And but then sometimes what happens is when she has a child who's the age she was at the time, she's been doing fine. It's suppressed, right? She's not really affecting her whole life, and she's not thinking about it. Want to think about it. And then let's say she has a child who's the age she was at the time when, let's say, she was raped. And at that point, what often happens is that she becomes more depressed, she becomes more hyper anxious about protecting her child, phobic about leaving her child alone with another adult. And at that point, or very, very controlling of her child. And at that point, often what happens is it's no longer possible to suppress this. And that's often a point at which someone will come into treatment that not quite real, not making a conscious connection. Oh, I was 10 and she's 10, but just I'm fighting a lot with my kid. I'm anxious all the time. I don't know what happened to me, or I can't have sex anymore. Um, so my partner is very upset because we used to have a sex life and we don't anymore. So, but I think that there are times, particularly if the rest of the personality is pretty alive and things are going well, or when you're facing real life difficulties. And often that triggers the traumatic experience, but sometimes there is such a preoccupation with real life challenges right now that the traumatic memory is suppressed. And, there's always a price to be paid. It's never a free pass. There's always going to be something. It's going to be in your body. It's going to be in your work relations. So it's going to be somewhere. But, I don't know quite whether this is what you meant, Peter, but I think one of the most important things in treating trauma is that something was done to the person and they were helpless. And it's the helplessness and that is the worst aspect. One of the things that I do very clearly with patients is always they're in control. It's their choice. How much do they want to open Pandora's box? And sometimes they start doing a little and then they'll, get uncomfortable or back off. And I say, okay, so what are your signals saying? Are your signals saying go forward? Or are your signals saying that was enough for now? And closing Pandora's box again. That's a very important thing, that they feel that power and ownership of being able to say, I'm ready to open it, I'm closing it. I don't want to talk about that. And that the therapist, it's understood between the patient and the therapist, or in the psychodrama, that there's a trauma there. But it's also understood that it's up to you to decide what you want to do with it. Unless you're hurting somebody else, in which case you need to be more accountable. But even in that situation, sometimes some people can work on their behavior and get in control of their hurtful behavior and still not want to open up why they get like this. And it's still a choice. Do you want to open this up or not? If you can change your behavior and your family feels safe with you now, okay.
Yeah. Yeah, it's good because sometimes I feel that a lot of people, it's hiding something, but they try to suppress it, but sometime in life, it will come off.
Right. Yeah.
Okay, so now I want to ask, excuse, and invite our audience to participate here with us for a couple minutes. We are aware that all this happens inside our brain system. However, there is a specific area of our brain that is essential in processing the past trauma cycle. Which part of it is the brain is at? So, yeah, I ask you to audience to read the QR code or access the link that is on the screen and participate, giving us your answer. So just gonna keep this slide on the presentation, and while we're waiting for the people to participate, I just wanna ask here for for Dr. Pete, for Dr. Mr. Daneski. Um, During your research, what is the most common triggers that startle forgotten past trauma?
Hmm.
Yeah, interesting question. Yes. What are the most common triggers? I think it depends. It depends a lot. It depends a lot of situation. Sometimes, let's say, well, speaking in school context, I can see when students who were bullied before from their primary school,
Hmm.
they have any other interaction that is outside the control of the classroom, that they are left alone without supervision from the teacher or other uh,
Hmm.
responsible, trusted adult. They are experiencing that it can be a triggering situation, because every time they were left alone previously in the school, they were on top, they were target for bullying. So it can differ what triggers. Also I can see when working with couples and let's say with some individuals who want to become more intimate, I can see that when the relationship is going on the next level of the quality, also
Hmm.
it triggers them to avoid to build walls. Okay, this is my pattern. Okay, I don't feel safe to see me this way. I don't
Hmm.
see self. So it can be different for different situations. There can be different triggers, of course, and everything that resembles them. Even though we don't can we cannot see the similarities between the trauma, the original trauma, and the triggers. It can be triggers. I know some students who were also assaulted physically. He has a trigger when the room get a little bit darker during the day, because the
Hmm.
curtains are moved, and it can trigger him that because the night of the event when he was attacked, it was completely dark. He cannot see anything. Who was keeping the punches, and the triggers can be in every situation found for the person. I think it can be light for someone, it can be scream or shout, it can be touch, a lot of
Hmm.
physical touch. It can be also a real trigger. That is, and the most important thing I think is that the triggers the most, and when they are losing the control of the situation, when they are thinking that they don't have control of the situation. Okay, I'm now without control, so something bad will happen to me.
Hmm.
So yeah, they are developing different patterns of behavior. So I want also to her, Dr. Grant, what she will say about
Hmm.
this.
You know, one of the things, Peter, that I think you were saying is that some triggers, to a trauma therapist would be very obvious. If someone's been, let's say, beaten as a child and screamed at and abused, if they have a teacher who screams at them, that's kind of obvious, right? But there's lots of triggers that are so subtle, like you were talking about, the room is a little more dim, that it's very hard for the person experiencing the trigger, and the therapist or whoever's working with them has to really work in a very subtle way to unpack, well, what exactly happened today, right? And often they won't even say, well, the room got darker. You have to really, really inquire and be patient and say, there was something there. Let's try to find out what it was. And often patients can't report these things. And you discover them in the course of working with them. Wow. So the room got darker. They closed the curtains. And that reminded you of when you got bullied. So that's part of the challenge of dealing with triggers, is that they're often so subtle and the person doesn't even recognize them themselves and they can't report them. And they're so unique to the person and what their issue is. I certainly think times when they feel vulnerable, which connects to what Peter's saying about becoming more intimate and more loving with somebody, where they see, your full self, and they see your flaws, and they see your neediness, or where dependency issues come up, can be very frightening, because especially if your trauma was one in which the person you were dependent on, like a parent, was the one who abused you. Anything to do with dependency and need and vulnerability can be very triggering. And not only do people pull away at a time like that, but they also can switch into being more hostile, because that's a way to cope with their dependency, to hide their dependency. So. Oh, you're on mute, Marcella.
I'm sorry. Thank you for remembering me. So getting back to our pool, let's see what we have in here. Just let's see. So our main answers was hippocampus and amygdala. We also had prefrontal cortex, insula, limbic. Yeah, we had all. I don't know if Dr. Grant or Mr. Danaski want to help me answer it.
So I'm not a neuroscientist, so I can't speak to the areas of the brain.
So, Dr.
Yeah,
Mr.
yes,
Danaski?
I think that mostly affects hippocampus, hypothalamus, and amygdala, so the limbic system.
Yeah, that's correct. So, first of all, there's three main parts that is involved in the process. First, we have the hippocampus that bring us the context to the clarity of our minds. Second, we have the prefrontal cortex that tries to regulate the intensity of what we will feel with the memory. And in third, we do have the amygdala. The amygdala that will recall and process the memory. So is this main area that is the central processing of the past trauma is the amygdala, because it's the one that processes the memory and what triggers the fear emotions. So in the end of all this is the integrated functioning of our brains that allow us to this cycle to happen. So just bringing some curiosity in the middle of our meeting here. So following with the questions, let me ask you, Dr. Grant, there is something else that is out of this context that is more critical to the individual to be kept in the cycle, like maybe the environmental that he's inserted?
Oh, did you stop talking?
No, I'm asking you like to trigger the trauma, to be in the trauma. There's something else out of these contexts, like just recalling the memory, that is the trigger that is more critical to the individual to be kept in the cycle of the trauma. Maybe the environment that is inserted is something that can be dangerous for him.
Are you asking whether there are real things going on in their current life that can be really triggering? Is that what you mean?
Yeah,
Yeah.
kind of. Yeah.
Right. Okay. So, I mean, I think one of the things to remember is that real life is going on the whole time that somebody is suffering from their PTSD, and also cultural and political life, right? So I like to keep in mind that people are not everybody, but many people who have had PTSD are struggling with new traumatic experiences, or let's say maybe you don't want to call it traumatic, but intense stressors, work stressors, worries about money, deprivation, how they're going to take care of their children, what's happening economically, what's happening in their culture politically. There's enormous amounts of stuff that's continually going on that keeps, I think what you're asking is, does it keep the individual more into a cycle of trauma? If they were in a world of, a human world in which we all take care of everybody's basic needs, nobody has to worry about how they can take care of their family. Will they have enough money? Will they have a job? Will they have a home? If we had a world in which everything was pretty stable and every basic need was taken care of, you'd have much less likelihood that the individual's traumatic memory is going to keep cycling and cycling and cycling, because they didn't have a stable. There was something about the trauma made them, have no stability, no safety, their needs weren't met, right? And now they're in a world that's still not really taking care of human beings. So more or less, people are confronting that. The other thing is, of course, if you're repeating your traumatic experience yourself, right, in relationships or at work, you're going to have real events that happen, let's say with your boss or your colleagues, that are going to keep you feeling like you're helpless. And for example, if you never learn to be assertive, the way you're. So I think quite apart from the fact that many people who have had either childhood trauma or transgenerational trauma are living in situations that are continually traumatic. They're facing poverty, they're facing violence, they're facing racism, they're facing all kinds of, exploitation that just goes on and on and on. So I don't know if that quite answers your question, but
Yeah, did
yeah.
answer. So before I go further, I just want to welcome Dr. Brian.
Hi.
She just joined us. Um, so welcome, Dr. Brian. First of all, I want to introduce you to Dr. Sue Grand and
Hi.
Mr. Peter Donaski. They are here with us in this discussion panel. And first of all, I want to actually invite you to introduce yourself for a while, so people can meet you better.
Well, I'm a licensed psychologist and a Jungian analyst. Can you hear me?
Mhm.
It's okay. All right. And Yache Paco, which is a person that practices in the Andean medicine traditions or shamanism. And my focus is on connecting to the, is there an echo? It sounds like there is. Maybe not. If it is, let me know and I'll stop.
Yeah, there was an echo. I think if we all turn our audio off, there'll be maybe
Yes.
So Jacek Pakos actually work with the energy centers associated with the mind, and I do not have a medical background. My own area of focus has been on how this relates to preverbal states in infancy and nonverbal and implicit experience with the analytic encounter. Because I think there's a lot of overlap between what happens in nonverbal states in shamanism and also what happens in trauma. They all seem to be pretty closely linked. So I don't know how much more you want me to say, if that's sufficient, or do you want me to continue? I can.
No, that's great. I just want you to introduce yourself so people can understand like who is joining and what is your specialization. So thank you very much. And as you join us, I just want to introduce you with some question. Can I? So, how can a spiritual and symbolic interpretation like self fragmentation and ancestral trauma complement or challenge the clinical frameworks?
Well, I think we need a bridge to take something from implicit experience to into explicit experience or creating a narrative. And I think the symbols often are what we use to go from somatic experience or a felt sense of something without words that aren't formulated. And then I think a lot of times what will happen, we'll have a symbol or an image, or perhaps like, sometimes it comes up through dreams. And then from that, I think people form narratives and then they can reflect on their experience. And it's a way of contextualizing it.
Oh, okay. Really nice. I just want to call again, Mr. Danansky, and ask you, do you work with children and adolescents as well as with adults? There is a
Yes.
distinction between the treatment provided for children and adolescents compared to that for adults. Does the structure of the brain and maturity of the individual be treated influence in um, the clinical approach?
Yes, great question. I think, yeah. What is important that there are differences in approach towards different categories, age categories, developmental stages, of course, and it should be more specialized and specified towards working with children and adolescents and adults, also adults, young adults, and older adults. There is differences when approaching towards them and the trauma. So working with children is different, especially psychodrama with children is a bit different than working with adolescents and adults because it's more on playful and it's interactive. We're not sitting in chairs, we are on the ground, we are playing with toys, we are playing with puppets, we are using techniques like drawing, and we are not speaking a lot. We are doing like thematic scenes that are related to some favorites games of the children, and there is more. The main is learning how to regulate the emotional state. We are not going deeper. We are not going to the trauma because we cannot. The capacities are different in adolescents, are different in adults, and uh, sometimes we are working with the body symptoms. We are working body scan. We are working relaxation techniques, and after different things, how we can develop the children's resources and sources to overcome the situation. And there, the most important thing is to choose strategies that the children can project into it, because they cannot have the capacity of words and vocabulary to express their words. It can be only by play, but also again, the thing that is common for all different categories, children to have control over the play. They can choose the rules, they can have implementation of the control, they can turn back the control in their hands. And with children, if it's evaluation of the therapist, that parents can be included in the treatment, can be included, especially because the change cannot happen only in the room. It should be happening outside the room, and there are assignments with the parents, and some sessions are combined with parents. On the other side, working with adolescents, it's individually like with adults, and especially important for adolescents is we can prevent developing more serious mental health difficulties regarding the trauma, and also, like I said previously, going into maladaptive coping strategies. I can see a lot of students who are use substance abuse and difficult in self-harming behavior, especially in adolescence, and to regulate their nervous system, they're going in a lot of biological and psychological changes. They're also going for the search of their identity and formation of the identity. So this is important to take in consideration developmental stage of Erickson when you are working, when I'm working with them, and operations, cognitive operations that are using in that category. So my vocabulary and my approach, my tone, my way of working with a lot of sitting or interaction, it can differ. And with adults, of course, it's different. But the same thing is that before working with different categories, it's important to feel respected, safe, to take control over the situation. They are in control, they are in charge, and they have enough resources and sources that were missing when they are experiencing the trauma. Now they can again cope with the trauma with more resources and strengths, so they can overcome it and change the narrative of the uh, next situations in life. So yeah, I'm taking in consideration the age and developmental stage, of course. It's really important, and it should be more specialized working. There are different approaches.
Really nice. Dr. Grant, let me ask something. There is the trauma can really be resolved. Does it involve like a part of one's narrative, or does it involve a part of one's narrative identity? Oh, you muted.
I'm very glad to meet you, Deborah, and I'm so interested in the way you were talking about the inchoate implicit experience. That's not explicit, that's the way their communication is between a parent and a baby or a very young child. And it has relevance to the question of, can trauma be truly resolved? As I was saying before, I think there's always a scar. I don't think trauma is ever completely healed as if you never experienced it. I don't think you ever return to that place. I think there's an awful lot of resolution that can happen. And one of the things that happens in a therapeutic environment where there's a lot of really good attunement to the kind of what Deborah's talking about, implicit affects and body states and experiences, and what Peter's talking about is that, I mean, I'm not a neuroscientist, but what I understand is that there's actually kind of like a rewiring of some of the neurochemistry of trauma in the right kind of ongoing relational field. And also, the more people heal, the more they're inclined to create new relational spaces where there's kindness and empathy and attunement and mutuality and positive experiences, so that there's like a ongoing process throughout life where the healing effect of relational attunement and mutuality keeps helping resolve aspects of the trauma, even though at other times during one's life, in new developmental phases or crises, new aspects of the trauma will emerge that weren't problematic before. I think that one of the thing that goes on happening really throughout life is that you develop certain mechanisms, for example, in these kinds of treatments, where you can ask questions, where you can read yourself, where you can reflect on yourself, where you can hear your body and you can hear your feelings. And you can notice these very subtle triggers we were talking about. And so what happens through life is, in new relational situations and new encounters and new challenges, is that trauma keeps informing your narrative identity. So you have more and more of a feeling of depth of understanding yourself and awareness and knowing yourself. And the other thing I just want to say, because I don't like to miss this, of course, we focus most on the injury of trauma, but particularly in the area of transgenerational transmission, there's always also a transmission of adaptive capacities, resilience, the ways that love is kept alive, even in really traumatic situations. So we're not just carrying wounds, we're carrying, and even from childhood, we're carrying strategies, we're carrying defense mechanisms, we're carrying other things that help us along the way. And one of the things that I find most miraculous is having some patients who were very badly abused as children, and they have a real capacity to love, and they have real empathic capacity and ethics. They have plenty of trouble, but they have this transcendent goodness. I don't know what else to do, how else to describe it. And that shouldn't be ignored, that's a great quality that a lot of traumatized people have somehow, that also allows them to help other people resolve their trauma. So I don't think it's ever fully resolved. I think it evolves and evolves over a lifetime.
I think what I would add to that maybe also, in response to what you brought up about identity, I think initially, people are often in primitive states with limited resources. And I think we get into these loops or these limited ways of seeing things. And I think the way people heal is through experiencing the affect, and then through the affect, then they make connections. So it's no longer an identity. It becomes a part of a story, or it's like one aspect, but it gets woven in together. So it's not a default position. And I think, like they say, when somebody doesn't, they have limited tools, everything looks like a hammer. You start to be able to conceptualize in different ways. So you're not something, it's part of your experience. And I think there's a fluidity that starts to also come as people start to heal from trauma. And there's an openness to what emerges, because I think identity is constantly changing. I mean, that's one of the ideas in Andean medicine, is the story is usually the aftermath or the narrative. I mean, it may be how we contextualize things in our experience, but that is the end result.
That's amazing. That's a really good integration of your integration of your Jung analysis and with the Andean shamanism. For me, it's a non-linear concept in time. For me, it's amazing how you do it. And going in this base, let me ask you, when we discuss carrying the weight of a past trauma, where in the psyche or in the body do you see that the weight really literally getting stuck in timeless states? And what does the process of grounding that memory back into the present moment look like?
Marcel, who are you asking?
Yes.
I think that it's kind of like what we were saying. I think there's a weaving, and I think it is timeless. And so I think what we're trying to do, one of the things we're trying to do is contextualize it, because once you start to contextualize it, you start to make associations. Because I think the timelessness is when it's split off and it's just encapsulated.
Okay. So there is a way to take this out?
Well, I think, whether it's psychoanalysis or Andean medicine, or I think people need eventually to have some story, and they need to know why they're doing something. I'm speaking of adults more than children right now. But I think it's always comes through the experience of the feeling. And I think the feeling, which is often somatic, it's emotional, I think that's what the catalyst is, which then moves it into the narrative. So I think it's essential that people have the felt experience, because talking around something doesn't heal it. People may be able to intellectualize it, but it's still isolated.
Yeah, I see it.
Yeah, and there's also this split, I think, between, I see this all the time, is that sometimes people will have a strong feeling but not know what it's attached to. Or sometimes people can talk about something that they should be having a pretty traumatic reaction to, and it's like they're reading off a shopping list or something. It's sort of, there's no affect. So I think a big piece of this is weaving them together.
Yeah.
If I may, I just want to say I loved, Deborah, that you emphasized the evolution of greater fluidity and flexibility. That when you're in a traumatic state, you have a very rigid, locked down a range of responses and a very constricted interpretation of the world and what's going on around you. And that is so important that it moves towards flexibility. The other thing I just wanted to say is, unfortunately, for us living in cultures and politics, there's a lot of traumatic flooding and overwhelmed affect without the kind of connection to reflectivity and sense of that there could be multiple ways of reading something, there could be multiple ways of reacting to something. And it goes back to my concern about violence, that it there's so much reactivity and it's so intense, and that people experience it as so absolute. It's the only response they could have to a certain experience, that it causes a lot of acting out. And what Deborah's doing and what Peter's doing is trying to, and what I'm doing is trying to start with the affects, because you're absolutely right. An intellectual stories does nothing, and help the person really put things together and hold things so that this kind of lessening of reactivity and more possibility of interpreting the world starts to happen.
So, how deeply can the clinician influence the patient's life through their approach without impacting both parties, because we're dealing with something big, right?
Are you
It can be
talking
directed.
Are you talking about what happens in the field and then
Yeah.
with the therapist
When
analyst
when
giving
you
trauma?
when you as a clinician, how do you think you can influence a patient life through your approach? Because we're an impact him, because you're dealing with a big thing. How are you gonna be as a clinician impacting their lives? It's just, I don't know if you understand the question.
You know, there are so many different therapeutic approaches to dealing with trauma. And I think many of them are very powerful. Be very interested in Deborah's shamanic work. What my experience is that, and I work in a more long-term psychoanalytic, psychodynamic way, is that a lot of what has a long-term impact is a new experience with the relational field with the therapist around the trauma, the ability to sit with these profound and disturbing affects, the ability to the therapist has them, a sort of secondary experience of these very disturbing affects. You have to be able to contain them and reflect on them and feed them back to the work in a way that is well timed and in tune with your patient. I think there's a lot of what Deborah described as this sort of implicit communication and mirroring and empathy and responsiveness, as well as the sort of the work on the specific trauma and the affects of the trauma. So I think you can have a lot of impact on the patient's life.
Good.
You
Yeah.
know, I might have a slightly different orientation.
Yeah.
I agree with you, and I really agree with what you were saying about attunement, but I am not sure. I mean, ultimately, yes, of course, we have some influence, but I kind of think this is a co-created space that we hold. And when we go into these spaces, then something emerges. So, and I think all of that, I mean, this is it's, the Therapeutic Alliance in Psychology in Indian medicine or shamanism, it's about connection. And I think that's really the essence. I think that's what we really provide.
Yeah,
Really,
I
yeah.
totally agree with that. Yeah.
I want to add also that I think it's important, but sometimes it's we are the only people that the person shared the trauma. Sometimes we're the only people, so the impact it can be that we can be a safe place to keeping and to keep it safe with us, and to give enough space and support and communication and encouragement in some way, and to be with them with the trauma. Because especially when I have seen for working in group therapy, the group therapy in psychodrama has function to recreate the society from outside inside, but in safe manner, so they can be building also report, and other members, group members, can take the role of the victim, of the someone who experienced of the trauma. And it's important that when we are in that field, it can working with trauma. For me personally, I'm still at the beginning of working on this field. I need really clearly to clear with myself that I have nothing that can counter transfer the person that I'm working with. So I have a great supervisor. So I'm when I'm having these thoughts, how big this influence have on me, because the thing that happened in Kochani, in North Macedonia, the fire that happened, it was collective kind of trauma, and I was affected also as a person living in North Macedonia. So uh, before entering and the impact I can have on the people working with them, I was clearly sure that, okay, I need to clearly clarify with myself to not have any impact and influence, negative impact or influence, to project myself on this person, because they're on the most vulnerable position in their life. So yeah, that's what I wanted to add.
Great addition. So following with you, Mr. Doneski, so what main role of a therapist in assisting a patient to carry the burden of a long-stay trauma without allowing it to overwhelming them?
Yes, I think that first is to, like we already repeat, to have a safe place. Uh, because I think it's enough to create a safe place, safe environment, even for that 1 hour a week, to feel heard, to feel understood, to feel how they can live this life, and how they can, that what they learned in that 60-minute session can implement in their life outside the therapy. Because I believe that I'm in that believe that is the most important, in how this person will live outside this room, and also not to re-traumatize them, to not go like Dr. Grant said, to have the control over the process. Okay, you want to go to this part, okay, we will stand here, we will not go further. Okay, respect. Okay, for today is enough. I'm respecting your boundaries, because you have control, you have everything that you need, so you can keep your tempo in the work. And also for me in the psychodrama, it's important to regain the creativity and spontaneity, because when something that's so overwhelming people and dealing with everyday situation, they're losing their spontaneity and creativity, and when they're losing, they are more stuck in that overwhelming feeling. So it's important to give them enough space and tools how they can regain their creativity and spontaneity, and how to make integration of what we have learned in that process of therapy, and to integrate that process outside that room.
Great. Dr. Grant or Dr. Brian, do you have something to add?
I think one of the ways I look at this is regulating heat. We have to have enough heat so that we're in it, but not too much heat where somebody's getting re-traumatized. So I think, or dissociating, I mean, which is when there's too much. So I kind of think that there's a range that we try to stay in.
Mhm.
Mhm.
Yeah, and I think we're all coming at this from the same perspective, which is I love the metaphor of the heat and um, that as much as possible, we try to recreate an environment where there's enough, as you said, heat and enough real affect to be really working and yet modulate it at when we can see it needs modulating so that it's not totally overwhelming. That said, there are going to be moments when patients do feel overwhelmed. And then, what you want to help them with is, I think a big aspect of this is them becoming able to come back to the therapy and say, that was too much for me last week. And even to question what the therapist did and to look at whether the therapist actually injected a trigger into their process. And that work is really interesting reparative work because when they were originally overwhelmed and traumatized, they could never say to the person who was doing it, hey, this feels like too much. I don't like this. You're doing something that's too much for me. That wasn't possible. But so when you can create an environment where you can come back to your therapist and say, I don't know, that was really overwhelming. That was too much. It was really disturbing. Felt awful all week. I couldn't really function. The therapist not only, to help them identify. So what do you think that was about? What did I say something? In terms of co-creating the experience, acknowledging that you might have said something that was too much for them, and to help the patient identify that, and then to come to some mutual moment where, well, I can see that given what you're dealing with, when I said that, it was too much for you. It really left you feeling too overwhelmed all week. So thank you for telling me, and let's try to get to those kinds of feedback sooner if we can, and see if we can help you with that. It's a very reparative moment.
I think that's a really good point. And I do think one of the things when you really are doing deeper work, there need to be, not that you plan them, but they happen because we're not attuned 100% of the time. I love the idea, but it just doesn't work that way. And so we do miss things. And I think sometimes as a result, a client can feel abandoned or misunderstood, or it can feel like a repetition of something they've experienced. And so sometimes I think with a rupture, one of the things that it does is that there's an opportunity to impact what has happened in the past and the parallel between what's going on in the session and what they've experienced before, and maybe having a different experience. I mean, oftentimes it may be with a parent, maybe with somebody that maybe that has more, I don't want to use the word power, but is more of a, what's the word I'm looking for? Anyway, that appears to have more expertise, or that they have, I'm going to just use the word power, even though I don't really like that word, is to see that that they can be heard and there can be some resolution. And sometimes it's incredibly validating because they've gone from a vulnerable state to being acknowledged, and then they can move forward. Because I think therapy is always easy when it's going well. It's much harder for people to come and say, I really don't like what you said. That takes courage, and it also builds trust.
Right. And I think what you're trying to get at is not just power, but authority. If you're in a relationship, right, there's authority, and I have patients, for example, will go to a medical doctor, and the trauma wasn't medical per se with a doctor, right? But the doctor's always positioned in a role of authority, and the patient feels more helpless and needy. So it replicates certain dynamics of the trauma. And then is this doctor going to be someone who can mutually kind of dialogue about what the patient's going through and really listen? Or is this if they're a doctor who's going to re-traumatize the patient by being an authority and you don't know what you're talking about and you have to do this? And can you go back to your doctor and say, I'd like to have a more more of a dialogue. And sometimes the doctor is good about it, in which case that's a reparative moment. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a very good insights for people like for us, because when we're starting uh like a new job as we're doing here, for us it's really interesting to know your approach. Thank you so much for this. And Dr. Brian, how can we help patients to integrate a trauma into a current life narrative without reinforcing their victimhood? I'm sorry.
I think if people are in the feeling, they're going to be less attached to the narrative, because I think victimhood comes out of being attached to a narrative and seeing yourself in the same way. And there's sort of this repetitive patterning. So I think it's moving beyond that. And I think part of what we do as therapists or analysts or whoever's any kind of practitioner is there's this, I'd like to say, gentle maybe confrontation or interpretation, where there's maybe some challenging to look at it. When somebody's looping at something, that may be something to say, okay, well, I wonder if there is another way of looking at this, or could there be something underneath this that we're not looking at, and this is a familiar story. And I think that, there's this idea, this is one of Jung's ideas, is that we don't kind of ties to what you were asking earlier. We don't get rid of our complexes or our trauma buckets, but we grow beyond them. So we have them. But I think it's really by expanding how we're looking at it. And I think Sue, you mentioned it earlier about moving out of moving beyond rigidity.
Yes. It's a hard work right now in this point, because the people tend to be in this loop, right? To keep victimizing. So that's why I really wanted to ask you this question. Thank you so much for your answer. Mr. Doneski, are there are the principles guide are the principles guide safe re-exposure and memory processing without re-traumatization?
Yes, thank you for the question. I think it's important to, like I said previously, it's important to bring a safe environment, to be step by step without any kind of exposure. I think, yeah, the hit is important, but it should be like step by step, not pushing too much, but feeling what the person in front of you is feeling, to understand their feeling. And because in psychodrama we are working a lot with the body, we are using this technique that is called mirroring, and we are mirroring the person, so we can see how they are moving with their bodily reaction towards the topic, and we can understand to where they are okay to go further. And it's important to understand that, okay, I see how are you feeling. I can see from your body movement what this posture means for you, because we are giving also awards to the posture of the body, and it's important. Every technique and everything that we are doing is important to not to the person to be capable to have say, okay, I want to stop. I don't want to go further. But also before going to that field is important for me. I'm working always on different techniques, like going on some kind of positive reinforcement. I'm going on the relaxation technique, grounding technique, and safe place. Safe place technique, I'm using like visualization technique, that something can be integrated in their body, not just with intellectualization, but integrated in the body, to feel in their body that they have safe place, and that place is created by themselves. And that safe place can be built and built, and they are the creator of their safe place in their inner world, but also the creator their self of their outside world. And it's important to gain the much resources and strategies they can go, and they can build like they were missing in the original situation they were dealing. So building resources before going further. And what is really important for me that a lot of my patients didn't come directly for the trauma. They were coming for the symptom of something else. Okay, I have anxious feeling about, I don't know, going there, or I don't know, I want to come because I'm planning to drop out from school, or I don't know. And trauma is something that comes up further in the session. So we are building rapport in the first sessions. We are building the trust. I'm giving them enough space to feel understood and respected. And what is important, and something I clearly mentioned, and that was something that was previously said, is that they can always tell me that they are not feeling okay with this. And I think it's important to not push only one approach to the person. It's not their fault if the approach that we are using is not for them. We should try something new to adapt the circumstances without pushing them to the re-traumatization. So
Oh, good.
yeah.
Dr. Brian, what the role of creativity, ritual, and embodied practice play in alleviating the emotional remnant of trauma?
Well, I think it's a vehicle. I think it's part of, like what you were asking about earlier about symbolism. Ritual is often used in Andean practices, and I think it's also used. I think sometimes it's even like a routine. I think it creates a structure. So there's a holding environment that where I think kind of maybe what Peter was alluding to, can't even be like it can even be like in creating a safe space or a safe practice, or there's something that's familiar, or it's a way of grounding. And I think creativity is sometimes what enables people to express. And I think, what I work a lot with dreams, and I also work with sometimes with watercolors, and I'll have people paint, and I usually encourage them to paint wet on wet so they have no control over what they're painting, because sometimes that gets to things that are nonverbal. I think dream imagery is great because I think a lot of times there's affect that's attached to it that we can explore, and we can see patterns and relationships, and it kind of gives us an idea of what's going on in the psyche. But I think sometimes things like watercolors where there are not any words attached to it, sometimes there's some things that will come up in a painting that one gives me information about where to go. And I think it also maybe gives the client something to have a dialogue with, because they can see it. And then and as we talk about it, there's some places where there's some entry points. And I think kind of what I was saying earlier, it's a way of taking sometimes that not unformulated experience or somatic experience or an undifferentiated feeling, and having a way of contextualizing it. And then from that, you can create a narrative.
Yeah, very interesting.
Would it be okay? I'm very intrigued by the last two questions you asked about victimhood and
Sure.
yeah, I just wanted to say that any form of therapy that's working with trauma is going to be watchful and thoughtful about the person being totally flooded or overwhelmed or unraveled, and have, whether it's the way Deborah's doing it or the way Peter's doing it or the way I might do it, that we have what we call grounding techniques that bring the person back to other aspects of themselves that they can use to sort of reintegrate themselves, to not be flooded. One of the things that's really important is we're made up of many parts, right? So when we're working with the trauma, that doesn't, there are other parts that go out and conduct life in the world, and they're not flooded. So, there are many parts to the self. And if it looks like there's too much flooding or too much overwhelm, all different therapists have different ways of accessing the parts of the self that are more solid, more ego-oriented, more reality-oriented, whatever it is, different aspects of body sensations and experiences that create a more solid, safe experience that the patient can leave with. Also, I love what Deborah said about victimization, that often people have a story of victimization and it's maybe grounded in a reality of what happened to them as a child, but they're stuck in a loop of feeling like a victim, and nursing the wound, seeing everybody else as not understanding, not giving them enough restitution all the time. Nobody else had it as bad. And I think what Deborah's getting at is that if someone's stuck in that loop, there are all sorts of missing pieces to the trauma experience and to why this is so necessary to always be in this position, which, and also if you're constantly thinking of yourself as a victim and demanding the world relate to you as a victim, you're also recreating your victimhood often, or victimizing other people because you feel like all the resources should come to you because you're a victim and you can't share them. So I think at those times, and this is very hard work because people sort of do obstruct their actual real experience with this rigid narrative of being a victim. So I really appreciated what Deborah said about that.
And, you just sparked something as I was thinking with what you just said. I was just thinking about when I'm in the room with someone that seems like they may be getting traumatized. This is where I think I really start to work more shamanically, but this is working in the transference, so I could say it a number of ways, but you start to work with the felt experience about finding a way of connecting with them or locating them, and then finding a way of, because I think the connection is really ultimately where they're going to start to feel safety. And it depends, depending on how defended somebody is. Some people can tolerate it more than others. I mean, for some people, it may be just sort of gently being in the space with them, but being very actively in the space. Yeah. Because I think one of the things that happens with traumatization is people feeling isolated and alienated. I mean, and that's what happens with the fragmentation.
Right. Right. And sometimes it does require, actually making them feel safe can sometimes involve being more challenging. Depends on the person and what they need.
Well, and I think maybe what you're addressing, Sue, is also just being accurately seen. Because I think sometimes when people are challenged, they are felt like something, they're being seen in a way that maybe, because time is being taken to really be in the experience to be able to make that interpretation.
Right. And I think that that's one of the essential things. If there was a theme to all this about working with trauma effectively, it's about the patient feeling seen and heard. And it can include, given my perspective, it include being seen as someone who can be hurtful to other people or even in the therapy, and that there are ways to do that that make somebody feel safer. Oh, we can't hear
you. You're muted.
They are the one vulnerable here, right? So we need to take care of it.
Mm-hmm. Right.
So awesome. Wow, what a great findings we had, like perceptions and learnings we had so far. And I would like to open now to our Q&A box that have questions for you three. And so if you let me, now we want to make space for the questions of the audience that they may, and then I come back later to close our panel with the reflections and key takeaways. Is that okay for you? Okay. So I have here a question from Valicea. She's asking about the scar, the questions we did in the beginning. This scar exists even though the person is resilient with that situation. I think she's referring to the scar when you spoke about in the beginning, Dr. Grand.
Well, the way I would think about it is, I mean, resilience is an awesome thing, and most traumatized people have remarkable resilience, and they need to, if they don't already appreciate it, they need to come to appreciate the ways that they're resilient and adaptive, and to make them feel stronger and proud of themselves. But even if someone is resilient, I think our perspective is there's a scar somewhere. Like maybe you're going to be prone to migraine headaches or stomach aches, and they're going to get better, but that will be your vulnerability, right? It'll be your physical vulnerability, or you're going to have bad dreams or something. There's something somewhere, I think, that is going to persist or show up anew. That it doesn't mean that the person's not very resilient.
Yeah, great. Mr. Danaski, do you have a point here?
Yes, I just want to add that it's like a fluid, like we all previously said, that it's changing just the shape. Its scar is present. We are learning a new technique. We are learning new mechanism. We are learning how to deal with it. We become more resilient. We find meaning in that. We find we are writing different thing, but the scar is some way, somehow is still there, and we are just learning how to live with that, and we are changing. That's the thing, to be resilient, to adapt to the new situation, because life is happening, and the scar is, I think, is still here, but just we are adapting and changing and evolving. It's like a fluid. It's changing the shape only.
You know, it's also really important for make sure patients don't feel like failures when they run into their scar. That really what we need to help them see is that they're miracles of resilience. And so there's a scar, just have self-empathy about it.
I think that's a good point. I also think I've said this sometimes to clients that are therapists, that when they've been in places of depression or they've been in these really regressive states, I said, this is really important, because you know what it feels like from the inside to move around in these spaces. And I think we have to be able to have some experience of what that's like to be in there, because I think people can feel that. If you're on the outside and you're treating this like a something read in a textbook, people are going to feel abandoned. I think it's so important that we drop in there and move around in that. And that it is really, I think there's really a felt sense about that.
Yeah, that's true. I have a second question here, also from Velisea. She asked, like, transgenerational generational trauma goes by genes and also by environments. I'm curious if the second generation can have more problems than the previous one or not. Or it depends. Maybe if the second generation have the power to ask for help, the cycle will reduce, but also it's possible that the second generation will consider that the problematic situation is for so long that it's too hard to be solved, and they will manifest more symptoms.
Well, I don't think there's any, rule here. I think it depends on, let's say the parent generation went through a war and arrived at a safe place, emigrated, they arrived at a safe place, but they're challenged by life to build a whole new life. They may certainly be having all kinds of symptoms and difficulties, but they're also very motivated to suppress because, they start with nothing, for example, in a whole new world, and they want to build a life, and they don't want to impose it on their children, and they have to work 12 hours a day. And I think I wouldn't say that either generation would have more symptoms. I think it very much depends on the way the prior generations handle this, whether they can talk about it in an age-appropriate way to their children when their children inquire or want to know something, how much the attachment patterns are pretty positive in the family despite the heritage of pain, and also whether children are made to feel that, how much the children are made to feel that their needs shouldn't ever show up, that they should just take care of their traumatized parents and grandparents because they had it so much worse, and so they can't connect to their own feelings and needs much at all. It's very variable. It really depends, I think, on what the family system is like in terms of being able to love and bond and facilitate childhood in the second generation and talk about it, not, I mean, a lot of transgenerational transmission, there's either flooding talk about it too early for children, or a complete, like, you can see the parents' symptoms all over the place, but you can't talk about it. It really depends on what the family system is like, I think. You know.
I would
Great question.
maybe also, I think also some of this depends on temperament. I think that just people are born with different amounts of resilience. So that nature nurture thing is true. And I think kind of maybe to add to what you're saying, Sue, is also this idea of cumulative trauma is what, some of it is what do people have as supports, but how many things happen on top of it that just compound it. And, I think back to what you're saying about how parents show up is, I think that's what sometimes causes this intergenerational trauma is the parents don't have the skill set. So, and if they haven't done any work on it, then some of that gets enacted and it gets repeated. Jung had this famous quote where he said, what we have to worry about as parents is not what we're conscious of, it's what we're unconscious of. And that was like Freud's idea that we enact things and act them out until we are,
Right.
we're consciously aware of them.
Didn't Jung say that children act out their parents' unconscious?
I think so. That's another one.
Right. I mean, I think the issue of cumulative trauma, is enormous. And I think very few people who have been through real world trauma and have to rebuild their lives have any psychological sense of how to handle this with their children, except to try to protect their children from it. And they're trying to do that, and they don't have to do it in a way that works. Also, in terms of temperament, one of the things that's fascinating is if there's multiple siblings in a family, there's often one hyper-functioning sibling who's disconnected from their own needs. And then there's often a very low-functioning sibling who is the focus of this is the broken down family member who has to be taken care of. And there's often these kinds of splits between the sibling. There's also, in terms of temperament, there are small children who are very attuned to their empathic, and they become their parents' kind of confidant. And there are other kids who are much more outer-directed. They want to go out and play with their friends. They're not very terribly aware or pulled into, oh, my mommy's depressed and something happened to her, and I want to make her feel better. Those people usually turn into therapists.
And some of what you're saying too, I think depends on agency. It's just how much, I think some people want to change more than other people. And some of that may also be a trauma response about being avoidant, but I do think there's something that's inherent about that because, I'm looking at the screen. What has been the biggest challenge in working with, well, maybe I should let you, sorry, I don't want to get ahead, but looking at that and thinking about agency.
Let's hear questions. You must have more questions from the audience.
Yeah, we have two more questions. Let's try to do it. I have two anonymous questions actually. So let's go for the first one. Thank you for the beautiful discussion. I love the idea that the affect is needed to change the self-narrative. But do you think that working with the affect might lead to a self-narrative change in time?
You mean changing time, like just in terms of how you contextualize it, or do you think mean it will change over time?
The question here, I think changing time, that might be change over time, might be it.
Mm.
I guess so, because this is how it's written in the question. I think it's over time, might be.
Mhm.
Well, I think it takes time because people have to, they have to build trust. And I think one of the problems with trauma, people that have experienced trauma, is either they don't trust at all or they may be too trusting and there can be an enactment. So I think sometimes one of the things that we do as clinicians is I think back to this idea of heat, but we go at a pace where things are moving, but it takes a while for somebody to build trust. And I think we have to be respectful of that and also model that. Because I think one of the problems that people have is, I see this all the time with people that have problems in relationships. There's what you do in a relationship, but there's also the ability to discern. And I think both parts are important.
Mm-hmm. Mr. Danatsky, do you want to add something? Dr. Grand?
No, I'm curious about the next question. Maybe Peter wants to.
Me too. Yes.
Okay, so the next question is, we often hear about post-traumatic growth that not supposed to be just relieving the symptom, but finding meaning and growth beyond normal functioning. Is this actually possible? So how challenging is it really, and what the most constant challenge that you face with people suffering from trauma?
Okay, I
Well,
can go.
yeah.
Or
So Peter, what do you think?
yes, I think it's possible. I think it's possible because I have seen also the research shows, but also from practice, I can see that post-traumatic growth is possible. What does it mean? It doesn't mean just finding a meaning. It means also um, becoming more aware that you have more personal strengths that you can believe it before, that you were not trusting yourself, that you have that so much power and so much capability to find meaning while this is happening, just as one aspect. Building more deeply connection with community, with people, with society, with your friends, with your family. Also, some of the people, when they're going through post-traumatic growth, they are finding some deeper connection with religious or spiritual belief systems. So it's also important, and they are seeing a life from the completely new perspective, the traumatic event from completely new perspective, from the perspective of the religious or spiritual form, and also that they are finding some way how they can continue with life, but continue with life in different way that they were functioning before. So I can share the most challenging for me was with parents who have lost their children in the fire. So it was the most difficult, I think, challenge for me working with them. But I think what was important that I can see that one of the parents that I'm working is that she find way how to move with life, not move completely. She cannot move. She cannot go away from the pain. She cannot go away. The pain will be here, like the scar we was talking about. But she find how, with the support of spiritual and religious system, and how to understand the loss that uh, she was taken from her, let's say, in some way from that system of beliefs, find a way how to make some improvement and to build resources from others, not just for herself, because this was collective trauma. She find way how to encourage others and to give away something from her resources that she wasn't thinking that she was capable to endure this difficult situation for her. So I think it's possible.
Great.
Such a terrible story. I just want to pick up on what you said at the very end, is that I see patients using their traumatic experience to help others or to expand the way they can give back to the world. So what an
Like,
awful.
I think the other thing that happens is that when somebody, but the example of somebody losing a child, you don't get over it, but you start to form a relational home or dwelling so it lives inside of you. And I think sometimes for people, it can be a way of really developing a stronger sense of spirituality and overcoming a fear of death. Because there is something transcendent about that. I think if people are open to it, but I don't think people get over it. I think back to this idea, I think you start to create a way of living with it.
Yeah. Unfortunately, right?
But there can be a depth in it. I've lost
Yeah.
a son, so I can speak to this. And so I've done a lot of work with this. No, I mean, it's fine. I wouldn't be sharing it if I couldn't talk about it, but, and I feel his presence with me all the time, but it's very palpable, but it becomes part of you.
Yes. So, following it now, I want to see what do you think is the most essential element that individuals should grasp regarding the weight of carrying past trauma? Want, if it's possible, each one of you to answer this.
Peter?
We can start with Peter. Yeah.
Okay. What I think is the most essential element, I think, is to find in themselves the capacity they can endure everything, like that resilience. That's to find their strengths, always find their strengths, because I believe in that the possibilities are not limited, and the personal strengths, their capabilities, their resources are the most essential thing that they should grasp, their personal capabilities.
Great. Dr. Grant?
Well, I love the emphasis on that there is so many strengths inside that they need to learn to really cherish in themselves. But I think the other thing is that trauma is experienced as a completely isolating, lonely thing. And it usually has ruptured the sense of trust in other people, and that it needs to be shifted so that we are carrying trauma for each other and with each other, so that the traumatized person or group has a relational world that can build trust and build safety and be with them, and that's what heals.
Great. Dr. Brian?
I think I would go back to, I think, being the capacity to make connection. And whether it's with other people, it's with one's inner world. And I think one of the things that's really important with working through trauma is the capacity to self-reflect.
Yeah.
Because I think the other thing that's important is being able to step outside of the experience so that you can reflect on it and back to forming a relationship. But I mean, I think, really when we're talking about relationship, we're talking about fluidity and flexibility and not being rigid, because I think rigidity is a big piece of what shuts people down and keeps trauma frozen.
Yeah.
The other thing I would add, that it was very different than when I went through in graduate school, but I don't think symptom management, I mean, I think it's definitely helpful, but I'm a believer in try to get to the root of things. I kind of think of it like a weed. If you just keep pulling a weed off by the top, it's going to grow back. And I think when people can go deeper, they find a way of, and that's also where I think people make meaning from it. So it's not, I don't think working through trauma is a quick fix.
Yeah, I do too. Thank you so much. So now on screen, I'll present you the contact and work from our panelists, today panelist speakers. This from Dr. Deborah Bryan. She has this related work, contact and supported links from Dr. Peter Danaski and from Dr. Grant. These slides gonna be shared with you. It's gonna be available for you later. If you wanted, just ask it. Here, thank you for your joyful messages, speakers. They're inspiring and motivating. With you three specialists, we could stay until tomorrow speaking. Thank you so much. The subject would not end, but unfortunately, our panel has come to end. Dr. Bryan, Mr. Danaski, Dr. Grant, thank you so much for giving us your time to be here, to share your knowledge, experience, and so much great insights about this important topic that is intrinsic inside our society as carried away of past trauma. Thank you so much for your participation and for your time. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Marcella. They were great questions, and I really, really enjoyed and learned a lot from both of you, Deborah and Peter.
Yeah, that was.
Thank you for the, yes, sorry. Okay, thank you for the opportunity. Thank you for the invitation. It was a pleasure and honor being with you. Thank you for leaving me so much space to share my knowledge, and thank you for sharing your knowledge with me and your experience. It means a lot for me. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I hope I'll get to talk to you further. Maybe we'll exchange emails and converse further. Okay. Thank you.
Yes, of course.
Bye. Bye.
So, just want to share a last message. So, traumas are invisible, ones that shape our lives, the biological story of being. They are not defined as who are we, but they explain why we react as we do. Neuroscience and psychology reveals that trauma is an adaptive response and attempted by the brain to protect us from the unbearable. But the same brain that records pain is capable of rewriting the story. Healing is kind of reconfiguring the synapses of survival into tools of trust. Because in the end, what shapes a person is not what they live through, but how the brain learns to survive to it. So if this resonates, pause. What invisible wound do your brain carry? As our specialist explained, it's not about digging deep right now, but about naming and seeking a professional who can help you. Thank you for being in this journey with me today on day 3 on the amazing conference of Neurocon 2025. In the name of the whole team of volunteers and works from Associatia Mind Lifeline that dedicate our times to make this conference the best for you at home, I thank you for staying with us for all day and for the previous 2 days. You're unbelievable. We will be waiting for you on the next year, right here, and with more neuroscientific important contributions just for you. Please send your feedback to us so we'll know what can do better next year and what we need to keep present to you better in this conference. Have a lovely evening and see you next year. This was Neurocon 2025. See ya!